सम्मेलन में राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय गांधीनगर के श्री सुशील गोस्वामी, एडवाइजर टू वीसी RRU, डॉक्टर SL वाया, लाइफ टर्म प्रोफेसर RRU, एवं डॉक्टर शुभोजीत बंदोपाध्याय, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, स्कूल ऑफ इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी एंड स्मार्ट पुलिसिंग RRU को मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी, जो RRU से संबंधित एक प्रस्तुति आप सभी के समक्ष प्रस्तुत करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Very good morning, esteemed guests here, all the officers from police organizations, Central Armed Police Forces and defense organizations. I am Sushil Goswami. I am pleased to make the presentation of Rashtriya Raksha University, whereby my effort will be to make the information available to you with respect to Rashtriya Raksha University. What Rashtriya Raksha University is doing, what all about RRU. So if I may start the presentation. We have been privileged to be guided by the leading political leadership of the country. Honorable Prime Minister, sir, Honorable Raksha Mantri, sir, Honorable Home Minister, sir, Honorable External Affairs Minister, sir. They have been to this campus, whereby we got the vision and also the guidance for our at least 10 years roadmap. We are privileged that we are following the path which has been shown to us by the leading leadership of the country. I, along with my all wonderful colleagues from the teaching as well as non-teaching staff from Rashtriya Raksha University, are making all possible efforts to live up to the expectations which are conferred to us by the Parliament and through the Parliament by the people of this country. In this effort, all the teaching faculties and supported by the able hands of administration were making the significant contribution to the development of this nation within the limited mandate as has been conferred to us by the Rashtriya Raksha University Act 2020. As you may be knowing, the Rashtriya Raksha University was evolved and established as Raksha Shakti University in 2009 by Gujarat government. The wonderful work which this university was doing for more than a decade, this has become a role model in the country, and subsequent to that, the Rajasthan and Jharkhand government established on the same line Raksha Shakti University or a specific university for the cause of policing. In view of the contribution which this university made for a decade by its faculty members and also the staff members, the central government, under the aegis of Ministry of Home Affairs, upgraded this university as an institution of national importance by the Act of Parliament in 2020, whereby this university became the Rashtriya Raksha University, and also the unique status has been conferred as institution of national importance. We had the privilege, as I mentioned in the beginning, to host and to get the guidance and also the vision from the leading leadership of the country, as I mentioned earlier. We have also been privileged to host the leadership from the armed forces. Some pictures are before you. But at the same time, we had the privilege to be guided by the officers from different forces, police organizations, and Central Armed Police Forces. We are guided, all my faculty colleagues and all the staff members, they are guided by the vision which has been curated from our mandate, which has been conferred to us by the Act of Parliament and also the expectations which are there from the country, not only from the country, but also the common people, the community at large from the country. RRU basically is working on this tree model. This is the foundation of our activities. The tree model stands for one of the most important pillar, education. Second, the research. Third, very important pillar, training. Fourth, the extension. These are the four foundational pillars on which each and every activity of Rashtriya Raksha University is in a way curated by the faculty members and also the staff members. Currently, we are having the presence in 4 regions. We are having fully functional campus in Uttar Pradesh, in Lucknow, Arunachal Pradesh, in Pasighat, Puducherry, and Karnataka, in Shimoga. This Gandhinagar is a headquarter, and very shortly we are also going to have our campus in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The plan is also there to open a small center in UAE, in Dubai. I hope in 2025, the RRU campus will be in UAE as well as in J&K and some other states in the country. RRU here in Gandhinagar campus is operating through 10 specialized schools. Each school is having specialization in at least one of the vertical of national security. So the mandate which we had, policing, that has been enlarged to the national security concept, wherein not the soft, but also hardcore security. Every aspect has been incorporated in the teaching, research, training, and extension activities of this university. If I may go a little bit in detail with all the schools, one of the flagship school, and in fact, one of the founding faculty, and if I may take the privilege to say, only and only one of the professor of police administration who has laid the foundation of this school, none other than Dr. Akshis Mehta. He has been leading this school for so many years, whereby this school has become the flagship school of this university. This school currently is offering undergraduate, postgraduate, and diploma programs in policing and other verticals of policing. This school has also taken the lead in another vertical called disaster management and national security. How the integration of disaster management and national security is there. Through the specialized school, this school is also contributing in number of other areas. For example, community policing, women in policing. These are other areas in which the school is making significant contribution. In fact, for this conference, this is the leading school for this AIPSC conference. Second school, the School of Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence and Cyber Security. This school has got the prominence not only in India, but also abroad. And as on the day when we are standing here and celebrating this golden jubilee of AIPSC, my around 95 colleagues from this school are in Delhi, which they are leading one of the top exercise, NCX, which is organized by National Security Council, Government of India. This school is also leading number of other verticals. For example, National Cyber Security range of the country in this school itself, within Gandhinagar RRU campus. This school got the prominence, and in fact, the significant contribution which was made by this school, our student and faculty members, they got the privilege even to be hosted by the Honorable President Madam of the country. Third school, the School of Integrated Coastal and Maritime Security Studies. If I may take the privilege, this is the first of its kind school across the country, not only the country, but also the globe, wherein you will see the integration of coastal security and maritime security together. Generally, at least in India, if I may humbly say, the academic institutions, they are dealing with maritime security, that is broader aspect. But this school is having the integration of coastal as well as maritime security. This school is having specialties in number of areas. For example, the port security, training of officers from different organizations. This school is also recognized at Director General Shipping Certified Maritime Training Institute, whereby this school got the prominence not only in country but across the globe. If I may also take the liberty to mention, this school took the lead in Gujarat. Please. Please. Yeah. So this school basically took the lead in Gujarat to go to the ground level, whereby training the police officers at least in 9 marine police stations. Next is School of Internal Security, Defense and Strategic Management. This school basically is having the expertise in defense and strategic studies through the specialized centers, which are there. For example, the Remote Pilot Training Center, SSB Training Center. This school is making significant contribution with respect to the preparation of youths for number of organizations, including Agniveer. School of International Cooperation, Security and Strategic Languages. This school is having expertise in strategic languages, and you will be pleased to know that number of senior Indian Army officers and the officers from different other Central Armed Police Forces, they are undergoing number of courses in different languages, whereby they are getting prepared for their next assignments. School of Behavioral Sciences, Forensic Investigations. This school is also making significant contribution with respect to the psychological study and clinical psychology part. In fact, this school has initiated number of unique initiatives in the country, which has become a kind of role model. For example, the de-radicalization project in Sabarmati Central Prison, primary health center, whereby the common people from our nearby areas, they are getting enormous benefit from the expertise this school is having. RRU has also started the Psychological Care Center for Rehabilitation and Reintegration in 4 central prisons in Gujarat, Surat, Vadodara, Rajkot, and Ahmedabad, whereby this school is making wonderful contribution. This school is also leading another wonderful project in Jammu and Kashmir with the Chinar Corps. School of Criminal Law and Military Law. This school, while focusing on the criminal laws, military laws, is also focusing in one of the most important area, economic and financial security of the country. When we see the economic and financial security of the country, this school has started specialized programs focusing especially on the economic security of the country. School of Private, Industrial and Corporate Security. This school basically is leading the vertical of private, industrial and corporate security. Because when we talk about the security, we always talk about the formal aspects of security. But the security guard who is standing before the ATM, the security guard who is providing the security services to the shopping mall, but about their certification, but about their standardization, but about their skill enhancement. This school is doing wonderful work in this area, whereby skilling, upskilling and reskilling. If I may also take the privilege to mention the unique initiative which this school has taken with respect to the re-employability of the superannuated officers from the Indian Army, Defense Forces and Central Armed Police Forces. And you'll be pleased to know, in the first round itself, when the job fair was organized, this school invited more than 200 officers from different organizations, those who got superannuated, and they got in single day the job offer, which was the minimum package of 8 lakh rupees. So this kind of significant contribution this school is making. If I may also take the liberty to mention specifically, when we see the firefighters, we always see, with due respect to the male persons, those who are always in this vertical. This school has taken unique initiative with respect to the tribal areas of Gujarat, whereby this school trained the girls from tribal areas of Gujarat in the firefighting. And all the girls, those who got the certification from this school, they all got job in hand as firefighter. So this is a unique model which this school has initiated with respect to the women empowerment in this vertical. School of Physical Education and Sports. When we see the security, I think until unless we are not physically fit, I think there is somewhere something is lacking. This school has taken the lead with respect to preparing the youths for our police forces, Central Armed Police Forces, and also defense forces by making them physically fit, not only physically fit, but also the entry in different organizations through sports area. You'll be pleased to know one of our students, she has been Arjun awardee. One of our students, she has been to the Mount Everest, whereby our glory and flag has reached to Mount Everest. This is the kind of contribution this school is making. School of Applied Sciences, Engineering and Technology. This is the new school we have started. This school is basically focusing on electronics and engineering. It is a kind of feeder school to the previous school which I mentioned with respect to the artificial intelligence and cyber security. We are having a special purpose vehicle, Section 8 company called Security and Scientific Technical Research Association, SASTRA. This school basically has been working for the incubation and startup and to promote entrepreneurship in the areas of security. As of now, this has successfully trained 400 participants in 7 critical information infrastructure sectors. And this SASTRA is making, again, just like other schools, wonderful contribution to the security aspects of the country. We have started India's first Bharat Center for Olympic Research and Education. This center basically is to provide the research assistance and technical assistance to all our sports persons, those who are going to represent not only in Olympics, but also in different other global events from the side of India. This center is the first of its kind in entire Southeast Asia, which is recognized by the International Olympic Committee and also Indian Olympic Association. This center was inaugurated by PC Usha Madam. She visited and she inaugurated this center. And this has started the research activities with respect to the Olympics in number of areas. So in case you get time, you may meet my faculty colleagues, those who have displayed their stall in the exhibition ground. They'll be very much happy to brief what kind of research they are doing in this area. This university has also taken the lead with respect to affiliating and partnering with Defense Police and Central Armed Police Force organizations. If you see the list, the Central Armed Police Forces, we are having our MOUs, the CPOs, SPOs, all are the part of, as reflected here, of this organization, whereby mutually we both are getting benefited. From our training, research, extension and academic activities, they are getting benefited, but RRU and faculty members along with the students, they are also getting benefited with the huge expertise, the practical experience which the officers from these organizations are having. We have affiliated number of training academies which are reflected here. So if I may go ahead. RRU has also taken a lead with respect to affiliating the number of academies. If you see, for example, Delhi Police. In Delhi Police, as of now, this university has conferred the diploma, postgraduate diploma, and other certifications to 6,067 officers. The benefit of this is, when the officers, they are getting superannuated, they'll be having some sort of academic degree in hand. Not only Delhi Police, National Security Guards, ITBP, CRPF, National Academy of Coastal Policing, these are the organizations which are getting benefited from the academic affiliation of Rashtriya Raksha University. Capacity building, you'll be pleased to know, in the short span of 4 years' time, if I may take the liberty to exclude 2 years of COVID, in 2 years, this university has trained more than 25,000 officers in this very campus. In 2 years, training 25,000 officers, I think for us, it's a matter of proud privilege, but also this is giving us the mandate for next 2 years that it should cross 50,000. If I may also take the liberty to mention here, this Rashtriya Raksha University is having collaboration with, through the International Cooperation and Relations branch. This branch basically deals with international operations. Currently, through this branch, we have trained, as of now, more than 1,200 officers from law enforcement agencies of 75 countries, meaning thereby we are having our presence at least in 75 countries through our ambassadors, those who got either diploma or certification from this university. Currently, we are having outreach countries with 75 I mentioned. We are having 45 inbound and outbound visit to this campus. international cooperation with 7 countries as of now. International students as of now 16, but our target is in next year we should be having at least 100 students. Due to other constraints, we could not have, but our target is 100. NCC, this is also a matter of great pride and privilege for us. By next year, this university is going to become India's largest NCC-based university, whereby our target is that we should be having the maximum enrollment from the NCC. And this idea, a small idea, has been generated from one of the speeches of Honorable Prime Minister, sir, wherein Honorable Prime Minister, sir, mentioned in one of the speeches that we should prepare our NCC cadets for various kind of emergencies, various kind of requirements, maybe the disaster or other things, whereby our NCC should be replacing or should be assisting the forces which are there on ground. Taking the clue from that, the university leadership took the mandate, whereby it has already started, and as of now also we are having the highest enrollment in the country. Currently, we are having number of partners, so some are only mentioned here, coming from all the verticals of national security. With this, I conclude the presentation of Rashtriya Raksha University, and I hope you got some of the idea. And if I may request, all the officers here, number of schools have displayed in the exhibition ground their stalls. If I may request to visit, this will also be motivating them, not only motivating, but also they'll be getting the vision for their next course of action and also the guidance for their other training, research, extension activities in future. With this, I thank every one of you for your patience listening. Thank you so much.
Jai Hind and good morning to all of you. Probably in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to talk to you about what I am doing in the last 50 years. And I hope I'll be able to put across myself very well. In fact, first time when ADGP prison called me and asked me to prepare a project proposal for de-radicalization, I told him that this language we don't use in field practice as well as in academia. So then he said, but that is the language we use in our field work. But then we said, no, we can't give a proposal on that per se. Yeah, but we can give something like Forensic Mental Health Service Center, wherein the aim and objective is same, but without using those kind of strong words. Because first of all, we don't accept that there is something like radicalization or something that needs to be de-radicalized. Because it is the person who is sitting on the chair, he decides who is radicalized. Otherwise, to look at it as a human being, every one of us are radicalized in that sense. Now with this, I'll request the PPT to be shown for next 2 minutes. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi said, crime is the outcome of a diseased mind, and jail must have an environment of a hospital where treatment and care should be given. And with this, in fact, it is in the first initiative was from RSU in 2016, when first time we decided we need to start some kind of psychosocial care services for the, at outdoor level, for the juveniles as well as adults who come in request for any help. And that is how the first time the RSU took the initiative of getting in reasoning and rehabilitation module, which is developed in Canada by Cognitive Center of Canada, and Dr. Robert Ross was heading the center. And that was the first time in 2016, RSU purchased that program of neurocriminology module, wherein fundamentally it is believed that it is the faulty line in the neurocognitive processing which makes somebody become either a deviant or a disordered or a disabled. So with that understanding, that first program was brought in 2016 in RSU. Staff members were trained and they were certified for the handling of antisocial behaviors existing in every individual. And with that, the next initiative came with RRU. I would call COVID was a blessing, at least for me, though it was not for all the people in the world, because that was the first time the COVID made everybody realize that if we are feeling so suffocated, what must be happening for the prisoners inside, both outside and inside, especially for under trials, where their families are in different state and these. And that is the first time probably the High Court of Gujarat took the initiative and accepted that we should start a psychosocial care center for the prison inmates' rehabilitation and reformation, and that should include both under trial as well as convicts. And this became a reality in 2021, wherein Gujarat State Legal Service Authorities, in joint collaboration with Rashtriya Raksha University, took the initiative to institutionalize the psychosocial care service in the prison inmates, both for under trials and convicts. And we are getting very good results, and there is a there is so much of improvement. I feel very proud today that the High Court took the decision that same services needs to be extended to all the other 3 prisons of Gujarat. And today, in fact, 4 prisons of Gujarat is giving psychosocial care services to all under trial prisoners as well as convicts. And as an extension activity, the prisoners' relatives and families who need any kind of family counseling and support, they are connected with Hospital for Mental Health, where another psychosocial care center is set up, where relatives of these prison inmates and under trial prisoners can go there and take the services of behavioral mental health services. See, with this, I think I have completed my 5 minutes. Thank you so much. The detailed presentation will be done by the ground worker, Sureka Talari, in the next, tomorrow, wherein she is going to talk specifically on the forensic mental service that is provided for the 20 select prisoners, and in 1 year pilot project, what kind of changes we could see and how they could come to the level of, they were ready to confess to all the crimes that they had done, which we did not encourage because that was not the purpose of our work. Purpose of our work is any crime. See, the first sentence ADGP said is, "Madam, we are containing the septic tank here, and that's how all of you are sitting peacefully." I said, the moment you use the word septic tank, where does the septic tank came from? It is we, society, we have generated this septic tank. So it is our responsibility to also purify the septic tank. And that is where I strongly believe, and I agree with that definition, that prison is nothing but a septic tank contained of the whole society in a very small place. And it is responsibility of each of us to see that it is cleaned and it is purified. And the moment I talk of purifying the prison inmate, every one of us are responsible. And the moment you talk of your own mind and body, all of us know that we are ourselves living, moving, walking septic tanks. So let us start from cleaning ourselves, and I'm sure we don't need to clean the prisons. They'll be automatically as pure as the existing society. Thank you so much for the 7 minutes I have taken. Yeah, sure.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Shubhajit Bandyopadhyay. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Internal Security and Smart Policing. Say warm welcome to all of the delegates. And here I am going to present some unique experiment on the disaster management aspects. As you know, India is one of the hardly hit country in the world, and PM himself emphasized a lot on how we can be more proactive in the nature of disaster management. Therefore, a lot of technological inclusion is highly required. Being an academic institution, it is our duty to work on the technological and modern application, information technologies, application into the disaster management, and how we can make our country much more resilient in the perspective of disaster management. With this mandate, our School of Internal Security and Smart Policing, we have a dedicated Center for Disaster Risk Reduction. And here I'm going to show some of our unique experiments, some projects, our courses related to this particular center, and how we are working towards the resilient India. in our lab through our experiment and observation. So here are some of the glimpses of our center. So I welcome on the behalf of the center to all of you. So our CDRR, the Center for Disaster Risk Reduction, works under the aegis of Shri University School of Internal Security with the same mandate of the tree model, where we have a training, research, education, and extension, 4 pillars of our work. So I'll come one by one in which areas of emphasis and which we are the main worker in this particular arenas. So I'll start with the training purpose. So I'll be very happy to inform that just this year, in the beginning of this year, we have successfully conducted 3 months disaster risk reduction and national security. Here I want to emphasize that this is a unique center in the sense of how we are integrating disaster management with the national security. So with the mandate, this is our first pilot experiment where we are emphasizing on the 3 months disaster risk reduction and national security course for all the CAPA professionals. Even some of the civilians also took part in this particular training. And this is some of the glimpses of our certificate course. Here we are working on the 3 months course, which is a hybrid model course. 2 weeks first initial would be here. Last 2 weeks they have to come here. In between that, all your service time, you can sit at your office or you can work with this particular course. Okay, so now I go into another pillar is R, stand for the research. Here I'm go with some of our important projects that I would like to emphasize in our lab currently, which we are working on. I'll not go into very details of the project because of a lot of limitations and confidentiality, but however, I want to show some of the showcase of our recent project that we are currently working. So this is one of our pioneer projects of optimizing smart border management, how we can emphasize and real-time data simulation and data transcriptions in the border areas and utilizing it through Earth observation and GIS datasets. So here you can see that you can see in the small video that you can select all your border checkpoint and how we can put in the location, and you can integrate the information of that, and real time that could be data generated in the real time, and it could be moved into the particular authorized person, and the person is only the authority who can look into and visualize the data. All the description of the data is through the encryption data systems, and where we are working with the different models of encryption, how the data would be transferred from one end to another end, and that's all. So this is the basic of the project. If someone interested, please discuss with us. So another project, how we can utilize the microwave technology in the Earth observation data to understand what are the under canopy activities. Here we're working with the more high-level microwave sensing data sets from the Earth observation. And this is more into the cross-border things within the country. We can look into the different bands, like L-band, C-band. There are a lot of the Earth observation microwave bands where you can look. And this is some of the results that we find out is somewhere. You can see what are the road construction and building patch-ups are there, which is a high dense canopies are there. But utilizing this technology, we can understand what is going on below the canopies. This is one of the important things I would like to emphasize all your attention. This is one of the news clip that comes. Center is very much emphasized on the how to utilize and proactively use the budget for resilient Char Dham road. So this is one of the pioneer projects which we are in a consultation with the NDM. We started working on that. Here we can look into utilizing different levels of satellite data. We understand what are the different segments of the road, and you can understand which segment in a very micro level, even in the 10 to 20 meters resolution, we can understand which is the specific parts of the road is highly vulnerable to landslide. Now you can ask me what kind of utilization of this kind of study. If you understand in the micro level observation, what are the areas is highly vulnerable to landslide, I can do a lot more mitigation measures, and even at that point, we can also estimate what are my costs at the stake. So based on that policy, we can develop the policy for this particular area. So here you can also select what are the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which particular road segment you want to select, and that particular segment would be simulated in that spot. Moreover, into that, we can also do the 3D simulation of the landslide. We can identify any of the area in this region. We can through this, we can understand what are the debris flow, what is the area, what is the velocity, what is the frequency of all these kind of things. You can understand through this project. This is one of the another project that we are more into micro level observation and how to utilize the satellite data technology for safety purposes, micro level hazard management practices. So this is one of our experiment which we have done in and around the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. And we're looking into different aspects of the different disaster. Either it's from the heat waves, either it's from the water logging, either it's from the CBRN disaster, all the things we can catch up with this particular study. And our observation, based on this observation of micro level hazard proneness, what kind of mitigation measures we can do, and based on that we can develop the potential route of escaping if there is any incident happening in that particular area. So this is one of our pioneering dashboard that we developed at our school, which I will go to the next slide, which will be more fascinating, that shows that if there is any areas of cyclone event happen, and this is the simulation that would like to show you. So this is the simulation at the Porbandar. If there is any, for example, if there is any cyclone happen and the cyclone started from that particular date, and if the cyclone with the date, it moves into the coast, and in a particular date of 18th of, for example, 18th of November, it hit into the Porbandar coast with a particular landfill time, wind speed, and rainfall, you can understand what would be my areas of vulnerability, where the work would be, my waterlogged areas. And also now the cyclone is already hit into the Porbandar, and the rainfall started with a huge amount and moves into the other areas, and I will move into what are my areas would be the waterlogged in Porbandar area. So this is based on, again, on the different simulation of the satellite data. Here you can see with the real-time scenario what are my areas using the different satellite data. It's from microwave data, it's from the optical data, it's from the hyperspectral data. Using the other models, we can identify what the small area segment, what would be my waterlog in a real-time scenario. Based on that, you can do also the what are my districts under the risks if there is. So this is a virtual simulation. This is a kind of anticipation that if it could be have whatever the damage management, what would be my risks and relief operation that could be provided in that particular area, we can do with this. This is another project where we were working on some of the movement of the glaciers and all, and another of the Ganga-Brahmaputra basin and what are the real-time flood models. It's kind of a similar areas we are working. This is our in-house developed evacuation map of CISIP, our school, where we have in-house developed our evacuation map by our students, and based on that particular data, we integrated into the 3D model and virtual reality, and it shows if there is scenario, what would be my potential escape route. This all in the 3D scenarios. Okay, now I come into our another part is the education. As of now, our course, we're offering 3 particular courses, Master in Disaster Management, MA in Disaster Management, National Security, Master of Science in Disaster Management and Security, and most pioneering MTech in Disaster Management and National Security, where we are more emphasized into the research aspect of disaster management and integrated with the national security aspect. Parallelly, we have a PhD program in a regular mode and practitioners mode in this particular center. This is my educational segment. And finally, I come into the extension. We are actively engaged all the extension activities. It's either from the government organization, it's a private organization, where you can extend our support to them, from community awareness programs to risk mapping, to collaboration with the local stakeholders, local level policy decision making. You can see all the target groups and beneficiaries. These are some of the segments where we're working with. So that is all from our center. Oh yeah, so some of the projects we are forthcoming here. You can see not only the technology, but also social aspects, global climate change and the migration, smart cities, application of digital. These are forthcoming projects that we are looking for with the help of our other faculties, other students. We are looking to that, how we can integrate much more work towards a resilient India. So with this note, that's all from my side. Thank you so much for giving me the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, team RRU, for a detailed presentation on the core areas that are being taught in the university. इसके पश्चात मैं निदेशक अनुसंधान एवं संवादात्मक प्रशासन श्रीमती रेखा लोहानी जी से 49वीं अखिल भारतीय विज्ञान सम्मेलन का अनुपालन प्रतिवेदन प्रस्तुत करने हेतु अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी.
पुलिस अनुसंधान एवं विकास ब्यूरो द्वारा इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी राज्य एवं केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों से आए हुए प्रतिनिधि, सीएपीएफ, सीपीओ से आए हुए प्रतिनिधि, सभी का मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं. मैं रेखा लोहानी, आईजी रिसर्च एंड करेक्शनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, आज आपके सामने 49 सम्मेलन के संकल्पों की अनुपालना रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगी. किंतु उससे पहले बीपीआर&डी के बारे में मैं आपको एक वीडियो दिखाना चाहूंगी, जिससे आप लोगों को बीपीआर&डी के गतिविधियों के बारे में सूचना मिल सके. टेक्निकल टीम से अनुरोध है कि वे BPR&D की वीडियो प्ले करें।
आनो भद्रा क्रतवो यन्तु विश्वतः। सभी दिशाओं से अच्छे विचारों को अपनाने के ध्येय से प्रेरित पुलिस अनुसंधान एवं विकास ब्यूरो भारतीय पुलिस बलों का नेशनल थिंक टैंक, जिसका उद्देश्य है पुलिस बलों का बौद्धिक और संगठनात्मक विकास करना और पुलिस बलों के लिए आधुनिक प्रशिक्षण और अत्याधुनिक उपकरण उपलब्ध कराकर उन्हें हर चुनौती के लिए सक्षम बनाना। साल 1970 में भारत सरकार द्वारा जारी रेजोल्यूशन से BPR&D की नींव पड़ी। इस रेजोल्यूशन ने उस वक्त के पुलिस अनुसंधान और सलाहकार परिषद को एक नया विस्तार दिया और 28 अगस्त 1970 को पुलिस अनुसंधान एवं विकास ब्यूरो की स्थापना की गई। BPR&D के पहले निदेशक के रूप में भारतीय पुलिस सेवा के अधिकारी डॉक्टर आनंद स्वरूप गुप्ता ने कार्यभार संभाला। उनके द्वारा डाली गई इस नींव पर एक के बाद एक नए आयाम जोड़ते गए और आज BPR&D भारतीय आंतरिक सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक मजबूत स्तंभ की तरह स्थापित हो चुका है। BPR&D की शुरुआत रिसर्च, स्टैटिस्टिक्स एंड पब्लिकेशन प्रभाग और डेवलपमेंट प्रभाग के साथ हुई थी। इसके बाद समय के अनुरूप विस्तार के तौर पर 1973 में ट्रेनिंग, 1995 में करेक्शनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और 2005 में नेशनल पुलिस मिशन के रूप में नए डिविजन्स BPR&D से जोड़े गए। जरूरत को देखते हुए 2008 में डेवलपमेंट डिवीजन को मॉडर्नाइजेशन डिवीजन में बदल दिया गया और स्पेशल पुलिस डिवीजन का एक और प्रभाग संस्थान को मिला, जिसे अब स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट डिवीजन के रूप में जाना जाता है। साल 2017 में BPR&D को अपना नया हेडक्वार्टर भवन मिला, जहां इस वक्त संस्थान के सभी प्रभाग अनुसंधान एवं विकास का काम कर रहे हैं। 5 दशकों से ज्यादा के इस सफर में BPR&D ने भारतीय पुलिस और सुधारात्मक सेवाओं में अहम बदलाव करते हुए महत्वपूर्ण उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। BPR&D ने न सिर्फ पुलिस बलों को मॉडर्न बनाया है, बल्कि पुलिस और समाज के बीच के सामंजस्य पर भी प्रमुखता से काम किया है।
अब तक जो हुआ है वो संतोष व्यक्त करने जैसा हुआ है, बहुत अच्छा हुआ है। इतना मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि BPR&D ने जो 50 सालों के देश की पुलिसिंग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो योगदान दिया है वो देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा में अतुलनीय है, अद्वितीय है।
BPR&D के रिसर्च एंड करेक्शनल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिवीजन का मैंडेट पुलिसिंग और प्रिजन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की जरूरतों, चुनौतियों और समस्याओं की पहचान करना है। ये डिवीजन विभिन्न संस्थानों, रिसर्च सेंटर्स, राज्य और केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों के सहयोग से फील्ड रिसर्च का काम करता है, जिनके आधार पर पुलिसिंग और करेक्शनल सेवाओं में सुधार और विकास की नीतियां तय की जाती हैं। स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट डिवीजन ये प्रभाग संस्थान की उपलब्धियों, रिसर्च के नतीजों सहित देश भर से प्राप्त पुलिसिंग और उसके विकास से जुड़ी सभी तरह की सूचनाओं को अपने पब्लिकेशंस के जरिए पब्लिक डोमेन में उपलब्ध करा रहा है। इनमें देश की सबसे पुरानी पत्रिकाओं में से एक द इंडियन पुलिस जर्नल और सबसे नवीनतम में सजग भारत जैसी प्रतिष्ठित पत्रिका शामिल है। डेटा ऑन पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन प्रकाशन का उल्लेख माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा मन की बात में भी किया गया है। पुलिस बलों को समय के अनुसार कुशल और दक्ष बनाए रखने में ट्रेनिंग की सबसे अहम भूमिका होती है। ट्रेनिंग डिवीजन एक नोडल एजेंसी के तौर पर सभी रैंक के पुलिस कर्मियों के लिए ट्रेनिंग प्रोसेस के मानक तय करता है। इस डिवीजन के अधीन एक केंद्रीय पुलिस प्रशिक्षण अकादमी और 6 सेंट्रल डिटेक्टिव ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट काम कर रहे हैं और 2 नए CDTIs का निर्माण श्रीनगर और अगरतला में किया जा रहा है। 1956 में स्थापित CDTI कोलकाता, कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग, क्राइम अगेंस्ट वुमेन, चिल्ड्रन एंड अदर वल्नरेबल सेक्शंस, ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग एंड इलीगल माइग्रेशन का सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस है। CDTI हैदराबाद 1964 से कार्यरत है और आज पुलिस टेक्नोलॉजी, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी और साइबर क्राइम के क्षेत्र में सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस माना जाता है, जिसे CBC से उत्तम संस्थान का सर्टिफिकेट प्राप्त है। तीसरा CDTI चंडीगढ़, 1970 में स्थापित ये केंद्र
मैं टेक्निकल टीम से अनुरोध करती हूँ
ऑर्गेनाइज्ड
कृपया
क्राइम के
वीडियो
क्षेत्र में
बंद कर दें। अब ये अनुपालना रिपोर्ट हमें थोड़ा सा रोकना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि माननीय मुख्य अतिथि हमारे बीच बहुत शीघ्र पधारने वाले हैं। तो आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि आप लोग फोटोग्राफ के लिए प्रस्थान करें। जो हमारा प्रशासनिक भवन है उसके मुख्य द्वार पर फोटोग्राफ का अरेंजमेंट है। आप सभी से अनुरोध है, कृपया वहां पर सब लोग लाइन अप हो जाएं। थैंक यू। आप सभी से अनुरोध है, फोटोग्राफ के तुरंत पश्चात आप लोग इसी सभागार में उपस्थित हो जाएं।
student coordinating officers are requested to move out immediately. Student coordinating officers to move out. All students to move out. All students to move out, please. Only reporters to sit.
I request all the delegates to kindly take their seats.
I request all those who are standing to please take their seats, and all those who are standing on the door also please come in and take your seats. Please take your seats and settle down. I also request everybody to either switch off your mobiles or keep them in silent mode. I request to all those who are standing to please settle down. आज के उद्घाटन समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी हमारे मध्य पधार चुके हैं। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि करतल ध्वनि के साथ उनका स्वागत करें। मैं अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन के स्वर्ण जयंती समारोह में उद्घाटन स्तर के मुख्य अतिथि महोदय, विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय व अन्य अतिथियों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन व स्वागत करती हूं। महोदय, BPR&D द्वारा अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन का आयोजन वर्ष 1960 में आरंभ किया गया था व आज हम इस सम्मेलन के 50वें संकलन में आपको अपने मध्य पाकर अत्यंत गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहे हैं। महानिदेशक BPR&D श्री राजीव कुमार शर्मा जी से अनुरोध है कि वे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी को पौधा भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें।
महानिदेशक BPR&D से पुनः अनुरोध है कि मुख्य अतिथि जी को BPR&D की ओर से स्नेह स्वरूप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। धन्यवाद महोदय। महानिदेशक BPR&D से आग्रह है कि वे विशिष्ट अतिथि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी को पौधा भेंट कर उनका स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद महोदय।
अब मैं महानिदेशक BPR&D श्री राजीव कुमार शर्मा जी से अपना स्वागत भाषण देने हेतु अनुरोध करती हूं।
अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन के स्वर्ण जयंती समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी, गृह सचिव भारत सरकार श्री गोविंद मोहन, पुलिस महानिदेशक गुजरात श्री विकास साहे, कुलपति राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय डॉक्टर विमल पटेल, NFSU के VC प्रोफेसर व्यास, DG NDRF और सभागार में उपस्थित सभी अन्य महानुभाव, सभी प्रतिभागीगण, ब्यूरो में मेरे सहयोगी व मीडिया के उपस्थित साथीगण, BPR&D द्वारा आयोजित इस 50वें अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन जो कि राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय में हो रहा है, उसके उद्घाटन सत्र में आप सभी का स्वागत है। सर्वप्रथम मैं आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री जी का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम के बावजूद इस पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन में पधारने का समय दिया, जो आपकी देश की पुलिस व्यवस्था के आधुनिकीकरण के प्रति विशेष अभिरुचि का परिचायक है। माननीय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पुलिस महानिदेशक महानिरीक्षक सम्मेलन के दौरान दिए उद्बोधन में निर्देशित किया था कि वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारियों को कुछ चुनिंदा लोगों तक बातचीत सीमित करने के बजाय विविध पृष्ठभूमि के लोगों तक पहुंचना चाहिए। यह पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन सभी हितधारकों को पुलिस और सुधारात्मक प्रशासन के लिए चयनित विषयों पर विचार विमर्श करने तथा उत्तम कार्यप्रणालियों को साझा करने का अवसर प्रदान करता है। महोदय, आपके नेतृत्व में कई वर्षों के अथक परिश्रम और गहन मंथन के उपरांत पुराने औपनिवेशिक कानूनों को नए कानूनों में बदलने के ऐतिहासिक निर्णय के क्रम में दिसंबर 2023 में जारी हुई अधिसूचना के तत्काल पश्चात ब्यूरो द्वारा आपके निर्देशों के अनुपालन में विभिन्न स्तंभों की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप 300 से अधिक ऑनलाइन व ऑफलाइन कोर्सेज किए गए, जिसमें ट्रेनर्स को 52,000 से अधिक सीधे प्रशिक्षित किया गया, जिसमें पुलिसकर्मी, जेल अधिकारी, अभियोजक, न्यायिक अधिकारी और फॉरेंसिक विशेषज्ञ थे। अब तक देश भर में 10 लाख से अधिक कर्मियों को राज्य प्रशिक्षण संस्थानों द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किया जा चुका है। महोदय, ब्यूरो राज्य पुलिस बलों को नोटिफिकेशंस जारी करने, एसओपी व प्रशिक्षण सामग्री तैयार करने में लगातार सहायता प्रदान कर रहा है और एक प्रोग्राम मॉनिटरिंग एजेंसी के माध्यम से माइक्रो विषयों पर ई मॉड्यूल्स तैयार किए जा रहे हैं तथा ट्रेनिंग मटेरियल भी तैयार किया जा रहा है, जो सभी राज्यों को उपलब्ध कराया जाएगा। महोदय, गत वर्षों की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में आपने विभिन्न निर्देश प्रदान किए हैं, जिनका विस्तार से हमने ब्यौरा गृह सचिव महोदय को हम प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। संक्षिप्त में मैं बताना चाहूँगा सर, आपने पिछली बार कहा था कि एनएफएससी और आरआरयू के साथ सभी राज्य सहयोग करें। महोदय, इस क्रम में बीपीआर&डी के अतिरिक्त 20 पुलिस संगठन इन 2 संस्थानों से समन्वय स्थापित कर चुके हैं। महोदय, आपने निर्देशित किया था कि सभी तटीय राज्यों और संघ राज्यों क्षेत्रों द्वारा राष्ट्रीय तटीय पुलिस अकादमी में प्रशिक्षण सुविधाओं को उपयोग किया जाए। 9 में से 7 राज्य इस बिंदु पर कार्यान्वयन कर चुके हैं तथा अन्य इस दिशा में प्रयत्नशील हैं। बीपीआर&डी भी एक बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस ऑन कोस्टल सिक्योरिटी पर परियोजना तैयार कर रहा है, जो कि शीघ्र सभी के साथ साझा की जाएगी। महोदय, आपने निर्देशित किया था कि पुलिस चुनौतियों का समाधान ढूंढने के उद्देश्य से हैकाथॉन आयोजित किए जाने चाहिए। तो बीपीआर&डी ने इस संबंध में 2 हैकाथॉन किए हैं सर, जिनका उत्पादीकरण चरम प्रक्रिया में है और I4C इसके अतिरिक्त लगातार इस संबंध में कार्यरत है। महोदय, इसके अतिरिक्त अभियोजन निदेशालयों को मजबूत करने की दिशा में आपके निर्देश पर एक एसओपी और गाइडलाइन हमने तैयार की है, जो सभी राज्यों से हम शीघ्र साझा करेंगे। महोदय, इस अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन के दौरान विचार विमर्श हेतु 8 महत्वपूर्ण विषयों को चुना गया है। आपने गत कॉन्फ्रेंस में आदेश दिया था कि पुलिस के लिए विज्ञान व पुलिस के विज्ञान के संबंध में चर्चा होनी चाहिए। महोदय, मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में 8 विषय जो लिए गए हैं सर, उनमें से 2 सीधे पुलिस के लिए विज्ञान और 2 सत्र पुलिस के विज्ञान पर आधारित हैं। महोदय, आपने यह भी निर्देशित किया था कि यह सम्मेलन फॉर्मेलिटी नहीं रहे, बल्कि परिवर्तन की परिचायक बननी चाहिए। इस आपके मार्गदर्शन के अनुरूप इस सम्मेलन की संरचना में कुछ बदलाव हमने इस वर्ष किया है और गत वर्षों की अपेक्षा केवल पेपर पढ़ने के अलावा इस बार हमने विशेषज्ञों और जो इस संबंध में प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज में भी जो कार्यरत हैं उनको भी यहाँ पे बुलाया है सर, ताकि जो कि इस संबंध में गहनता से मंथन होकर और आगे के लिए हम कुछ रणनीति तैयार करें जो थाना स्तर तक भविष्य में पहुंचाई जा सके। आपने जैसा निर्देशित किया है, आगामी वर्ष में इस सम्मेलन को और अधिक उपयोगी बनाने के लिए गृह सचिव महोदय से विमर्श कर आवश्यक परिवर्तन और किए जाएंगे। महोदय, आज आपके कर कमलों द्वारा 4 महत्वपूर्ण प्रकाशनों का विमोचन होना भी सुनिश्चित हुआ है। इसके लिए हम आपके अत्यंत आभारी हैं। मैं गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी और उनकी गौरवपूर्ण उपस्थिति के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं केंद्रीय गृह सचिव श्री गोविंद मोहन और गुजरात के पुलिस महानिदेशक श्री विकास साय का भी सम्मेलन में स्वागत करता हूं। मैं राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपति प्रोफेसर विमल पटेल को इस सम्मेलन के आयोजन में सक्रिय सहयोग के लिए साधुवाद देता हूं। मैं पुनः आज के इस कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। महोदय, आपके कुशल मार्गदर्शन में आजादी के कर्तव्य काल में पुलिस क्षमता निर्माण, आधुनिकीकरण एवं अनुसंधान में बीपीआर&डी अपने को वैश्विक लीडर के रूप में स्थापित करने की दिशा में प्रयासरत है। यह ब्यूरो एक लघु संस्था होते हुए भी माननीय गृह मंत्री जी के इस संस्था पर विश्वास व निरंतर मार्गदर्शन का लाभ लेते हुए समर्पित रूप से कार्यरत है। एवं मैं आपको पुनः आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि आज आपके हमारे मध्य उपस्थिति एवं आशीर्वाद से आगामी समय में बीपीआर&डी की समस्त टीम और अधिक ऊर्जा के साथ कार्य करेगी। एक बार पुनः आप सभी का स्वागत व अभिनंदन। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद महोदय। अब मैं आज के इस स्वर्ण जयंती सम्मेलन के विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय माननीय मुख्यमंत्री गुजरात श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी को संबोधन देने हेतु अनुरोध करती हूं।
पुलिस अनुसंधान एवं विकास ब्यूरो और राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित 50वीं अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन के आज के अवसर पर हमारे सबके बीच उपस्थित केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्रीमान अमित भाई शाह साहब, केंद्रीय गृह सचिव श्री गोविंद मोहन जी, ब्यूरो ऑफ पुलिस रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के महानिदेशक श्री राजकुमार शर्मा, आरआरयू के कुलपति श्री बिमल भाई पटेल, अपर महानिदेशक श्री रवि जोसेफ लोकोक, पुलिस महानिदेशक गुजरात श्री विकास सहाय, देश भर से पधारे हुए सभी अधिकारीगण, आमंत्रित अतिथिगण, प्रेस मीडिया के मित्र, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। ऑल इंडिया पुलिस साइंस कांग्रेस की स्वर्ण जयंती कार्यक्रम में देश भर से आए हुए पुलिस के उच्च अधिकारियों का गुजरात की धरती पर स्वागत है। वैश्विक नेता और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम आज़ादी के अमृत काल में विकास के नए आयामों को हासिल कर रहे हैं। देश की स्वतंत्रता की शताब्दी 2047 तक इस अमृत काल में भारत को हर क्षेत्र में सर्वप्रथम सक्षम और आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का प्रधानमंत्री जी का संकल्प है। आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत बनाने की पहली शर्त है कि देश की सीमाओं सुरक्षित हो और देश में आंतरिक सुरक्षा और कानून व्यवस्था मजबूत रहे। हम सभी के लिए यह अत्यंत गौरवपूर्ण है कि इस दायित्व को हमारे कर्मठ गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह संपूर्ण निष्ठा से निभा रहे हैं। आज़ादी के अमृत काल में श्री अमित भाई के नेतृत्व में केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय द्वारा कानून व्यवस्था और पुलिस बल में कई बड़े रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं। कम्युनिटी पुलिसिंग के साथ साथ साइंटिफिक पुलिसिंग पर भी जोर दिया गया है। परिणाम स्वरूप क्राइम इन्वेस्टिगेशन और डिटेक्शन की पद्धति में बड़ा बदलाव आया है। प्रधानमंत्री के मार्गदर्शन और गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई के विजन के कारण क्राइम एंड क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम और इंटर ऑपरेबल क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम समग्र देश में असरकारक तरीके से लागू किए गए हैं। इस व्यवस्था के लागू होने से पुलिस, फॉरेंसिक, प्रोसिक्यूशन, कोर्ट और जेल सभी को एक ही डेटा के जरिए एक साथ एक्सेस करने की सुविधा से क्राइम इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्रोसेस में गति आई है। आज देश के 16,500 से अधिक पुलिस स्टेशन CCTNS से और 23,000 से अधिक अदालतें ई कोर्ट से जुड़ी हुई हैं। 2 करोड़ से अधिक कैदियों का डेटा ई प्रिजन द्वारा उपलब्ध है। ई फॉरेंसिक के जरिए 17 लाख से अधिक फॉरेंसिक डेटा सरकार के पास उपलब्ध है। इस प्रकार के इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच के साथ कार्यरत हमारा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर एनफोर्समेंट वन डेटा वन एंट्री को संभव बना रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और अमित भाई शाह के नेतृत्व में देश नया पुलिस बल तैयार कर रहा है जो लॉ सेवी भी हो और टेक सेवी भी हो। हमारा देश जब स्वतंत्रता की शताब्दी बना रहा हो तब आज का यह लॉ सेवी और टेक सेवी पुलिस फोर्स मॉडल पुलिस फोर्स बनकर उभरेगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है। पुलिसिंग और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के मॉडर्नाइजेशन के साथ कानून व्यवस्था में मॉडर्नाइजेशन की भी देश में आवश्यकता थी। देश की आजादी के दशकों बाद अब समय अनुकूल न्याय संगत भारतीय दंड संहिता प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी की प्रेरणा तथा गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई के मार्गदर्शन में मिली है। टेक्नोलॉजी के उपयोग से भारत की न्याय प्रणाली को विश्व की सबसे आधुनिक न्याय प्रणाली बनाने की दिशा में काम हो रहा है। इतना ही नहीं, पुलिस तथा लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी की मेथोडोलॉजी भी आमूल परिवर्तन आया है। गुजरात का सौभाग्य है कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई तथा गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई के विजनरी नेतृत्व का लाभ हम 2 दशक से लगातार मिलता रहा है। उनके मार्गदर्शन में गुजरात पुलिसिंग और कानून व्यवस्था की दिशा में निरंतर प्रगति कर रहा है। रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी, फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी और गुजरात नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रशिक्षण संकलित कर पुलिस सेवा के ट्रेनिंग में मॉडर्नाइजेशन में गुजरात देश भर में अग्रणी रहा है। मुझे यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि गुजरात में दर्ज किए गए साइबर क्राइम में 95% मामलों का हल करने में साइबर सेल को सफलता मिली है। हाल ही में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी अपने रेडियो कार्यक्रम मन की बात में भी देश में बढ़ती हुई डिजिटल अरेस्ट की घटनाओं पर गहरी चिंता व्यक्त की थी। अहमदाबाद की साइबर क्राइम यूनिट ने डिजिटल अरेस्ट मामलों में देश भर में पहली बार विदेशी अपराधियों को अरेस्ट करने में सफलता हासिल की है। हमारे लिए एक और गौरव की बात है, यह भी है कि हाल ही में भारत सरकार द्वारा गुजरात पुलिस को 1930 साइबर हेल्पलाइन सर्विस के लिए श्रेष्ठ राज्य का अवार्ड दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व में हम 2047 तक विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना है। हम सभी को यह सुनिश्चित करना है कि विकसित भारत में देश का प्रत्येक नागरिक सुरक्षित अनुभव करे और न्याय सरल बने। इस दिशा में सामूहिक विचार मंथन के लिए ऑल इंडिया पुलिस साइंस कांग्रेस का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहेगा। इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं अपनी बात पूर्ण करता हूं। भारत माता की जय। वंदे मातरम। जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
धन्यवाद महोदय। BPR&D एवं RRU द्वारा पुलिसिंग से संबंधित विभिन्न विषयों पर महत्वपूर्ण प्रकाशन किए गए हैं। मैं माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से इन प्रकाशनों का विमोचन करने हेतु अनुरोध करती हूं। प्रथम प्रकाशन BPR&D द्वारा प्रकाशित AIPSC कंपेंडियम, जो कि 50वीं अखिल भारतीय विज्ञान सम्मेलन के उपलक्ष्य में आमंत्रित पत्रों का संग्रह है। द्वितीय प्रकाशन BPR&D द्वारा प्रकाशित नए आपराधिक कानूनों की प्रमुख विशेषताओं के संबंध में पुलिस विज्ञान जर्नल का विशेष संस्करण है। तृतीय प्रकाशन RRU द्वारा प्रकाशित भारतीय न्याय संहिता पर काव्य खंड है। चतुर्थ प्रकाशन RRU द्वारा प्रकाशित माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन के अनुरूप मिशन कर्मयोगी के सफलतापूर्वक क्रियान्वयन पर आधारित पुस्तक कर्मयोगी है। माननीय महोदय, अखिल भारतीय सम्मेलन के स्वर्ण जयंती समारोह के उपलक्ष्य में BPR&D एवं RRU द्वारा इस अवसर को चिन्हित करने के लिए एक स्मारक डाक टिकट जारी किया जा रहा है, जिसके अनावरण हेतु मैं माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय जी से अनुरोध करती हूं। ये डाक कवर पोस्ट मास्टर जनरल गुजरात सर्कल, इंडिया पोस्ट द्वारा तैयार किया गया है। धन्यवाद महोदय।
देवियों और सज्जनों, आज के समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी हमारे लिए प्रेरणा के स्रोत हैं एवं उनका मार्गदर्शन हमारे लिए सदैव महत्वपूर्ण रहा है। मैं मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से सम्मेलन में आए प्रतिभागियों व अधिकारियों को अपना आशीर्वचन देने का अनुरोध करती हूं।
आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित गुजरात राज्य के सफल और लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान भूपेंद्र भाई, भारत सरकार के गृह सचिव श्रीमान गोविंद मोहन जी, जिनके निमंत्रण पर हम सब यहाँ एकत्र आए हैं, BPR&D के DG श्री राजीव कुमार शर्मा जी, श्री विकास सहाय गुजरात के पुलिस प्रमुख डॉक्टर बिमल भाई, जो हमारे एक प्रकार से होस्ट भी है और ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, श्री रवि जोसेफ लोकू जी, एडिशनल DG BPR&D, और आज 50वीं अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस में उपस्थित सभी प्रतिभागीगण, आप सभी का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। मीडिया के मित्र जरा सेट कर बैठ जाओ, मैं यहीं रहूंगा, हिलूंगा डुलूंगा नहीं, आराम से जरा बैठ जाइए। मित्रों, मैं चौथी बार अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस के अंदर हिस्सा ले रहा हूं। जब मैं पहली बार लखनऊ अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस में हिस्सा लेने के लिए मैंने हाँ बोला, तब एक उच्च पदस्थ अधिकारी का एक टिप्पणी था जो हम सब ने बहुत गंभीरता से लेना चाहिए। मैंने बीच में 3 वर्ष 3 सम्मेलन में इसका जिक्र नहीं किया, क्योंकि मैं खुद वो टिप्पणी को समझना चाहता था और इसका धरातल पर क्या सच्चाई है वो भी जानना था। उन्होंने मुझे कहा था कि साहब, धीरे धीरे अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस कर्मकांड बनकर रह गया है, मीटिंग का बहाना मात्र रहा है। इन्होंने इसके मूल उद्देश्यों पर एक प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा कर दिया था। मैं 4 बार, आज चौथी बार आया हूं। आज का एजेंडा भी मैंने डिटेल पढ़ा है। एजेंडा तैयार करने में भी, उसके पहले भी मैंने BPR&D से चर्चा की है। मैं ये जो ग्रॉस स्टेटमेंट था इसको सिरे से नकार नहीं रहा हूं। मैं मान रहा हूं कि अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस, इसके अलावे हमारी पुलिसिंग की सिस्टम को, हमारी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को आज के जमाने में रिलेवेंट रखना संभव ही नहीं है। इसलिए इसका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, ये कर्मकांड नहीं है। परंतु साथ में यह भी सही है कि 50 साल से चलते चलते देश, दुनिया, अपराध जगत और पुलिसिंग, इसमें इतने सारे परिवर्तन आ गए, इसके हिसाब से पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस का स्वरूप बदला है क्या? इसको ध्यान से देखते हैं तो वो महाशय की बात थोड़ी सच लगती है, क्योंकि पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस ये पूरी हमारी अपराध के खिलाफ लड़ने की सिस्टम को रिलेवेंट रखने की एक्सरसाइज है। कहने को तो 250 लोग इस सभागार में बैठे हैं, मगर जो उद्देश्य है उसका वो पूरी सिस्टम को रिलेवेंट बनाने का है। और जब ये दायित्व पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस पर हो तो हमने नए सिरे से इसके स्वरूप, इसकी सहभागिता, इसके इनपुट लेने की पद्धति और अनुसंधान और विकास दोनों शब्दों को पुलिस स्टेशन से भी नीचे बीट और कांस्टेबल तक पहुंचाने की व्यवस्था, ये इसको समग्रता से पुनर्विचार करने का समय आ गया है। अच्छा ही है आज गृह सचिव महोदय यहां पर बैठे हैं। मेरा गृह सचिव महोदय से आग्रह रहेगा कि BPR&D के DG गृह सचिव महोदय और इसके सारे स्टेक होल्डर मिलकर एक मनोमंथन चिंतन पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस पर ही करने की जरूरत है, जिससे अगली पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस कैसी हो, किस प्रकार से की हो, कैसे ज्यादा उपयोगी हो। कोई भी पद्धति 50 साल तक चलती है तो वो काल बाह्य हो जाती है। चिरंजीव कुछ नहीं होता है। 50 साल में परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ ऐसा मेरा मानना नहीं है। मैं मानता हूं कि BPR&D का काम बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं गृह मंत्री बनने के बाद BPR&D पर विशेष ध्यान मैंने खुद भी दिया है, परंतु पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस का जो समय उचित परिवर्तन होना चाहिए कार्य पद्धति में, उद्देश्यों में और सबको साथ लेने के बाद इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, जो निर्णय होते हैं इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हम पीछे पड़े हैं। और अगर इसको हम नए सिरे से नहीं सोचते हैं तो वो सज्जन का जो बयान था, एक ग्रॉस स्टेटमेंट था, शायद हम उसको सच साबित कर देंगे। तो मेरा सबसे पहले तो आग्रह है कि इसके पूरे स्वरूप पर हमने पुनः विचार करना चाहिए। आने वाली समय की चुनौतियों के समझे बगैर हमारा जो प्लानिंग होता है वो कभी सफल नहीं होता है। हमें एक बात समझ लेनी चाहिए कि ये 10 साल में भारत विश्व का नेतृत्व हर क्षेत्र में करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। चाहे अर्थतंत्र की तालिका हो, चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे सुरक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे शिक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात हो और व्यापार की बात हो। हर क्षेत्र में इस 10 वर्ष ने भारत ने कई दशकों की कमियों को पूरा कर कर आगे बढ़ने के लिए कदम भी उठाया है और हमें सफलता भी मिली। और मैं मानता हूं इसके कारण हमारी चुनौतियां कम नहीं होती है, बढ़ती है। क्योंकि कोई भी व्यवस्था में जब आप आगे बढ़ते हो तो किसी न किसी का स्थान लोगे, रेजिस्टेंस जरूर आएगा। और वो रेजिस्टेंस को आपने एनालिसिस कर कर हमें आगे बढ़ना। कुछ आश्चर्यजनक सफलताएं हमने प्राप्त की। 11वें नंबर पर हमारा अर्थतंत्र था, हम 5वें नंबर पर ले आए। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि 1 अप्रैल 2028 के पहले हम दुनिया का 3रे नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बन जाएंगे। दुनिया के किसी भी चुनाव का विश्लेषण करने वाले पंडित से बात करते हैं तो उनको आश्चर्य होता है कि 97 करोड़ पंजीकृत मतदाताओं का वोटिंग कोई गड़बड़ के बगैर हो गया और सिर्फ 16 बूथों के अंदर पुनः मतदान हुआ। ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। हमने ऐसे देश भी देखे हैं जो टेक्नोलॉजी की दृष्टि से बहुत आगे होते हैं और महीनों तक उनके परिणाम घोषित नहीं होते हैं। हमारे यहां 7 बजे मत गिनती शुरू हुई और 1 बजे परिणाम घोषित हो जाता है, विवाद भी नहीं होता है। ये बहुत बड़ी भी। जब कोरोना का संकट आया, दुनिया के विकसित देश अपनी तो चिंता कर ही रहे थे, साथ में भारत की विशेष चिंता करते, क्योंकि हम सब जानते थे, उसको स्वीकार भी करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उस वक्त हमारा हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इतना मजबूत नहीं था। वो सोचते थे कि क्या होगा भारत का 140 करोड़ की आबादी और कोरोना को कैसे टैकल करेंगे। पर हमारी परंपराओं में, हमारी पद्धतियों में एक ताकत पड़ी है। जब कोरोना समाप्त हुआ तब पूरी दुनिया ने स्वीकार किया कोरोना का सामना सबसे अच्छा भारत ने किया है, कम से कम नुकसान के साथ। जब हमारी ये स्ट्रेंथ दुनिया के सामने आती है तब चैलेंजेस बढ़ते हैं। वो चैलेंजेस को ध्यान में रखकर हमने हमारी तैयारियों को पुख्ता करना पड़ेगा। यहां पर आपने 8 सत्र के अंदर नए आपराधिक कानून, फॉरेंसिक साइंस का उपयोग, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग, साइबर धोखाधड़ी, स्मार्ट सिटी में पुलिसिंग, आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में सामुदायिक पुलिसिंग और जेलों में कट्टरवाद से निपटने के उपाय, इस पर चर्चा होगी। मेरा आग्रह है कि सभी प्रतिभागियों से इसके अलावे किसी भी एक विषय पर उनके सुझाव मांगने चाहिए और इसको संकलित कर इसमें से आगे बढ़ने की हमने चेष्टा करनी चाहिए। भाइयों बहनों, जब मैं आज आप सबके सामने उपस्थित हूं तब भारत की आंतरिक सुरक्षा और हमारी आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली के अंदर हम आमूलचूल परिवर्तन कर चुके हैं। और जब परिवर्तन होता है, कोई भी परिवर्तन परिश्रम की भी मांग करता है, सामंजस्य की भी मांग करता है और समावेशी होने की भी मांग करता है। परिवर्तन वरना सफल नहीं होते। और अब आने वाला 10 साल का जो दौर है, ये भारत की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को दुनिया में सबसे आधुनिक, सबसे वैज्ञानिक और सबसे ज्यादा तेज बनाने का समय है। मैं पैदा हुआ तब से एक प्रकार से एक ताना सुन रहा हूं कि कोर्ट में जाने से बहुत देरी से न्याय मिलता है। मैं आप सभी को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि 3 नए आपराधिक कानूनों के इंप्लीमेंटेशन के बाद देश के किसी भी थाने में जो एफआईआर होगी, इसका सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक न्याय 3 साल के अंदर न्याय मांगने वालों को उपलब्ध हो जाएगा। और बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ मैं इसको बोल रहा हूं। और इसके लिए हमने हमारी समस्त कार्यवाही को लक्ष्य उन्मुख से, लक्ष्य जो तय किया है इसकी सिद्धि तक नहीं, इसके परिणाम, रिजल्ट्स और इसके परिमाण रिजल्ट्स के सभी डायमेंशन में सफलता तक ले जाना पड़ेगा। कभी आंकड़ों से सफलता नहीं मिलती, लक्ष्य तो सिद्ध होते हैं, मगर इसके साथ लक्ष्य के साथ जुड़े हुए सारे परिणाम, लक्ष्य से जिस जिस क्षेत्र में फायदा होना है वो हुआ क्या, और वो फायदा सारे डायमेंशन में हुआ क्या, उस दिशा में हमें ले जाना पड़ेगा। तब जाकर हमें सफलता मिलेगी। हमने एक मजबूत नींव रखी है। आर्थिक रिफॉर्म, जीएसटी, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, मेक इन इंडिया, सोशल रिफॉर्म्स, 60 करोड़ गरीबों के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर उठाया है, 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी की सूची से बाहर निकाला है, युवाओं के लिए नई शिक्षा निधि, स्टार्टअप, ट्रेनिंग, स्किल डेवलपमेंट और R&D के ये 4 स्तर में विभाग कर हमने काम आगे बढ़ाया है। मातृशक्ति को हर क्षेत्र में 33% रिजर्वेशन देकर उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म और सहभागिता का मौका दिया है। और सालों से 3 क्षेत्र बहुत डिस्टर्ब माने जाते थे, कश्मीर, उत्तर पूर्व और नक्सलवाद पीड़ित क्षेत्र। ये तीनों क्षेत्र में हमने सुरक्षा स्थिति में काफी सुधार किया है। विगत 10 साल के आंकड़े और इसके आगे के 10 साल को आंकड़ों का तुलनात्मक अभ्यास करें तो लगभग 70% हिंसा हम कम करने में सफल हुए, और मैं मानता हूं ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। 70% हिंसा कश्मीर, पूर्वोत्तर और वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्र के अंदर हम कम करने में सफल रहे, और इसके लिए ढेर सारे लोगों ने मनोयोग के साथ सरकार के उद्देश्यों को सफल करने में काम किया है। नारकोटिक्स के क्षेत्र में मैं एक ही आंकड़ा आपको देना चाहता हूं। पहले 10 साल में 5,45,000 किलोग्राम नहीं, अभी 10 साल में 5,45,000 किलोग्राम, जिसका बाजार मूल्य 35,000 करोड़ का है, उसको जब्त करने में हमें सफलता मिली। और ये आंकड़ा अगले 10 साल से 6 गुना ज्यादा है। इसका मतलब नहीं है 10 साल में ड्रग्स का कंजम्पशन बढ़ा है, इसका मतलब है ये 10 साल में जब्ती की प्रक्रिया बहुत साइंटिफिक तरीके से हमने बदली है और उसमें हमें सफलता मिली। ये 3 आपराधिक कानूनों की बात करने से पहले, ये 3 आपराधिक कानून लाने के पहले 4 साल में इसकी पृष्ठभूमि तैयार करने के लिए गृह मंत्रालय में बहुत बड़ी एक्सरसाइज हुई थी, और काफी कुछ काम पहले भी प्लान हुआ पड़ा था। जो प्लान हुआ पड़ा था उसमें हम तेजी लाए, जो मिसिंग लिंक्स थे उसको जोड़ने का प्रयास किया, और कुछ नए इनिशिएटिव के कारण ये 3 आपराधिक कानून लॉजिकल एंड तक पहुंच पाए, और सभी परिणाम और परिमाण दोनों की दृष्टि से देश की आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली को फायदा कराए। सबसे पहले हमने कंप्यूटराइजेशन को पूरा किया। लगभग CCTNS में 100%, 70,000 पुलिस स्टेशन जोड़ दिए गए हैं। ई-कोर्ट के माध्यम से 22,000 अदालतों को हमने जोड़ लिया है। ई-प्रिजन में 2 करोड़ कैदियों का डेटा है। ई-प्रोसिक्यूशन में 1 करोड़ 50 लाख से अधिक प्रोसिक्यूशन का डेटा पड़ा है। ई-फॉरेंसिक में 23 लाख से ज्यादा फॉरेंसिक्स रिजल्ट्स का डेटा पड़ा है। नफीस के अंदर 1,06,00,000 फिंगरप्रिंट का डेटा पड़ा है। आई मॉट में लगभग 22,000 आतंकवादी मामलों का प्रोसिक्यूशन समाप्त होने तक का इन्वेस्टिगेशन का इसका डेटा पड़ा है। निदान में 7.6 लाख नार्को ऑफेंडर का डेटा उपलब्ध पड़ा है। 1 लाख ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग ऑफेंडर का डेटा हमने इकट्ठा कर दिया है और क्राइम मल्टी एजेंसी सेंटर में 16 लाख अलर्ट अब तक जनरेट हो चुके। अब जो कुछ भी होता है वो इसके अंदर जुड़ता जाता है। जब 3 नए आपराधिक कानून हम लेकर आए हैं, उसके पहले हमने एक प्रकार से कोर्ट, प्रोसिक्यूशन, पुलिस, जेल और एफएसएल सबको जोड़ने की व्यवस्था बना ली है। तो एक प्रकार से अपराध से लेकर सजा कराने तक और सजा कर कर जेल में जाए वहां तक की पूरी चीजों को जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया हमने समाप्त कर दी। और फिर ये 3 नए आपराधिक कानून, भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम, इसको लाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और मित्रों, मैं निश्चित रूप से मानता हूं कि 150 साल पुराने कानून अपनी सरकार बचाने के लिए अंग्रेजों ने बनाए थे। उसके उद्देश्य में नागरिक केंद्र में नहीं था। नए आपराधिक जो कानून बने हैं, ये तीनों कानून के केंद्र में हमारे नागरिक की सुरक्षा और हमारे संविधान ने नागरिकों को दिया हुआ जो अधिकार है वो प्राप्त कर पाए, इसकी व्यवस्था हमने सुनिश्चित करी। ये जो तीनों कानून है, इसके अंदर टेक्नोलॉजी की सभी अब तक की सभी व्यवस्थाओं को समाहित कर दिया है और टेक्नोलॉजी को कानूनी जामा पहनाते वक्त ये भी ध्यान रखा गया है कि आने वाले अनेक सालों तक टेक्नोलॉजी कितनी भी बढ़ जाए मगर इसमें परिवर्तन नहीं करना। जैसे दस्तावेज की व्याख्या को हमने ई दस्तावेज कर दिया। अब मोड कितने भी बदलते रहेंगे मगर डेफिनेशन में ई दस्तावेज वो अपने आप अपने जगह ठीक रहेगा। इस तरह से 27 जगहों पर हमने जो व्याख्या करी है वो व्याख्या में टेक्नोलॉजी के चेंज से कानून को बदलना नहीं पड़ेगा, वो अपने आप में इसको समाहित कर लेगा। टेक्नोलॉजी बदलती जाएगी परंतु कानून अपना काम कर लेगा। और मैं मानता हूं कि इससे बहुत स्पीड से न्याय मिलने की व्यवस्था होगी। हमने कोर्ट, प्रोसिक्यूशन और पुलिस तीनों को लगभग 60 प्रोविजन के अंदर बाध्य बनाया है कि समय मर्यादा में अपना काम पूरा करे। 60 प्रोविजन। और जेलों को भी हमने बाध्य बनाया है कि एक निश्चित अवधि के बाद अगर ट्रायल नहीं चल रही है तो कुछ अपराध जो ज्यादा गंभीर नहीं है इसके छोड़कर जेल अधिकारी ने ही इसकी बेल के लिए पुरसिस रखनी है कोर्ट के अंदर। और हमारा प्रयास है कि संविधान दिन के पहले ये देश की जेलों में एक भी कैदी ऐसा ना हो जिसने अपनी 1/3 सजा काट ली है और अभी उसको न्याय नहीं मिला है, ऐसा एक भी कैदी नहीं। पुलिस को जवाबदेह बनाने के लिए भी ढेर सारे काम किए हैं। और पुलिस को ताकत देने के लिए भी ढेर सारे काम किए। अब ये सारे खाका एक प्रकार से बनकर पड़ा है। पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस की जिम्मेदारी क्या है? अलग अलग साइलोज में डेटा पड़ा है। क्या पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस अग्नि विज्ञान कांग्रेस के पहले एआई का उपयोग कर ये सारे डेटा को एक दूसरे के साथ बात करता हुआ कर सकती है क्या? इससे जो परिणाम निकलेंगे वो परिणामों को हमारी पुलिस व्यवस्था में इसका विश्लेषण करने का एक प्लेटफॉर्म हम तैयार कर सकते हैं क्या? और उसका विश्लेषण कर अपराधों की संख्या को रोकने के लिए, अपराधों के इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए और त्वरित न्याय के लिए हम हमारी व्यवस्था में, प्रणाली में बदलाव कर सकते हैं क्या? मैं मानता हूं ये पूरी एक्सरसाइज का फायदा तभी है जब पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस इस तरह के इश्यू को चैलेंज के रूप में स्वीकार करे। सैकड़ों हैकाथॉन होने चाहिए समस्याओं के निवारण के लिए। एआई के जानकार एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ मीटिंग कर साइलोज में पड़े हुए डेटा की उपयोगिता को हमने परिणाम लक्षी बनाना पड़ेगा। और इससे जो एनालिसिस आता है उसका प्रैक्टिकल विश्लेषण कर हमारी व्यवस्था को सुधारने के लिए काम करना चाहिए। मैं मानता हूं कि ये नहीं करते हैं तो इस सारी एक्सरसाइज का इतना फायदा नहीं होगा कि जितना होना चाहिए। फायदा तो जरूर होगा परंतु इतना फायदा नहीं होगा कि जितना होना चाहिए। और ये विषय को पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस ने चैलेंज के रूप में स्वीकार करना चाहिए। आपके 8 सत्र आप समाप्त कर दीजिए। बाद में मेरा BPR&D डीजी साहब से आग्रह है कि उसके बाद जो लोग इस विषय पर अपनी इच्छा से रुकना चाहे ये लोग 3 घंटा रुककर इस पर विमर्श करें और फिर BPR&D सबके साथ ऑनलाइन चर्चा कर इसका रोड मैप बनाए। इसमें रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी और FSL यूनिवर्सिटी को भी जोड़ना चाहिए। IT और मैनेजमेंट इसके लिए अच्छा काम करने वाली यूनिवर्सिटियों को भी इसके अंदर जोड़ना चाहिए। और इंप्लीमेंटेशन के विषय में जिन्होंने सफलतापूर्वक काम किया है, जिनको इंप्लीमेंटेशन के गुर मालूम है, ऐसे तज्ञों को भी इसमें जोड़ना चाहिए। तब जाकर ये परिणाम लक्षी बन सकता है। और मैं मानता हूं कि हमारी कांग्रेस भी तभी परिणाम लक्षी मानी जाएगी। आने वाले दिनों में हमारे सामने कुछ चुनौतियां हैं। दुनिया के सामने चुनौतियां हैं, सिर्फ भारत के सामने नहीं है। इसका हल भारत ने ढूंढना चाहिए। 5 क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जिसमें कानून की रोकथाम करने वालों ने कानून तोड़ने वालों से 2 कदम आगे रहना चाहिए। इस पर भी पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस ने चिंता करनी चाहिए। साइबर क्राइम, घुसपैठ मतलब सीमाओं का टेक्नोलॉजी से सीमाओं की सुरक्षा करना। बाड़ लगाना तो एक है जहां प्रैक्टिकल लगाएंगे, परंतु टेक्नोलॉजी से कैसे सीमा की सुरक्षा कर सकते हैं। ड्रोन का अवैध उपयोग, इसकी रोकथाम, नारकोटिक्स, इसके इन्वेस्टिगेशन में और जागरूकता में आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का कैसे उपयोग हो सकता है। और डार्क नेट के दुरुपयोग के खिलाफ रोकथाम में इसका सॉल्यूशन। ये 5 क्षेत्र को भी हमने R&D में जो विश्वास करते हैं, ऐसे सभी क्षमतावान लोगों के साथ मिलकर BPR&D और पुलिस विज्ञान कांग्रेस ने आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। मित्रों, एक प्रकार से कोर्ट, प्रोसिक्यूशन, पुलिस, CAPF और स्टेट्स की रिजर्व पुलिस मिलाकर मैंने एक बड़ा अंदाज लगाया था, ये 10 करोड़ का परिवार है, 10 करोड़ लोगों का, जो देश के आपराधिक न्यायिक व्यवस्था को सुदृढ़ करता है। 10 करोड़ लोग हैं। अब 10 करोड़ लोगों को आगे कैसे बढ़ना, इसका चिंता ये 250 लोगों ने करनी है। मैं आप पर बोझ नहीं डाल रहा, आपकी जिम्मेदारी का एहसास कराता हूं, और ये हमारी भूमिका होनी चाहिए। मगर इसको बोझ मत समझिए। चिंतन कणिका जो होती है, इसने हमारे भूतकाल में एक ही चिंतन कणिका के बिंदु ने इस दुनिया को उपनिषद दिए। हर उपनिषद का मूल उद्भव एक चिंतन कणिका से हुआ है, और जिन उपनिषदों को आज पूरी दुनिया मानव विकास, पृथ्वी का संरक्षण और समावेशी स्वभाव, इसके लिए मूल चिंतन मानते हैं, पूरी दुनिया मानती है, इसके हर उपनिषद के उद्भव एक ही चिंतन कणिका है। तो चिंतन का एक कण, इसमें बहुत बड़ी ताकत होती है। तो 250 लोगों ने कोई दबाव में आने की जरूरत नहीं है। चर्चा और समावेशी कार्य पद्धति से 250 लोग पूरा देश बदल सकते हैं। और मेरा आग्रह है कि हमारी पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन का आने वाले 10 साल का एक रोड मैप बने। हम क्या क्या परिवर्तन, क्योंकि कोई भी परिवर्तन थोपा नहीं जाता है, धीरे धीरे करना पड़ता है। इसका ईयरली रिव्यू, 5 ईयरली रिव्यू, फिर 5 साल के बाद फिर से इसका प्लानिंग, और 10 साल में हम गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचे। इस तरह का एक रोड मैप BPR&D ने बनाना चाहिए, तो ही BPR&D और एक पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन अपने आप में सफल माना जाएगा। और मैं आज जो आप लोगों के सामने मेरे विचार रख रहा हूं, वो 3 सम्मेलन में जाकर 4थे सम्मेलन में करता हूं। मैं गंभीरता से इसका अध्ययन करने के बाद आपके सामने रखता हूं। लगभग 100 से 150 लोगों से मैंने चर्चा भी की है ये 5 सालों में, और धैर्यपूर्वक मेरे घर में जो डेटा संग्रहित करने वाला कंप्यूटर है, इसमें काफी सारे इकट्ठा कर मैंने स्वयं इसमें से कुछ बिंदु निकालकर आप लोगों के सामने रखे हैं। मैं आशा करता हूं कि एक नए क्लेवर के साथ, नए उद्देश्यों के साथ, नए लक्ष्यों के साथ पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन अगला हो। ईश्वर ने चाहा तो मैं जरूर आऊंगा, परंतु आप लोग रोड मैप के साथ आइए, ऐसा मेरा आपसे विनंती है, आग्रह है। और आप सभी ने अब तक 50 साल में जो काम किया है, 50 सम्मेलनों में, वो एक प्रकार से देश की काफी सारी समस्याओं का निवारण करने वाला रहा है। इसलिए पूरी ये प्रक्रिया को बहुत बहुत बधाई और साधुवाद देकर हमारी बात समाप्त करता हूं। वंदे मातरम।
आपके मार्गदर्शन के लिए आपका धन्यवाद महोदय। महोदय, इस अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन का आयोजन BPR&D द्वारा RRU के समन्वय से किया जा रहा है और RRU के परिसर में ही किया जा रहा है। मैं कुलपति राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बिमल पटेल जी से माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर उनको सम्मानित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। मैं कुलपति महोदय से विशिष्ट अतिथि महोदय जी को भी स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर उनको सम्मानित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
धन्यवाद महोदय। मैं कुलपति राष्ट्रीय रक्षा विश्वविद्यालय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर बिमल पटेल जी से धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव ज्ञापित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ।
माननीय केंद्रीय गृह एवं सहकारिता मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, गुजरात के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी, माननीय केंद्रीय गृह सचिव श्री गोविंद मोहन जी, BPR&D के माननीय महानिदेशक श्री राजीव कुमार शर्मा जी, DGP विकास सहाय सर, ADGP मिस्टर जोसेफ, DG NDRF, NFSU के वाइस चांसलर डॉक्टर व्यास सर, नमस्ते भारत। अखिल भारतीय पुलिस विज्ञान सम्मेलन की 50वीं स्वर्ण जयंती के इस खास उद्घाटन सत्र के समापन पर धन्यवाद देना मेरे लिए एक बड़ी सम्मान की बात है। हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी ने अमृत काल के परिवर्तनशील दौर पर जोर दिया और हमें एक सुरक्षित और अधिक मजबूत भारत की कल्पना करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। पुलिसिंग और कानून प्रवर्तन के क्षेत्र में गृह मंत्रालय द्वारा नए आपराधिक कानूनों, फॉरेंसिक तकनीकों, अपराध से जुड़ी आंकड़ों और नीति विकास के एकीकरण पर उनके विचारों ने भविष्य की पुलिसिंग रणनीतियों के लिए एक स्पष्ट दिशा दी है। उनके सक्षम नेतृत्व और मंत्रालय के मार्गदर्शन में सुरक्षा शिक्षा को बढ़ावा देने में RRU की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका पर चर्चा की गई, जिससे यह स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि कानून प्रवर्तन की चुनौतियों का समाधान करने में RRU जैसी संस्थाएं बहुत बड़ी कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकती है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी ने पुलिसिंग की क्षमताओं को सुधारने के लिए प्रबंधन का उपयोग करने में गुजरात मॉडल की अग्रणी पहल पर ध्यान आकर्षित किया। सुरक्षा सेतु परियोजना और ऑपरेशन क्लीन गुजरात जैसी पहलों को माध्यम से समुदाय से जुड़ने पर उनका जोर अन्य राज्यों के लिए भी समुदाय आधारित पुलिसिंग की दिशा में परिणत बढ़ता है। मैं RRU प्रगति और उपलब्धियां हमारे प्रशिक्षण विस्तार और गुजरात पुलिस सहित अन्य कानून प्रवर्तन एजेंसियों के लिए किए गए कई कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से दिखाई देता हूँ। RRU हर साल 1000 से ज़्यादा युवाओं को पुलिस, सशस्त्र बल, पुलिस संगीत, निजी कॉरपोरेट और औद्योगिक सुरक्षा के विशेष पाठ्यक्रमों के माध्यम से प्रशिक्षण प्रदान करता है। 2020 से RRU ने कौशल विकास और उन्नत कौशल प्रशिक्षण के तहत तकरीबन 22,000 लोगों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है, जिसमें से तकरीबन 5,000 महिलाएं और 1200 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतिभागी 75 देशों से शामिल है। भारत के 36 राज्यों और केंद्र शासित प्रदेश पुलिस में से RRU ने 15 के साथ समझौता ज्ञापन किया है। RRU तटीय पुलिसिंग के लिए RRU ने अब तक तकरीबन 2800 पुलिस कर्मियों को प्रशिक्षित किया है। माननीय गृह मंत्री के माध्यम में रक्षा शक्ति स्कूल का भी निर्माण किया गया है। RRU युवाओं को पुलिस और सुरक्षा सेवाओं में सीधी भर्ती करने के लिए तैयार कर रहा है। RRU ने तकरीबन 2600 कैदियों को मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के लिए मदद की है। उसके साथ साथ अस्पतालों के माध्यम से तकरीबन 10,000 से ज़्यादा व्यक्तियों को सेवा दिया गया है। सेंट्रल एसोसिएशन फॉर प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री और IFSC जैसी संस्थाओं के साथ RRU ने एकलव्य प्रोजेक्ट का भी निर्माण किया है। बताते हुए खुशी हो रही कि 2029 में शायद वर्ल्ड पुलिस फायर गेम्स का मेजबान भारत सरकार करेगी, उसमें RRU में भी कुछ खेल किया जाएगा। अहमदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव सहकारी बैंक के तकरीबन 25,000 कर्मचारियों को साइबर सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। ये सब कुछ माननीय गृह मंत्री से अमित शाह जी के मार्गदर्शन और गृह मंत्रालय के सहकार के माध्यम से प्राप्त हो रहा है। उसके लिए मैं सभी सेंट्रल आर्म पुलिस फोर्सेस, सेंट्रल पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, स्टेट पुलिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का बहुत ही आभारी हूँ। आने वाले अमृतकाल समय में RRU और BPR&D इस दृष्टिकोण को आगे बढ़ाएंगी और मैं सभी लोगों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ, RRU शिक्षण और प्रशिक्षण और संस्थान के लिए आपका ही घर मानिए। अंत में मैं इस सत्र को सफल बनाने में मदद करने वाले सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों, प्रतिभागियों और आयोजकों को दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। सुरक्षित, संरक्षित और समावेशी भारत के लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ाने में उनके अद्वितीय नेतृत्व और समर्थन के लिए केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री, गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और BPR&D के महानिदेशक का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आइए हम सभी मिलकर सशक्त भारत का सपने को सच करें और यह सुनिश्चित करें कि भारत में पुलिसिंग का भविष्य दुनिया भर में उत्कृष्टता उदाहरण बने। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रगान के लिए अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने की कृपा करें। राष्ट्रगान।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
जय हिंद। मैं सभी अतिथियों व सभी प्रतिभागियों को मध्याह्न भोजन हेतु आमंत्रित करती हूँ। I also request all the delegates to please assemble again at 2:15 for the first session of the Congress, please. And please be in time so that we are able to close all the sessions timely in the evening. Thank you.
This is a request to all the delegates that vehicles are being provided for the delegates to reach the Annapurna where the lunch has been served. Thank you.
check, check, mic check, mic check, hello, check, mic check, hello, mic check, 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 mic check, hello, mic check, mic check.
राष्ट्रीय रक्षा यूनिवर्सिटी।
Check. Check, mic check. Check. check, mic check, 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 mic check.
हाई कलर के दें।
Thank you.
Check, check. 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 Hello. Check. Mic check. 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 Mic check. Check. Check.
Hello.
देखकर मैं तो इतना ही कह सकता हूं
हाँ जी, ये यहाँ पे है मॉडरेटर। हाँ मॉडरेटर सर। और वो ऑनलाइन जो है जुड़े, वो ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हैं। बात हो गई? हाँ, IT टीम में बात करते हैं। शुरू करें। उनको लिंक दे रखा था। लिंक दे रखा है, एक बार कंफर्म कर लो टेलीफोन करके। टेलीफोन करके कंफर्म कर लो।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, T. Moshvika, faculty RRU, cordially welcome all the eminent guests and participants to the first technical session of the 50th All India Police Science Congress, the Golden Jubilee, organized by BPR&D in collaboration with RRU. The theme for the first technical session is Use of Forensics and Technology in New Criminal Laws for Accountability, Transparency and Justice. With great enthusiasm and honor, I welcome our highly esteemed guests, our moderator, Shri Praveen Kumar, IPS Special Director, Intelligence Bureau, MHA. Our first speaker, Dr. Neeraj Tiwari, joining us online today, Assistant Professor, National Law University, Delhi. And our second speaker, Shri Anupam Agarwal, IPS, Commissioner of Police, Bengaluru. I would now take the privilege of handing over the dais to our moderator, Shri Praveen Kumar. Sir, please.
Friends, a very good afternoon. It's a privilege to be here, a part of All India Police Science Congress, and that too in the first session. I do realize this is a session after lunch, and the topic is on law, but it is very dear to all of us. So we'll make it a bit interesting. It's on the impact side. So technology and forensics, what are the main features and how the state police forces have been adapting to utilizing technology and forensics. With us for this session, we have two outstanding speakers. Professor Neeraj Tiwari is a faculty at NLU Dwarka. He has been associated with the pre-formation stage of the laws. So feel free towards the end of the session to have a Q&A with him. So whatever doubts you have regarding any provisions, I think he would be the best person to answer you the spirit behind those sections. As a practitioner side, Anupam, a dear friend of ours, he is currently Commissioner Bengaluru in Karnataka. So he will also be highlighting the similar aspects from the practitioner side. So without much delay, I hand it over to Professor Tiwari. I think your presentation would be about 20 minutes, 22 minutes, followed by Anupam, and then I'll have a short intervention and we open the floor for Q&A. Thank you. Professor Tiwari, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. And I am really grateful. And at the outset, I apologize for not being present physically there, but I'll try to make full use of it, the platform given to me to navigate through the technology and forensic aspects in the new criminal laws. So I think the PPT is being presented and being handled by someone from that side. So I'll request to just move the slides to the next one. So with the very quick understanding on the total reforms which had been taken place, and now the new criminal laws are not that new as well. It's more than 4 months old, approx 4 months old now. And it is the right time to really look into the challenges and the problems and also the good parts of the laws in these approx 4 months time. And then to start with, we can see that the kind of changes which have been introduced in all the 3 laws, BNS, BNSS and BSA. So the very first slide takes you through the changes which have been introduced in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which has taken place of Indian Penal Code 1860. And you can see the emphasis on 2 things. One, on the punishment side, because a number of provisions have been impacted by the change in the punishment scheme, by enhancement of imprisonment or rationalization of fine amount, and most importantly, bringing reformative approach to punishment by bringing community service into many offenses in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. So, important part of this slide is to take you through the changes as far as the deletion and addition is concerned. 20 offenses are added and 19 sections stand deleted, out of which 8 sections directly touch upon the offenses in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which were earlier in IPC, have been deleted. So, moving to the next slide on Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, on the same pattern, you can see on the next slide. Yes. Can we have the next? The slide above this one. Yes. So as far as the BNSS is concerned, if you see the major changes which are directly going to impact the law enforcement agencies is the BNSS and BSA. So this slide is of much interest for everyone because on the one side the changes have been incorporated with respect to additions and deletions, but the most important, and I have also enlarged the size of that 2 important changes, one being the audio video electronic means. It has been used in 39 places in the new law. At the same time, it has also been substantiated by timelines, 45 places. And to me, this is the real game changer in the coming days as far as our criminal justice administration is concerned. Earlier, we used to see timelines being prescribed in different laws through amendments. But this time, the timelines are also given substantive support of audio video electronic means, and how they go hand in hand we'll see in the due course of time with the presentation of my esteemed panelist also. Moving forward to the next slide, which takes us through the BSA. BSA has seen least changes among the 3 laws, BSA, BNS, BNSS and BSA. But this has seen one very, very major change as far as the electronic evidence is concerned. Now, Section 57 of BSA allows electronic evidence to be considered as primary evidence, wherein the requirement of certificate has been done away with. At the same time, a schedule and 2 certificates are added in the law, in the BSA, to ease the process of presenting the secondary evidence as far as the electronic evidence is concerned. So this is again one of the important changes which were being looked upon from the side of the technology which is not only used for commission of a crime, but at the same time it is also used to solve the crime, and that is why at both ends, commission of the crime and solving it, or for solving the crime, it has been used at different places in all the three laws. Moving to the next slide, we'll now see how this new law has impacted the transparency aspect through technology, how technology has helped achieving the transparency in the new law. So as far as the first point is concerned, after this slide, we'll see that investigation process is where from the very moment of registration of FIR till the filing of charge sheet, everything has been made tech compliant now. It is tech compatible process, which you'll see from the registration of FIR to filing of police report to the magistrate. In between, there are two very important additions about audio-video recording of search and seizures, as well as use of forensic in the investigation process. Now, with respect to audio-video recording of search and seizure, what the law says prescribes about the search of a place. But the experience which is coming from the courts is that the courts are also extending it to the personal searches as well. So as far as the law enforcement agencies are concerned, as far as the investigating officers are concerned, the personal searches are also where the courts are looking into the compliance of audio-video recording of searches and seizure. So that is what the court is saying, that this law is to protect the personal searches also as well as the search of a place. But I see that the audio-video recording of search and seizure and use of forensic of crime is what is going to create or provide the transparency and credibility in the process of investigation. If we move forward and see the corresponding changes, how transparency is being achieved in the trial process, we'll see that in the next slide. On the very submission of each charge sheet, the court is allowed to take cognizance on the same. So when the court is allowed to take cognizance on an e-police report filed by the IO, at the same time, the copies to be supplied to the accused earlier in 207, now in 230 of the BNSS is allowed to be supplied in e-form. So this will also save considerable amount of time and papers, because now the new law allows forwarding or supply of copies to the accused in e-form. Same ways, if you see, one of the major change and reform which has been introduced is with respect to the deposition of witnesses in the court proceedings through electronic means. Now section 254, 265 and 266 allows the public servants also, who are witnesses in any case, to depose before the court from the designated place. And Ministry of Home Affairs have already issued the notification with respect to the places which can be designated as designated place within the meaning of section 265, 266. So those are the places from where now witnesses can depose in the court proceedings. They need not come to the court, far-flung areas, and which has also created a lot of time delays because adjournments are sought on that basis. But now that is a reality that they can remain present through audio-video electronic means and make their deposition. Presence of accused, again, we can see that can also be done via video conferencing. Earlier, it was in very limited cases, but now the new law has expanded it to all the cases where accused can appear through video conferencing. As far as we talk about the transparency through technology, or we see that hearing of victim in the process of withdrawal is something which needs to be looked into. Finally, one of the sections, 530, is the futuristic provision of this law, which allows all the inquiries and trial proceedings to take place in future through electronic mode. So that is where we have to emphasize more, that we need our courts to be prepared for this. And the moment they are prepared, the court staffs are made given training, they are imparted training, they have learned the skills. So that will be the time when we'll see that our courts will be completely paperless, not only the Supreme Court, but all the courts from district to high court to Supreme Court. Next slide, please. When we talk about building accountability through the new laws or under these new laws, the first and foremost accountability principle comes with the introduction of victim participation. If you move to the next slide, we'll see that in the next slide, the victim has a role now. And the victim's role is not only to participate in key stages, but also to receive information. Earlier, there was no such mandate on the police officer, on the IO, to inform the victim about the progress of investigation. Now that has been introduced in the new law. Similarly, as far as the non-cognizable cases are concerned, the police officer is required to submit or forward the daily diary report to the magistrate fortnightly, only to report the cases which are not cognizable, because then the FIR is already forwarded to the magistrate. Right here, for the non-cognizable offense, the fortnightly forwarding of daily diary report is also included in the law. Submission of police report for each accused is another remarkable change which has been introduced. Now the police officer, the IO, is duty bound to submit as many copies of the police files as many accused are there in the case, to curb on the delay of the process, and also to infuse more accountability on the part of the police officer. Sequence of chain of custody of electronic evidence, because electronic evidence is something which has found place in all the three laws, BSA, BNS and BNSS. So now that is going to be a key about the chain of custody, and that is why sequence of chain of custody is made part of the police report itself, to provide more accountability, authenticity to such electronic evidence. And though the law prescribes preliminary inquiry by the police, but such preliminary inquiry is made time-bound and supervised one. The SP rank officer is to supervise that, and 14 days time is given to complete the preliminary inquiry. That is how accountability is also ensured while giving the discretion to conduct preliminary inquiry by the police officer. Finally, if you see, one of the important changes right there is about action taken report by the police officer. This is again a very much needed provision inserted in the new law towards enhancing accountability on the part of the police. In a case where cognizable offense has taken place, police has not registered the FIR, the complaint going to the magistrate for a direction to register the FIR. Now the new law requires the police to file an action taken report with respect to that case. Then only the magistrate can direct the police to register the FIR. So keeping police officer in loop, also enhancing the accountability on the part of the entire police machinery, that now they will be asked to submit an ATR first before the magistrate can proceed to direct the police to conduct the investigation or registration of the FIR. Moving forward to the next slide, you will see that copies of search and seizure and the materials collected to be forwarded to the magistrate within 48 hours. Earlier, the timeline was not prescribed, but now the new law prescribes a timeline, because most of it is going to happen and recorded through audio-video electronic means. So that copy of the audio-video electronic means is to be forwarded to the magistrate within 48 hours. And eSakshi app, which I think by this time you all know about it, that is what is going to be used by the police officer to forward the material to the magistrate. Maintaining the record of the arrest at the police station level is something which is a new addition of in this law. BNSS, earlier after the DK Basu in the provision or in the law itself. When we move forward, one of the important change afterwards, if I see, is in the form of District Directorate of Prosecution. District Directorate of Prosecution is something which has been established in each district. In 2005, in CRPC, by way of an amendment, the Directorate of Prosecution was established at the state level only. But now it has been brought to the district level, and the very idea and object is to infuse more accountability in the process of investigation and also trial. The Directorate of Prosecution at district level has been conferred with more than one duties to perform, and most important duty is to find out first-time offenders who have accepted the plea bargaining. Community service to first-time offender is again one of the justice-centric approach to first-time offenders, so that they can be brought back to the mainstream of the society and not led to recidivism or meet hardened criminals in the jail premises. Speedy justice consideration as far as accused is concerned can be reflected in the summary trial for petty crimes, which is made mandatory. The provision for discharge in summons cases, which was not there earlier, has been introduced, which is going to impact mostly the NI Act cases of check bounce. Thirdly, discharge in complaint cases in the absence of complainant, that has been introduced in this new law. If you move on to the next slide, we can see from victim's point of view how this new law is achieving justice. Is in the very first point is about access to justice. now access to justice for the victim is made more easier and accessible by way of zero FIR and e-FIR. Victims' right to get free copy of FIR and police paper is also introduced in the new law. As we have already discussed about the victim's right to get information about progress of investigation, again, victim-centric justice approach. As far as the rape victims are concerned, two important changes have been introduced. First, the recording of a statement by a female magistrate in the absence of female magistrate, by a male magistrate in the presence of female. And second, recording of such statements by way of audio, video, electronic means in case of a rape victim. Right to be heard during the withdrawal of cases has been introduced, followed by appearance in court proceedings by way of audio, video, electronic means. And as I've discussed about earlier, and very important change made in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita about gender inclusivity. Now, third gender, transgenders are included in the binary of gender definition, male and female, followed by bringing gender neutrality in the matters of service of summons in BNSS, and also a couple of offenses in the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which is basically the offense of procuration and importation from foreign country. Both the offenses earlier limited to one gender, female gender only, victims only. Now they have been expanded to cover genders, female and male, both genders. Removal of age disparity is also a very justice-centric approach as far as victims are concerned, because for minor gang rape, earlier the death penalty was only when the girl was below 12. Now the age has been increased to 18 and death penalty has been made possible for each minor gang rape in all cases, and not earlier the segregation based on age has no more continued. Offense of kidnapping, the earlier age disparity of 16 and 18 between a boy and a girl has been removed by introducing the word child. So if you move on to the next slide, and here I'll talk about how the two T's, timeline and technology, is going to make possible the third T, that is timely justice. If you move on to the next slide, these are the important stages where timelines have been prescribed from the very stage of further investigation to supply of documents, committal of cases, filing of discharge applications, framing of charge, delivering and uploading of judgment. Also, complaint cases, the timeline of 30 days has been introduced. Similarly, to contest the genuineness of any document, 30 days timeline is given to the parties. And finally, 2 adjournments have been introduced in the new law. So these timelines are basically the timelines which are going to provide speedier justice with the aid of technology. And therefore, what I see in the coming days, it is not only the timeline, but the technology is going to aid the timeline prescribed in the law to make the speedier justice achievable, a reality in the coming days. I think this is all from my side, and thank you very much for everyone. And I hope to have some questions from your side on any of the points. Through letter, I would be happy to answer them all. Thank you so much.
Next presentation. Can you go to the next presentation? Respected Praveen sir, dignitaries of the dais, dear participants, very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Professor Tiwari, for covering the presentation extensively and almost covering all the topics related to the new laws. I will take up the rest of the aspect. Today morning, in the inaugural address, Honorable Union Minister, Home Minister sir said, he made many pertinent remarks. Few of them were that nothing is permanent and change is the only permanent thing. And I believe that the new laws which were introduced 5 months back on the 1st July, they completely represent the changing aspect which our society is facing, especially post-year 2000, where across the globe, not only in India, but across the globe, due to technological evolution, each and every aspect of our life was affected by it, be it digitalization of business system, banking system, digitalization of our social life through social medias, e-commerce system, now digital currency through bitcoins, then AI system. These all things change our life completely, and in fact we see that now directly or indirectly every aspect of our life is governed by the digital world. Criminal justice system also got affected from this. Earlier, we were keeping pace with the amendments which were brought regularly. However, post-2000, it was impossible that with the help of amendments only, the pace can be kept with the changing social times. Hence, in 2023, the new laws were brought into existence, and we started effective implementation of the 1st July 2024. Many new changes were introduced in the laws. Already Professor Tiwari has explained them completely. I will skip these parts. For example, BNSS, as we all know that it has gone complete overhaul. Earlier, the criminal procedure system and criminal justice system was plagued by larger pendants in the courts, lower conviction rate, largely because we were not using the technology of forensic science completely. Now, in the new law, these lacunas have been taken care that technology has been made complete integral part of many processes. It has been at 27 places, and in fact, I would like to say that recently Madhya Pradesh became the first state where the summon system became the e-summon system. Like that, time-bound procedure for investigation and trial have been introduced. As you all know that the investigations and the trials used to be dragged on for years and years. Now today when Honorable Union Home Minister made a remark that he is quite confident that 3 years down the line, all the cases which will be registered, they will be seeing the judgment within 3 years is a pertinent remark in this regard. So this is all because that many places the time-bound procedures have been defined, and not only the police but the judiciary is also supposed to complete the trial in time-bound manner and give the justice to the victim. Similarly, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which has replaced Indian Penal Code, it has undergone sea change. As I mentioned that the post-2000, all the aspects were made affected by the digital life, and so where we have gained on one side, at the same time the criminals are also making hay out of it, and a lot of cyber frauds are getting reported on day-to-day basis, and everyone in our family is getting affected in some way or other. And in fact, few days back, Honorable Prime Minister made a remark about the digital arrest in his Mann Ki Baat. So digital arrest is nothing but a cyber extortion or a present-day dacoity. So now in the new laws, earlier we were registering cases under 66C and D of the Information Technology Act. Now in the new laws, 2 provisions have been made in this regard. One is the organized crime. So section 311 of BNS, which ensures that anyone who is using, section 111 of BNS, which ensures that anyone, more than 2 and 3 people, if they are using the digital world to rob the people, they can be booked under organized crime. Similarly, the extortion. The extortion also includes the e-extortion. So 308 BNS takes care of that aspect. So this has strengthened the hands of police in nabbing the criminals and giving them a stringent punishment. Similarly, many definitions and penal structures have been streamlined as per the present times. This has already been covered by Professor Tiwari. Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, it has replaced Indian Evidence Act. The most key aspect of this change is that where the documents definition was there, now the e-documents are also integral part of that. Similarly, the document evidences also include e-evidences. Similarly, the DNA and forensic are the most important aspect of the BSA is the extreme importance given to forensic aspect of the evidence collection, including DNA profiling. Now, these are some of the technological focuses in new criminal law. First and foremost is the recording of search and seizure through audio-video means. Section 105 BNSS prescribes for that, and already almost all the states have started working in this regard. They are using eSakshi app. In Karnataka, we are using KSP BWC app, which essentially involves that whenever you are going for the Mahajar, be it Panchanama or search and seizure Mahajar, we are supposed to record the entire process through our body-worn camera or mobile phone. And this not only saves us from the lot of the tampering issues, but also it preserves the hash value, and ultimately this forensics. As I said, that the forensic has been given due importance in the new laws because, as we all know, that for getting conviction, the forensic evidences are the most important thing. So now, as per Section 176 BNSS, it is mandatory for the forensic experts to visit the scene of crime where the punishment is more than 7 years. And almost all the states, they have started this procedure, and I am very happy to say that in Karnataka, we have scene of crime officers who were recruited in 2021, and each district and commissionates, they have been given 3 to 4 scene of crime officers who mandatorily visits all the scene of crime, and where the punishment is more than 7 years, and any other sensational crime also, irrespective of the punishment. And we follow all the procedure which has been prescribed in the new laws, and I'm sure that this will help the police investigation, and ultimately it will help us in getting conviction. The next is the sequence of custody in electronic evidences. This is very much important because nowadays almost all the crimes, whether directly or indirectly, they involve the electronic means, and it is important to preserve the chain of custody of those electronic evidences because, as we have seen earlier, in the many trials, people, they got away because the electronic means were tampered, the hash values were not maintained, and the proper records were not maintained in that regard, and the defense, they took the shield of that and they got away with that. Now this has been taken care in the new laws. Similarly, the DNA profile in all the important the women cases, the DNA profiling is must, and it has to go into 7 days. So to the investigating officer should receive the report in 7 days, and this ensures that the criminal doesn't go scot-free. Now, one more important aspect in as you see in the point number 5, now the scope of expert has been redefined. It includes any other field. That means as per the requirement, as per the case, we can introduce other experts also who have been certified by the government agencies, and they can be used as evidence. Now, the most important question came into all of our mind that, yes, the provisions have been declared that the forensic expert should be there, the FSL should be there, and it should be used compulsorily in all the offenses where the punishment is more than 7 years, but how it will be done? So the new scheme was introduced, National Forensic Infrastructure Enhancement Scheme, where the more than 2,000 crore capital outlay is there. The aim is to establish the forensic laboratories across India and equip them with the latest equipments and softwares. Accountability. Accountability, we generally define in 2 terms, internal accountability and external accountability. Internal means within the department, how we should ensure that the person who is doing investigation, he doesn't play with the rules and ensure that the fair investigation is being done. And then external accountability is to the public, to the other agencies who are involved in this process. So first and foremost was the clear-cut definition of crime in BNS. So any ambiguity earlier which was there, it has been taken away in the new laws, and so the IU cannot take shield of the ambiguity, and the proper cases are supposed to be booked. Similarly, the chain of custody, through the chain of custody, the accountability has been fixed, the forms have been declared, so the evidences which we are handling, we are seizing through during the time of investigation, there is a clear-cut record that who has taken the samples in his hand, from whom his hand, the next person who has taken over the custody, so that there is no question of tampering. Now, one of the most revolutionary change which I suggested was that the zero FIR, EFIR and preliminary inquiry. Already Professor Tiwari has explained. So the most important is the zero FIR. Earlier, in many police stations, the victim used to face that the SHO never used to register the FIR based on the pretext of territorial jurisdiction, that this is not in my jurisdiction, I cannot register the FIR. But now, henceforth, it is not possible. Irrespective of the jurisdiction, the SHO, wherever the victim approaches, has to register the FIR. And in fact, I'm very proud to say that since the introduction of the new laws, across India, more than 4,000 zero FIRs have been registered. Director of Prosecution, already Professor Tiwari has explained. Transparency. Now, already I have explained audio-video means of search and seizure through the eSaksha app or local apps, and it has to be submitted to the magistrate within 48 hours. So that is, it has double advantage. Not only it ensures the transparency because it is getting recorded through the digital means, but at the same time accountability is there that within 48 hours it has to reach to the magistrate. So the most important change of the new laws. Next part, already I have explained, the mandatory for the forensic expert to visit, then standardization of evidence collection methods. Section 105 BNS is ensured that the court proceedings are open and it is, anyone can, the digitization of the court records has to be there so that anyone can access and there is no hiding of the fact. Conduct of trial in electronic mode. 530 says that in future the trials can be conducted. It can be conducted through the normal mode or in important circumstances through electronic mode. Now, both victims and accused are entitled to receive the FIR, witness statement, charge sheet. Once we file to the charge sheet to the court, after that, not only FIR, but the other records also they are entitled to get. And then public reporting requirement is there. And each police station has to designate one person for giving information in this regard. Justice. Now, the justice is the most the crux of entire 3 new laws, because the ultimate aim is to give justice to the victim. And in this, the first and foremost was that over the years of experience, the definitions of crime were changed and the new things were introduced. Like, for example, now the section 69 of BNS says sexual intercourse through deceitful means. So this is very important whenever the woman is made to believe under some promises that he will marry or some other things. And after that, he betrays, he can be booked under section 69. Similarly, the murder motivated by the caste, community, or race, they can be booked separately under section 103 BNS. And organized crime and terrorism, they have been taken under 11111. Similarly, the chain snatching, mob lynching, they have been introduced separately. Gender neutrality. So gender neutrality and inclusive provision. So first and foremost, the welcome change was introduction of the transgender in the definition of gender, which was earlier missing. So as we all know that this is a sign of progressive society, that not only the male, female, or anyone in this category should be part of the criminal justice system. Similarly, now women can also be booked for outraging modesty or voyeurism under the new laws. Arrest. So the arrest procedure has been streamlined. So anyone who if IU wants to arrest a person where the offense, the punishment is less than 3 years, the DYSP has to give permission. And for the offense between 3 to 7 years, he has to record his reasons for arrest in writing. That means the arbitrary arrest cannot be made now. Community service. This we have seen earlier that in the Western countries, this was there as a means of reforming the first-time petty criminals rather than sending to the jails and making them hardcore criminals. This attempt has been made to ensure that those who are first-time offenders in the small offense category, like petty theft or defamation or some other things, drunkard behavior on the road, they can be, rather than sending to the jail and making them overcrowded, they can be sent to the community center and they should serve the society and they should be given the chance to reform themselves. Now, the strict timelines for investigation and trials has already been made, that as per section 193 BNS, the first and foremost that in the normal cases, we have to complete the investigation 90 days. If anything is goes above 90 days, then the court permission and the intimation of the court is mandatory. Similarly, when Honorable Union Home Minister said that they are confident that within 3 years the judgment will be delivered, this is the basis of the confidence. The section 232 BNS, 250, 251, they prescribe the clear-cut timelines for the judiciary to ensure that the timely completion of trial takes place. Fast track court. So there are many offences which are low in nature, where the punishment is less than rupees 20. The punishment is less than 20,000. So there, the fast track investigation trial can be made, and which we call summary trial. And based on, rather than the lengthy complete trial, the summary trial provision has been made for the petty offences. Now, the two important changes of the new law is the witness protection scheme, because as we have seen earlier that during the trial, many people used to turn hostile because of the fear of the gangsters and other things, or the accused. Now, the law prescribes that the state government should make a victim protection scheme, so that even if they give proper evidence, they are not subject to harassment later on. Similarly, the victim compensation scheme. So victim compensation scheme has also been introduced in the BNSS, where the victims are supposed to get compensation, but however, the rules need to be prescribed by the state government themselves. Bail for under trial prisoners. This was one of the major remarks by Honorable UHM, that many people languish in the jail and for the long time. As per the data of BPR&D, more than 40% under trial, they spend 2 years in jail even before conclusion of the trial. So now the provisions are ensuring that for the first time offenders, if they serve 1/3 of punishment, then they can be released on the bail, which is a very welcome change, and it will not only give them the dignity, but at the same time, it will reduce the overcrowding of the jails. Way forward. Now, what are the concerns? So the concerns of any new law, whenever we do new things, we all face tethering issues. So we are also facing a lot of issues on the ground as of now. So when we say that search and seizure has to be done through, it has to be video recorded, it is not so easy. Though we are using KSP, BWC app, and sometimes we are using our mobile phones. So issues are there in both the situations. For example, it has not been prescribed what kind of smartphone should be there. And when the lengthy mahajars are there, lengthy panchnamas are there, which go on for 3 to 4 years, 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 hours. So at that time, the battery capacity of mobile, the specification of mobile plays an important role, and there is no clear-cut definition whether the running mahajar should be start from the police station to the end of crime scene. So many issues are there, but what I would like to say that these are tethering issues. It will be resolved in a couple of months, but similarly, the manpower, training, and development of requisite technological resources. So initial stage when the new laws were launched, in Karnataka state, we gave them multiple rounds of training to all the persons who are involved in the investigation, and then the retraining was given, so that when the laws are introduced, no one is behind. So similarly, the coordination exercises were done with the judiciary, prosecution, so that everyone is on the same page. However, a lot of things are required to be done as of now today also. Privacy issues. So as we all see in the day-to-day basis that many things are hacked. So it is not that the database which we are preserving, let it be the DNA database or other evidences in a database, someone hacks them and tomorrow it becomes ethical concern for all of us. Similarly, the chain of custody. So chain of custody, the one thing which I have observed that right now the 193 BNS has only prescribed chain of custody for the electronic evidences, but it is silent regarding the other physical evidences like blood samples, DNA, weapons, etc., because they are also equally important for the conviction. Now, since the forensics have been given the highest importance in the new law, it is important that all the FSLs across the country, they should have uniform implementation of DFSS quality manual. They should get the certification, because unless until we get them, there will be variation in implementation of forensic evidence and its handling. Though Karnataka, we have got all the certification from the national level and all these things, but still at many places it is required to be done. So the emerging challenges like AI, machine learning, they will definitely, if they have the advantage, they have disadvantage also. But when we are giving due thrust to technology, we should be prepared for handling those challenges also. And then finally is the interagency collaboration, because in this multiple pillars are there, and for effective implementation of the new law, the collaboration is the must thing. Any other question, answer? Thank you.
So thank you, Anupam. Thank you, Professor. Before we start the Q&A session, some points. First of all, to each one of us who are present here in the room, we all should be proud of ourselves. We have to realize that in the midst when the country was undergoing multi-phase of Lok Sabha elections, the entire capacity building exercise, not only for the police, but through BPR&D, the nodal role for each of the 5 pillars, that is the police, the prosecution, the jails, the forensics, and the judiciary, the capacity building exercise was on, so that on the 1st of July, in each and every police station of the country, in each of the districts, the new laws were implemented in letter and spirit through the CCTNS app. So, and that's a big achievement, and we should all be proud of the efforts at the ground, at the grassroots, plus at the leadership both. The task of completing the technology and the forensics implementation in the new laws is a big task. And we should be cognizant of this aspect, that these changes are not incremental, it's a transformational impact. When Honorable HM Sir spoke in the morning of speedy justice in 3 years, the whole Bollywood industry might be having a new set of script writers if we say that 3 saal mein saza mil jani hai. But there is a lot of effort. I'm an eternal optimist. I do believe that the systems put in place, majority of the court processes are time bound. So we should be able to ensure that the justice is not inordinately delayed. But obviously this would require a lot of effort. At a leadership level, at our level, particularly at the middle level leadership, at a senior level leadership, we have to realize 2 or 3 salient aspects. I will stress on those. Number one, it's not only that the police need to change or adopt the technology and the forensic aspects. It has to be on each of the 5 pillars, and the nudge has to be from the police side. It's not that we guys, we just adopt our CCTNS 1.0 and make it 2.0, and that is the end of the road. We have to take the judiciary, we have to take the prosecution. There is a whole lot of inertia within the prosecution setup from the state level where most of the directorate of prosecution might be police officers. If you read the law, then that might have to be rewritten. Most of the places where you have DG prisons, the kind of infra that goes into that. So unless and until the leadership has a mindset in which he is not only there to take the load of his own own vertical, but also proactively assist the others, it is not going to be an easy task of full implementation in across all the 5 pillars. Whether this is getting implemented, yes, Chandigarh would be the first UT in the country where all the 5 pillars, 100% implementation would be in the next fortnight or so. Honorable PM Sir would be inaugurating. And in each of the 5 verticals, right when the laws was passed in the last, around the last session, winter session last year in the parliament, HM Sir had been to Chandigarh multiple times. Union Home Secretary has been to Chandigarh multiple times. A whole lot of effort has been in Chandigarh. So Chandigarh has been prepped, and it is a 1 year almost of a hard task where all the 5 verticals are rolling and the entire criminal justice system is going to get whatever the new laws have mandated it to be. Examples in Madhya Pradesh, you see the transformation of e-summons, right? So there is no pen and paper anywhere. So it is a digitally signed document which comes to the police station. It is digitally executed if the person has an email ID, etc., etc. Even if it is not there, there is an offline version of it. But the entire process has made the compliance up to 99%. That's remarkable. Consider if the video conferences from the jails, like we have been monitoring the Tihar jail example. So the number of compliances of prisoners attending courts in person has persons attending courts, it has gone up phenomenally. It has freed the resources also. You see the quantum of resources. You see the quantum of Xerox copy the investigating officer had to submit before the court for framing of charges. Now it's digitally signed. In his farewell speech, the former Chief Justice Chandrachud, everybody complimented him for making the entire Supreme Court digitized. So there is no mota documents. It is entire on iPad. So you see the kind of, I would say, ease of business. Obviously, cybersecurity is an issue. So cybersecurity is an issue. So what we have done is that the CCTNS framework is now a critical infrastructure framework. So all your ISOs and IECs 27001 framework would be implemented. It is going to be from the desktop to the field level. So at the field level, the ease of business would start. So we have to believe that these changes are not incremental, it is transformational. We have to walk the extra step and move out of our own vertical, out of our own comfort zone. We have to mobilize the tech power. You see each and every, like in my organization, almost half the youngsters who join the organization at the cutting edge are engineering graduates. So we have to harness that kind of an HR resource for improving our own tech environment. So there will not be any person in the next 5 years, 6 years, 10 years down the line, a person has to have a minimum iota of, I would say, a minimum tech knowledge, a forensic convergence. It's also that the curriculum is is to be modified, and I believe that these transformational aspects, as citizens, not as practitioners, each one of us are also citizens. So as citizens, if we believe that this is going to transform, then the hard work that we put in today is going to transform the life of not only of us also, but many others around the country. So with this, I believe we have a few minutes for Q&A, if Rekha, is that allowed, I think. So if there are questions, feedback, suggestions, we are more than welcome. Professor Tiwari is also there, and between the three of us, we would be happy to share our experiences. Thank you. Please, sir.
Thank you very much for very illuminating thoughts by Agarwal sir and Professor Tiwari. I have worked in forensic science for the last 46 years. I have worked. I am Dr. J.R. God, working as lifetime professor in Rashtriya Raksha University. I worked in Himachal, Haryana, Punjab, and BPR&D also for about 4 years as a PSO Life Sciences. I have written 10 books. I have about 200 publications to my credit as far as forensics is concerned. More than 13,000 cases I have reported in my service. What I have to say, sir, as far as technology or science and technology is concerned, this is a two-way, you can say, a biangular sword. If it is used for constructive purposes, it is a boon. If it is used for destructive purposes, it is a curse, I would say. And this is how, in the society, on one hand, we, the police forces, investigators, or forensic experts, are trying our level best to be ahead of the criminals as far as knowledge of forensic science and technology is concerned. But what I have observed during my all these long years of working, whether it is science, whether it is technology, there is always a man behind it. And if the man is not honest, not diligent, not, you can say, professional, he is not working from the view of a professional person, then there are bound to be mistakes. Bound to be, you can say, blunders to be committed by the person. I have seen that people who have not ample experience are sent to visit the scene of crime. They don't know what is there, how to locate the evidence, how to lift the evidence, and how to collect the evidence, preserve the evidence, and send it to forensic laboratory for examination. Similarly, a prosecutor does not know how to present the evidence in the court of law. He needs training. Similarly, a judge in the country needs extensive training so as to, you can say, appreciate evidence in the court of law, that this is forensic evidence and I have to accept it. As far as the question of forensic evidence is concerned, from where forensic laboratories get the samples? Most of the samples from the police, from the investigating officers. If the sample sent by the police is not a true sample, is not a pure sample, or has not been lifted in the presence of some witness, what I would stress upon, sir, I will not take much time. You have already stated 2-3 minutes. What I would say, forensic science without law is useless. And law without forensic science is blind. If we have to keep a coordination, then what we have to do scientific auditing at the scene of crime. That when samples are being collected, a person is collecting, whether he is a scientist, whether he is a police officer, there should be a second person to visualize, to audit that the samples are being collected in situ and there is no change, no contamination, no knowingly, you can say the samples have been deteriorated. Fingerprints are present, those have been taken.
Sir, can we expedite, sir, because others are also, and we are
That's
at
also,
3:30, sir. Sorry.
Similarly, in forensic laboratory also, there should be a scientific auditing. A person who is testing the samples, there should be a second scientist to visualize or observe whether he is correctly testing those as per laid down sampling procedures or testing procedures. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Your points are well taken, sir. I can only say that in India, sir, the entire UPI system, sir, the UPI system has been working fine and it is giving us digital dividends. I see no reason why technology and forensics can't be incorporated. So far as your suggestions regarding scene of crime experts are concerned, already Karnataka and Delhi, I know for 2 states, there might be others also, I stand corrected. They had started about 2 or 3 years back only regarding having specialized scene of crime officers who go and guide the officers to collect the forensic samples. Any other? Yes, please, sir.
There is a lot of technology. We are talking about the technology and the system which is being added. So what I feel, for all technological purchases, a lot of equipments are purchased and so many people are saying, I am doing like this. So with the university like this, or like Professor Tiwari is saying, along with the IIT, we create a standard by Bureau of Indian Standards. This product should have these specifications. So those specifications may be created by Bureau of Indian Standards and the equipment supplier should comply with those requirements. This is my suggestion.
Yeah, wonderful, sir. So I'll just update the August House. Sir, about 4 years back, Honorable PM sir had launched the Police Technology Mission. Within this Police Technology Mission, investigation and forensics is a dedicated vertical. Within this vertical, the entire, I would say, the apps functioning in all the states and even abroad, which are the best possible apps, it has been catalogued. NCRB has been mandated. They have selected 36 apps for, I would say, standardizing it and making those APIs compatible with vernacular, so that an app which is running in Hindi in UP is also running in Malayalam in the concerned state. So this is the entire framework, sir. The work is already much far ahead the line, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Sir, I have 2 questions. One is about the community service. I would like to know who will implement the community services if any inmate is given that. One is this. Second is regarding the section 479. I believe a lower threshold is placed for the release of the under trials in that. But what about the inmates who are having multiple cases? And specifically want to ask about a word wherein more than one offense and more cases is the proviso is added. So which talks about those inmates who are ineligible having more than one offense. I believe every inmate is booked under more than one offense. So how do we deal about it?
नहीं ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि एक आदमी पे एक से अधिक मुकदमा हो. ये मतलब so far as 1/3, 1/4 and the bail is concerned, it is for one offense. That is a first time offenders के लिए ये बना था, so that rapists are not given this chance of 1/3 or 1/4 सजा हो गई है तो अब बेल में हो जाए. वैसा that was not the spirit behind this. So the first time offenders will take benefit under this law. Already HM sir ने कहा है कि Constitution Day 26th of November. So the data is being collected and so there would be a large section, a large number of them who would benefit. The main crux is that most of them did not know that they could be released on bail. And they always thought कि कोई आएगा काला कोट पहन के और वो उनको बेल दिलाएगा तो 500 रुपये 5000 रुपये जितने भी पैसे हैं वो पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे. So this time the onus is on the jailer. The first part is on the community punishment. Already a court in Telangana, I am not recollecting the district, they have given a community punishment for attending, I would say, a local religious place for the cleaning purposes and all. So it is between that trust which has to certify. So it's a kind of a very low profile punishment. It's a very kind of quantum of punishment is low. The idea is not to have a rigorous kind of a framework, and the idea is to involve the community. In this case, it is a religious place. So I hope this answers your question. ये last हिमांशु आपका please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have 3 suggestions. One is with respect to the need for forensic expert. Currently, the domain says that 176 clause 3 says that you're supposed to have the field expert not only at the crime scene after 5 years, not only at the crime scene, but also inevitably require the forensic expert at the laboratory. So there are 182 offenses in the BNS which are having the requirement of 7 years as a punishment. So initially in IPC it was 98 offenses जहाँ पे 7 साल तक की सजा का प्रावधान था, वो अब दुगने से ज़्यादा हो गया है. So that means 90,000 जो expert हम hire कर रहे हैं, that are not gonna address this problem much because we require 2 times of forensic visits. The second suggestion is with respect to the point of expert. The Indian Evidence Act and even today the BSA, Bharati Sakshya Adhiniyam, ये expert को define नहीं करते हैं. As a result of which we are still, dependent on the Daubert guidelines of the USA, जहाँ पे experience और certification दोनों जरूरत होती है. तो हमारे पास में जब कभी 2 सर्टिफिकेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक नीड होता है तो ना केवल 65A जो सर्टिफिकेट होता था which has become 63A certificate, we are also required 63 Part B certificate. That means unnecessary for even a small recording or screenshot. A police officer is supposed to send the call recording, the screenshot to the forensic lab and get the Part B certificate also done, which is creating a hurdle for the police officer. And the suggestion number 3 is that since we are still not defining that the time limit of investigation should be what? 3 years में case समाप्त हो जाएगा, that's a good scheme. But if we look at the BNSS, just like in the case of CRPC, it still says that the investigation should be completed without a. That means जहाँ पॉक्सो में 60 दिन defined है और कुछ exception दिया गया है, अन्य जितने भी अपराध हैं वहाँ पे अभी भी without unnecessary delay का प्रावधान है. And the Supreme Court has time and again said कि in-house procedure को हमें curate करना चाहिए जो कि define करे कि 7 साल तक के अपराध हैं तो उनको 1 साल देना चाहिए, इससे अधिक है तो अधिक. तो इस पर भी काम किया जा सकता है, कई राज्यों ने किया है, बट इसकी सीख हम पूरे राज्य में पूरे देश में अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. These 3 suggestions are there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Rekha, that's all. Thank you, Suvi. Thank you for your time.
We hereby conclude the first technical session. I may now request Shri Ravi Joseph Loku, IPS, Additional Director General, BPR&D, to kindly felicitate our guests. Sir, please, I would request you to come on the stage. Yes, sir. I would request, sir, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Shri Praveen Kumar, IPS, Special Director, Intelligence Bureau, MHA. I now request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Anupam Agarwal, IPS, Commissioner of Police, Mangaluru.
A small announcement. I can see the number dwindle down. As the Honorable UHM sir said that among you should volunteer for the brainstorming of how to redesign the All India Police Science Congress. So a paper would be being circulated. अभी आपके पास आएंगे. So please write your name, designation, the state and rank, and when you want to participate in the brainstorming, today or tomorrow, whatever your convenient time, we can just hold on for half an hour kind of thing. Or you people come here and then address whatever your concerns and challenges. So that brainstorming session would be conducted today and tomorrow also. So please give your choice. The papers would be being circulated. Over to the next session, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Kirti Sethi, student of Rashtriya Raksha University, cordially welcome all the eminent guests and participants to the second technical session of the 58th All India Police Science Congress, the Golden Jubilee, organized by BPR&D in collaboration with RRU. Our theme for the second technical session is using AI as force multiplier in criminal justice system. With great enthusiasm, Sure. The theme for the third technical session is role of police as first responder in disaster risk reduction. With great enthusiasm and honor, I welcome our highly esteemed guest, our moderator, Shri Piyush Anand, IPS Director General, NDRF. Our first speaker, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Joint Advisor, International Cooperation, NDMA. Our second speaker, Shri Hitesh Goyal, Assistant Professor, Police Administration, RRU, Gandhinagar. Our third speaker, Dr. Satish Kumar, Commandant, SDRF, UP. I would now request our eminent guest to kindly come to the dais. I would now take the privilege of handing over the dais to our moderator, Shri Piyush Anand. Please, sir.
Thank you, our little friend from RRU. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know postless section थोड़े भारी पड़ते हैं, but anyway, we'll carry along. ये हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि डिजास्टर्स जो हैं इस समय कितने क्रिटिकल हम लोगों के लिए होते जा रहे हैं. मतलब हम सब लोग इसको देखते हैं, महसूस करते हैं, और हम लोग जहाँ बैठे हैं गुजरात में, तो हम लोग इसकी हिस्ट्री जानते हैं कि किस तरीके से जो कच्छ में डिज़ास्टर अर्थक्वेक हुआ था, उसके बाद जो है कितने ड्रामेटिक चेंजेस गवर्नमेंट में आए, कैसे गुजरात में SDMA बना, उसके बाद उसी के पैटर्न पे NDMA भारत सरकार में बना, फिर उसके बाद से NDRF बना. मैं NDRF का DG हूँ, मैं इससे जुड़ा हूँ, तो मैं आपको ये बता सकता हूँ कि पिछले कई सालों में जो इंडिया का डिज़ास्टर रिस्पांस मैकेनिज़्म है वो इतना अच्छा हो गया है कि अब हम लोग ज़ीरो कैजुअल्टी की, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई जगह पे उन्होंने ये कहा है कि हमारा जो अप्रोच होना चाहिए दैट शुड बी ज़ीरो कैजुअल्टी अप्रोच, ज़ीरो कैजुअल्टी एंड होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच. मतलब ये नहीं कि भाई मैं इस डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ, आप उस डिपार्टमेंट में हैं, हम लोग आपस में बात नहीं करेंगे. और मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ कि जो हम लोगों की एज एन इंडिया, एज अ कंट्री, वी शुड ऑल बी वेरी प्राउड कि जो साइक्लोन्स और फ्लड में हम लोग की फोरकास्टिंग का लेवल है, थैंक्स टू आवर फोरकास्टिंग साइंटिफिक एजेंसीज, बहुत इम्प्रूव हो गया है. और आप देखते हैं कि पिछले साल बिपरजॉय गुजरात में आया था, इस साल रेमल आया, दाना आया, 2 साइक्लोन्स आए जो हमारे ईस्टर्न कोस्ट पे आए. तो लॉस ऑफ लाइफ डायरेक्टली एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू साइक्लोन्स वाज प्रैक्टिकली ज़ीरो. लॉस ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी डेफिनेटली होता है, बिकॉज व्हेनेवर देयर इज एक्सट्रीम रेन, व्हेनेवर देयर इज सम लैंडफॉल, तो कुछ बिल्डिंग्स, कुछ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो कमज़ोर होता है वो गिर जाता है. बट एज अ होल वी हैव रियली इम्प्रूव्ड अ लॉट. तो ये जो टॉपिक आज हम लोगों को दिया गया है उसमें हम लोग के पास 3 एमिनेंट पैनलिस्ट हैं. मैं उन लोगों का इंट्रोडक्शन अभी आपको दूंगा, बट इतना मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि ये एक ऐसी चीज़ है, मतलब हम ज़्यादातर लोग हैं जो पुलिस फोर्स के एक्टिव मेंबर्स हैं और कुछ लोग उनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, चाहे साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी से हैं. तो कई बार हम लोग सोचते हैं कि इसमें पुलिस का क्या रोल है. भाई ये तो मान लीजिए डिज़ास्टर मिटिगेशन का काम, जो कंस्ट्रक्शन एजेंसी वो बिल्डिंग बना रही है, जो हाईवे बना रही है, जो पुल बना रही है, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, उसका देखने का काम है. बट पुलिस का, क्योंकि एक चीज़ हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि पुलिस इज़ ओमनी प्रेजेंट, कहीं कोई हो या ना हो पुलिस होगी ही होगी. पुलिस की दूसरी बात ये होती है कि वो विजिबल आर्म ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट है. अगर एक पुलिस वाला खड़ा है और उसके बगल में 3 और किसी और डिपार्टमेंट के लोग खड़े हैं, तो वो 3 तो पहचान में नहीं आएंगे कि वो सिविलियन है या पुलिस वो गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स हैं. पुलिस के साथ ये है कि पुलिस वाला दूर से पहचान में आ जाएगा. एंड पुलिस में जो मैं वर्ड यूज़ कर रहा हूँ, दैट इज़ एनीबडी इन यूनिफॉर्म. दैट विल इंक्लूड द स्टेट फायर सर्विस, द स्टेट होम गार्ड्स, द स्टेट आर्म बटालियंस एंड द CAPF एंड एनीबडी एल्स हु इज इन यूनिफॉर्म. तो ये जितने भी लोग हैं ये सारे इजीली विजिबल हो जाएंगे. तो हर आदमी जो एक्सपेक्ट करता है कि गवर्नमेंट कुछ करे, अगर कहीं पे कुछ हो जाए, आज की तारीख में हम सब लोग देखते हैं अर्बन सिटी फ्लडिंग की बात हम लोग सुनते हैं, मीडिया में देखते हैं. तो अगर आप उसके रीजंस में जाएंगे तो ये पाएंगे कि उसके लिए कई बार तो हम लोग एज ए सिटीजन खुद ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं. मतलब हम लोग कचरा जो है नाली में फेंक देंगे, नाली में वो स्टकअप हो जाएगा, जब कल को वो स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन है उसमें से पानी नहीं निकलेगा और एक्सेस रेनफॉल हो गया तो ऑब्वियसली बैक फ्लो होगा और पानी जो है सड़क पे आएगा और जो उस पीरियड में जो उसके आसपास घर है उसमें फ्लड करेगा. बट उस बात में ना जाते हुए एक्सपेक्टेशन हमेशा गवर्नमेंट से रहती है, और गवर्नमेंट का विजिबल आर्म जो है वो स्टेट है का जो है वो पुलिस है. तो इसलिए पुलिस पे ये सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ आ जाती हैं. तो एज अ पुलिस ऑफिसर ये हम लोगों को सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि अब जब ये काम हमें करना है तो हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं. तो एक चीज़ ये हम लोग के प्रेजेंटेशन में बात आगे आएंगी, बट मैं एक आपको ओवरव्यू देने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. इसमें अभी डिज़ास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन पे 2016 में इंडिया में एक एशियन मिनिस्ट्रियल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी. उसमें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 10 पॉइंट्स एजेंडा दिया था कि ये चीज़ हम लोग के लिए होनी चाहिए, और उसमें कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो कि हम लोग के लिए बहुत रेलेवेंट है. दैट इज इंक्लूडिंग बिल्डिंग लोकल कैपेसिटी, leadership of women in this whole initiative, leveraging technology, disaster risk management and use of social media. तो ये सारी चीज़ें, there are 10 points. तो मैं सिर्फ वही issues मैंने shortlist किए हैं जिसमें कि as a police officers, as people who are involved with the police system, we can think about it. मॉर्निंग में हम लोगों ने माननीय गृह मंत्री जी को सुना और उनकी जो एक वेदना हम लोग कह सकते हैं कि ही वॉज नॉट वेरी सेटिस्फाइड कि एज अ पुलिस साइंस कांग्रेस जो हम लोगों का आउटपुट रहा है वो उतना जितना उनका एक्सपेक्टेशन है उतना नहीं रहा है. तो उस पर अगर हम लोग थोड़ा सोचें तो पुलिस साइंस कांग्रेस में एक वर्ड है साइंस, और साइंस मीन्स क्वेश्चनिंग एवरीथिंग. पुलिस का बेसिक एक, मैं खुद पुलिस ऑफिसर हूं, मैं आपको कह सकता हूं पुलिस का एक स्टैंडर्ड ये फॉर्मेट रहता है. आप में से कितने पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं जो एक्टिव पुलिसिंग में हैं? हाथ खड़ा करें प्लीज. बहुत कम है. तो पुलिस का एक फॉर्मेट रहता है कि पीछे देख और आगे चल. जो आपका पिछले साल आपने कोई प्रोग्राम किया है उसका डिटेल्स देखो, उसका एक फॉर्मेट देखो और उसी को आगे फॉलो कर दो. और साइंस जो है हर चीज को क्वेश्चन करने की बात करता है. तो ये बेसिक देखा जाए तो बिल्कुल कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है. तो ये हम लोगों को एक मौका देता है कि जो चीजें आप सुन रहे हैं, मैं आपसे बिल्कुल कहूंगा कि जो चीजें हम आपको बता रहे हैं, थिंक अबाउट इट एंड वी विल ट्राई टू इंश्योर कि तीनों हमारे जो स्पीकर्स हैं दे विल स्टिक टू अ 10 मिनट टाइमलाइन, ताकि आप लोगों को पूछने के लिए यू हैव लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू ग्रिल अस, आस्क अस क्वेश्चंस. बिकॉज जो चीज हम लोग इजीली एक्सेप्ट कर लेते हैं, हम लोग उस चीज को ध्यान रखें, वो कभी हमारे माइंड पे स्टिक नहीं करती है. जिस चीज पे हम लोग थोड़ा वाद विवाद ज्यादा करते हैं वो थोड़े दिन ज्यादा देर तक याद रहती है और मे बी उसके बाद एक्शनेबल हो जाती है. जो हमारे 3 स्पीकर्स हैं उनका मैं परिचय आप लोगों के सामने रखना चाहूंगा. डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार, ही इज एन IPS ऑफिसर ऑफ यूपी कार्डर 2013 बैच, एंड इनका डिस्टिंक्शन ये है कि ये 4 साल से यूपी SDRF को कमांड कर रहे हैं. तो इनका जो एक्चुअल फील्ड एक्सपोजर है टू हैंडलिंग डिजास्टर, दैट इज अनमैच्ड. वी हैव डॉक्टर हितेश गोयल, ही इज असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर इन RRU एंड ही इज स्पेशलाइजिंग इन विक्टिमोलॉजी. अभी कुछ महीने पहले आप लोगों ने मीडिया में देखा सुना होगा, एक लैंडस्लाइड आया था वायनाड में, केरला में. तो वहां मैं थोड़ा एक गांव के सिर्फ 2 हैमलेट्स में नुकसान हुआ था, एंड द लॉस ऑफ लाइफ, ह्यूमन लाइफ वाज अबाउट 400. और उसकी सबसे बुरी बात यह थी कि इतना फोर्स था नेचर का उसमें कि लॉट ऑफ बॉडी पार्ट्स वर रिकवर्ड. अब मेन दिक्कत यह थी कि बॉडी पार्ट्स तो आपको मिल गए हैं मोर देन 200. अब वो किसका है? आई मीन यू हैव सम मिसिंग पीपल बट यू डोंट नो कि ये बॉडी पार्ट उनमें से किससे कनेक्ट हो रहा है. तो जो प्रोफेसर गोयल बताने वाले हैं, रोल ऑफ पुलिस इन डिजास्टर विक्टिम आइडेंटिफिकेशन, मतलब हम लोग के साथ कभी आप लोग देखते हैं सुनते हैं कि कहीं ड्राउनिंग हो गई, कई जगह किसी के घर में कोई बच्चा या कोई बुजुर्ग जो है मिसप्लेस हो गया, चला गया, तो आदमी एक सोचता है कि यार पता चल जाए कि वो है कहाँ. चलो ठीक है, हम मान लेते हैं कि साहब ही इज नो मोर इन द वर्ल्ड, बट एटलीस्ट ऑल ऑफ अस वांट अ क्लोजर टू द केस. तो वो जो अभी भी वहाँ जो बॉडी पार्ट्स पड़े हैं, दे आर स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर अ क्लोजर. तो विक्टिम आइडेंटिफिकेशन इज डेफिनेटली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड वी ऑल्सो हैव डॉक्टर पवन कुमार सिंह. He has more than 20 years of experience in disaster management. He has been associated with Asian Disaster Institute and with NDMA. So now I'll request all my esteemed panelists to to start their presentation one by one. And I have requested them that we should keep our presentations 10 minutes each, so that we have enough time at the end of the session where we can interact with you, we can take your suggestions, because learning is unending. और ये नहीं है कि जस्ट बिकॉज कि मैं एक फोर्स को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ, मेरा उसमें थोड़े महीनों का एक्सपीरियंस है, इट मीन्स आई नो एवरीथिंग. आप सब लोग, यू आर अ साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी, यू ऑल हैव हैड योर डिफरेंट एक्सपीरियंसेस, तो वी ऑल विश टू लर्न फ्रॉम यू. थैंक यू. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So, what I will be doing, I will be presenting on role of police as first responder. So, my presentation basically, if you break, it will be in 4 parts: the institutional mechanism, and then I will be talking about the legal instruments which are available at the national and the state level. Then certain additionalities which can be proposed for the existing BPR&D SOP on handling the natural disasters. And there are 2 different case studies I have taken. They are different in their context, but they are very similar in their approach. They are both for policing, and one is from Australia and the other is from Vietnam. So I would be basically talking more on the existing provisions and on the research side. So if we talk about the institutional structure available in the country right now, If you see on the right-hand corner, it is the Armed Forces and CAPF, and then the NDRF. So the structure basically talks about there is a National Crisis Management Committee, NCMC, which is headed by the Cabinet Secretary, and there is one NEC, which is National Executive Committee, headed by the Union Home Secretary. So what happens whenever there is a serious disaster or serious hazard which is threatening or which is going to happen, it is already there. So what happens, the NCMC meets and then it activates the whole structure. And then the NDRF basically works under the aegis of Ministry of Home Affairs, and it has got 16 strong battalions, which is headed by Piyush Anand sir. And they have got around more than 40 regional response centers, 40 RRCs. So they are across pan-India looking to the vulnerability. They have pre-positioned themselves already, the areas which are prone to cyclone, which are prone to floods, which are prone to earthquakes, depending on the vulnerabilities. And then CAPFs are also there in addition to that. So this is the structure at the national level. At the state level, the state governments basically execute the response through the state executive committee, and then certain states have got SDRF. Dr. Satish is here from the UP SDRF. So this is the structure of response we had at the national, at the state level. If you talk about the legal instruments, there was a national policy in disaster management that came in 2009. It basically only two issues which I wanted to focus. One is the CAPF. In Chapter 3, it tells that there is a urgent need for the upgradation of the technical competence of the CAPF in responding to natural disasters. And the second is the state police forces and the fire services, which talks about the training and capacity building of such forces for meeting out such eventualities. If we talk about the National Disaster Management Plan, which was in 2016 earlier, and then in 2019 it was revised. So there are basically 17 different hazards, starting from floods to earthquakes to tsunamis to cyclones to droughts to all of the natural and man-made hazards. And those natural and man-made hazards, 17 of them, have basically been divided into 5 different categories under 5 different horizontal areas. That is understanding disaster risk, strengthening disaster risk governance. Then we are talking about investing in structural and non-structural measures. So non-structural here means training and capacity building. And then finally, a better preparedness approach for an effective response. And finally, what we did, we added one element of climate risk management. So if you look across the plan, both of these documents are available on the net. If you look at the plan, it basically talks about the preparedness, training, awareness generation, and mock exercises, in which it has identified a very, very equitable role for the state police forces and for the CAPFs. If you talk about the State Executive Committee under Section 24, so SEC is the empowered committee under the Chief Secretary which takes urgent decision for a disaster or threatening disaster situation. So it be it the control and restricted vehicular traffic or entry of a person, relief and rescue operations, relief assistance, or to remove debris and evacuation. So that basically leads to a disaster or threatening disaster situation, how it can be managed well at the state level. Then if you talk about Section 40, it talks about preparation of DM plan by all the departments of the state, including the police department. So I have seen the Himachal Pradesh State Disaster Management Plan. They have got a very good component from the police department, and it has been inculcated in their SDMP. So basically you need to focus on the vulnerability, the integration of strategies, exactly what are the approaches you can take, what are the modalities you can focus, then role and responsibility of all the concerned stakeholders, be it forensic science, be it the active policing, and then the state of preparedness, exactly how much resources you have, what more do you need, and how much well you are equipped. So, like Sir has talked about the AMC DRR, there is a framework for SFDRR which is called Sindai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Basically, the frameworks talked about an improved governance system and investment in both structural and non-structural. So, if you take these both together, you have a better system which can have a better ESF, that is Emergency Support Functions mechanism, and also a structure which can maintain the basic fabric during and post-disaster. So you need to be able to absorb, resist, and accommodate the disaster. That is how you need to work. And system should again stand on its feet to respond to normal operations. So I'm not talking about the existing provisions of the BPR&D SOP. I just wanted to focus on 2-3 areas. Like morning, Union Home Minister has said about the awareness generation issue. That is a very important area because right now SOP, what I felt, was divided into prevention, preparedness, then response phase, and then the restoration phase. One area which I felt was important was awareness generation. That can be done very actively by the local police. Then the capacity building of the personals, along with the resource augmentation. That is very important because it talks about training. you need to build the capacity also what has been stated in the national policy about the upgradation of the forces. Then restoration of power, because power and telecom, they are the first eventualities or first casualty in any disaster. These are two areas which are affected most. It talks about telecom, power can be added. And then the medical facilities, what we saw in COVID, and during COVID also and post-COVID also, that augmentation of resources for such pandemic is very, very important. And then what we also observed was the psychological assistance which was required, and that was a tremendous gray area in which we needed to speed up during COVID, and that was required because suppose 3 or 4 family members have collapsed and they could not recover. And then the psychological assistance was to a great extent required by the other family members. The SOP guidance note required, which can be added, like I was talking to ADG sir also, the chemical incidents which is recently happening down south they have increased in number, so that can be added for biological and chemical. The tunnel which was Silkyara tunnel rescue, which was done by NDRF very effectively last year, and it was the whole of the government approach. Then what we had in Devghar, Jharkhand in 2022 with the ropeway incident, so and the suspension footbridge with what happened in Morbi here in Gujarat. So these are the areas which can be added on to the SOP of the BPR&D. So why do we need a change? Because like today PM is in the Rio, Brazil. He will be he has gone for the discussion for G20. Basically, the climate vulnerability, seasonality is increasing day by day. And with the increasing vulnerability, the geographical pattern of the disasters are also changing. So it not only accelerates the hazard event, it also changes the exposure pattern and increases the vulnerability. So that is the main area, and that is why we are having very unseasonal and very frequent cyclones, floods, and also sea level rise. That is an important area. So these are the areas which are increasing, and we need to respond to them. So that is one gray area which needs to be focused, and that is why we need to change our dimension. And then response or preparedness, it is a super specialized job, like what is being done by NDRF for collapse structure search and rescue, for medical first responder, or for swift water rescue. So it is a highly specialized job for response, evacuation, search and rescue, and it is a full-time job. It can't be an additional responsibility. Then you also need to have a local dynamics. Research time and again has proved that socioeconomic condition and ethnicity can be a major detrimental factor in increasing the vulnerability of a particular person. When it was an Indian Ocean tsunami, it was age. So age was considered as the most detrimental factor for increasing the vulnerability. But now, the socioeconomic condition, what is happening in Manipur, ethnicity can also play a major role. So local dynamics, the local priority policing, which I will be talking about, is a very important area. And then community sensitization. What is being done by NDRF in the peacetime? How do you need to sensitize the community, because they are the first responder to any disaster? So if you talk about the case study 1, I have taken an Australian black summer bushfire crisis. This was managed in the backdrop of COVID in 1920. And why it is called black summer? Because both the disasters or both the pandemic came together, the bushfire and the pandemic came together. So it was handled by the Victoria Police in the East Gippsland, which is bordering the New South Wales area. So I would like to only focus on 3 important areas which resilience policing model provides. But the one is the local priority policing. So you need to invest, you need to focus, and you need to collaborate with the community for a better policing. That is the area which they have identified, and that is how they have moved. The second is enhanced absorptive and adaptive capacity of policing. So there is a concept of bounce back, bounce forward. Bounce back means how do you absorb the shock? And then bounce forward means adaptive capacity, how do you respond to that eventuality? That is very important. And then it talks about the partnership-based policing. So involve community at all the levels, starting from the preparation of plan to actual response. So what happens, the community is geared up to respond to any disaster. So this is case study 1. If we talk about another model, okay. So if you talk about another model, the Vietnamese model on the 4 on the spot. So what they have done, both these studies are published in 23 and 24 recently. So what they have done, they have identified 4 key areas in pre-disaster, during disaster, and post-disaster cycle. So be it setting up of a leader's role, what we have an incident command post system, ICP, then urgent dispatch of the required forces or additional forces, so we do have, then balancing the budgeting and logistic and help citizens for a proactive plan. During disasters, they monitor and movement of the storm, then they also, which our IMD does or INCOIS does in case of tsunami, or CWC does in case of floods. Then ensure traffic safety, setting up a search team and maintaining order. Recovery of essential services in post-disaster recovery and organized search and rescue teams, and then reassessment and reassessing their whole plan, and then again improving the plan for the next year. This is how they have identified 4 key areas in each of the pre, post, and during disaster, and that is called as the 4-on-the-spot model in the Vietnamese context. How they are different yet similar? See, there exists a symbiotic relation between both of them because police in the West basically creates a social capital. So it is more of a decentralized model, what we saw in the Australian model also. It is more of a decentralized model in which community is placed on the front and then policing assists from the corners. So what does community is basically empowered and police assist in role of community-driven approach to disasters. So social capital enhancement and building community resilience. On a contrary to this, Vietnamese model is basically centralized. It is a more federal approach which talks on consolidated powers from the local communities. So communities basically act upon the role play on which has been decided by the federal structure. Yet, the 4-on-the-spot model is quite similar to the concept of the community-based policing, reason being the community is the centerpiece. Community is the centerpiece for effective response. And that is how the community can be driven, or police can act as an enabler in the community capacity building approaches, what is being done and what should be done rather by the state polices, by the CAPF in the time of non-operations. And there is a mutual dependency between the police and the community for the unseen disaster, like what I spoke about the sea level rise, or what I spoke about the climate vulnerability, more climatological disasters, the more heat wave conditions, more cold wave conditions, more response to your flash floods, like what happened in Badrinath. So these uncertain and unseen events, which can be catered much easier, or they can be handled very well if community is kept at the center and approach can be devised along with the community-driven approach. That was my last slide. Thank you.
Good evening, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Piyush Anand-sam. This presentation is not visible. Okay. So I'm going to present Interpol protocol, role of police in disaster victim identification in the context of Indian scenario. Being a professor of police administration and a scholar of victimology, Pawan Saab has said that Sir has included all the models, the new legal instruments, and the new initiatives. But as a sociologist, I am looking towards to the victim closer, to the families and to the victims itself. So as I reviewed the Interpol protocol, so till now, since 2000, NDMA has done, or NDRF has done a wonderful job in giving the closures to the victims or operation of the victim disaster operations. But now, what I have done simply, I have included all the disaster operations into the disaster victim identification operations. Because every disaster is related to with the identification of the victims or the victim or the persons who lost their life or their properties or their loved ones in the disasters. So first I'll give you the overview of the Interpol disaster victim identification. What is the guideline? So it is divided into 3 categories or the 3 classifications that talks about the establish a DVI team to the disaster scene, the secure the disaster scene, and the establish a DVI center. The establish a DVI team will plan the crime scene, will plan the disaster scene and everything, and the disaster scene is there, so the police will play an important role into that there. And then I found that police and victimologists can play an important role, and forensic scientists, experts can play an important role in DVI centers to identify the bodies from the debris. So what is the importance of DVI in the disaster management? Is if you'll see the humanitarian ethical interpretive. So it talks about it says about the closer to the receive support and properly their loved ones, and it helps to rescue or restore order and peace in the disaster ones. And from the perspective of the criminal justice system, that is also one of the activity that stops the illegal traffickings or terrorism activities or other things. Okay, what is the role in the implementing the DVI protocols? Scene security, the data collection. Data collection could be anti-mortem data collection, post-mortem data collections, and the victim search and retrievals, or communication and families. So it has divided into 3 categories. That is anti-mortem data, that involves the gathering information about the families or the including personal details, photographs or medical records, biometric records, and data records. And then the post-mortem data talks about the forensic experts, DNA samples, dental records, and other physical characteristics for the identification of the victims and the information that we gather from the families of the victims at the disaster scene. Then the third thing talks about the comparison and identification between the ante-mortem data and the post-mortem data to give the final closure to the families. So what is the research objective that I have done in this? That to assess the current status of identifying disaster victims according to the Interpol protocol of DVI within the Indian context, to explore the initiatives implemented by NDRF and the role of the police in enhancing the DVI status throughout India, and to propose policy recommendations for government aimed at improving the support for disaster victims. So what is the Indian scenario? So I divided into the 3 categories. That is I provided the breakups. The breakups of the initiatives undertaken by NDRF. So as I said, since 2000, the NDRF has done around more than 500 disaster operations, and that now I am calling them as a disaster victim operations. And the breakups of the initiatives undertaken by police and their role in the DVI. So police has played an important role in every disaster operations as a first responder in providing the information to the NDRF team when NDRF team is approaching to the disaster scene. Then this is the latest status. I would like to read the latest status in India. So the combined efforts of the NDRF and police greatly enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of disaster response and victim identification in India, but it's not fully functional and operational due to the lack of trainings and skills. A batch of skilled trainers required to implement DVI protocols in India we can achieve. That can be the stakeholders. The part of this DVI operation team could be forensic scientists, victimologists, or the social workers, or the helpers. So DVI operations in India, so it takes a time frame of 15 to 30 days to provide a final closure or final report to any operations. Then it has the success rate of 90%. And recently, our Disaster Risk Reduction Center in the School of Internal Security and Smart Policing, we conducted a certificate course to the NDRF personals related to disaster. And then I talked to everyone and got the details. In any of the disasters, what is the success rate? And they have given 90% of the success rate is there. Now, what is the impact? So it has improved the efficiency, enhanced accuracy, and increased cooperation. But it will be increased when it will be as per the DVI protocol of the Interpol. As Interpol, we are also the signatory of the Interpol, and Interpol has wonderfully given a full guideline into that. And if we will be able to add in these operations this quality, so this can add a beneficiary to us. So what is the challenges in DVI implementations? As I said, resource constraint in which expertise is required, funding is required, personnel are required, skill trainings are also required, infrastructure is required, and the most of the thing, whenever we deal with the NDRF police personnels or the trainers, so we deal a common problem, that is a coordination between all the stakeholders. So for that coordination, so we need this language barrier is also the thing that we need to address. So what we can do, so we can capacity building and training of personnel, training programs, technical skills or ethical considerations. That has included in the plan of collaboration with forensic experts, victimologists and other agencies. So what we can do, so we can use the multidisciplinary teams in addressing the any of the DVI operations in India with the NDMA and NDRF. And also we can ask to, we can suggest, or BPR&D can also shall issue some SOPs, or should be issued by issues the SOPs to address the issues related to coordination, or some SOPs related to the disasters. Then our own center, RRU, Rashtriya Raksha University, Center for Disaster Risk Reduction, also can help into building the SOPs, training programs, and other guidelines in addressing to the disaster victim identification from the forensic point of view. So there are the three major recommendations. So we can strengthen the capacity through the training programs, or victimologists can prepare the SOPs, guidelines to address the missings, invest in infrastructure, or promote, we can promote the interagency collaborations that we can do with the National Disaster Management Authority and National Disaster Response Forces. These are my major findings into the this DVI protocol that we should be used. Thank you. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all the students here of the Rashtriya Raksha University and officers from the BPR&D. Today I would like to focus on an area which is a niche area, which is a developing area, and in which interest is developing, not only for the police but also by the civilians, by the researchers, technologists, entrepreneurs. Everybody is now focusing on this area of disaster. So, role of police as first responder in disaster risk reduction. I would be giving my presentation, introducing the topic, then how the police, what are the various departments of police, civilian departments are there, how they are indirectly helping the police, then what are the roles of police in pre-disaster, during disaster and after disaster, and what are the future challenges, what are the you can say roadmap for the future. I will just share with you. So disaster is a term which has been introduced, which is French term for bad or evil star. So everybody knows about disaster, but the only thing we have to focus is when it exceeds the ability of the society to cope with their own resources. When they are not able to cope with a emergency or a situation, then it becomes a disaster, whether it is natural or it is a man-made disaster. So nowadays, ISO has introduced a new term, which is emergency, which is a broad term than disaster, and disaster has become a limited term. So emergency is a better word for that. So disaster risk reduction is the systematic approach to identifying, assessing, and reducing the risk posed by the hazards which are there. And first responders are the initial professionals who reach to the site, and they respond to the emergency scene with whatever equipments, capacity they have, or the assistance they get from the people at the site. And India is very vulnerable to disasters, and it is getting more and more vulnerable. You can see many disasters are coming, and I always tell that disaster can only be responded by a specialist force, and nobody can replace a specialist force in a disaster. Whether it is natural or man-made, we have to be prepared by our capacity building, with our infrastructure, with our equipments for each and every disaster. And National Disaster Response Fund and State Disaster Response Fund are hugely funding all the disasters throughout India and taking care of the disasters. Now it's our time to assess the risk. What are the hazards, vulnerabilities, exposure, risk calculation, consequences, probability, mitigation strategies, and monitoring and review. I'm not going into deep. Later on we can discuss if time permits. So who is a police? As sir told, anybody in uniform is a symbol of state authority. We are the arms of law enforcement, and we perform the sovereign task of the state, protecting life and also public order. And we are the tool for implementing policies of the state or the country. And the most important thing which Sir told, that we are the trained and disciplined human resource. So we can be utilized at any point of time during a disaster or any other eventuality or emergency. So police plays a central role in disaster preparedness, response and recovery. And I'll tell you what are the various departments of police which are part of the disaster. We can see NDRF, SDRF, Fire and Emergency Services, UP 112, which are the first responders. They reach to the site. They are the first responders many times. Government Railway Police is there, Coastal Police, Paramilitary, Wireless Department, Forensic Department, Armed Police, Civil Police, NSG, also in case of terrorist attacks, ATS is also there. Then traffic police is there, which have a very important role. I will deal with it. Airport security, flood police, jail police, home guards, PRD and whatnot. Anybody you see in uniform has a role to play in disaster, and they are part of the police. Police is omnipresent, and they are the first to arrive at a site of any emergency, any incident or any accident, and they respond. They have a well-developed communication system. As you can visualize a PRV reaching a site, and they are familiar with the local terrain, local dialect, local people, local cultures, and they can interact very well with anybody who is at the site. And they have a better knowledge, and they recognize, police is recognized as a first responder. People ask for help to a uniformed personnel or police. And our discipline, which is the first, which stands us out in a crowd. So NDM Act was introduced in 2005, and 3-tier structure was introduced by NDA, by forming the NDMA at the country level, SDMA at the state level, and DDMA at the district level. And where NDMA is supported by the National Executive Committee, as already discussed, and the SDMA is supported by the State Executive Committee, and DDMA is headed by the district magistrate, and NDMA is headed by the Honorable Prime Minister, and SDMA by the Honorable Chief Minister of the state. And there are financial arrangements also, which I already discussed, National Disaster Response Fund and State Disaster Response Fund. And forces have been formed in the National Disaster Management Act. They are the National Disaster Response Force and State Disaster Response Forces. And the importance of police is that, in general, I will tell you that public safety, they take care of the law and order, they coordinate with various civil agencies, and the most important is the search and rescue of the people at the site of disaster. So I will discuss it in 3 phases. Pre-disaster, how police is functioning in disaster management, during disaster and after post-disaster, how they are helping in the rehabilitation and response. So before disaster, the most important thing is the capacity building of the police, giving training to the police, and not only police, we are also giving training to the various volunteers, civilians, Aapda Mits, NCC, Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan, Bharat Scouts and Guides, as well as local panchayat leaders, as well as various other civilians who come under the contact, like school safety programs also. NDRF and SDRF regularly go to the schools and make the school children aware about the various types of disasters, do's and don'ts. Pamphlets are also given, and they are trained in the disaster. Then most important thing is that we have to develop the SOPs, standard operating procedures for dealing with various types of disaster, whether it is chemical disaster, biological disaster, whether it is nuclear disaster, various types of chemical disasters, fire emergency, flood disaster, whether it is a GLOF, whether it is a cyclone, whether it is an earthquake, whether it is a high building rescue, or it is various types of disaster. We have to develop an SOP and make every person accountable for their role in the disaster, what they have to do. And this should be, this is already done by the National Disaster Management Plan, State Disaster Management Plan, and the District Disaster Management Plan is there. As well as every organization has a disaster management plan. I have seen railway disaster manuals, SOPs, and various other organizations have their own disaster management plans. SDRF Uttar Pradesh also has made the SOPs. Then we have to make the people aware that what is a disaster, how to identify a disaster, and what to do and what not to do during a disaster. Yes, sir. And infrastructure has to be developed for various disaster response, like the disaster response centers. Awareness of institutional mechanisms like incident response system should be there. Then identification of various coordinating agencies. Interagency coordination should be there, like UN is there for INSARAG, International Search and Rescue Advisory Group. Communication plan should be there. Common analytic protocol has come. And then identification of hazards and vulnerabilities should be there. And moreover, we have to identify various buildings or disaster-prone areas. Micro-zonation mapping should be done of various disasters. Resource mapping is there in India Disaster Resource Network website. So we can assess the various types of resources we have in a particular area. Traffic plan should be there for taking out the victims and the ingress of any force towards the disaster site. Security plan should be pre-formed. Equipments and vehicles should be procured before a disaster, because we cannot deal with a disaster without good equipments and vehicles. Tabletop exercises, mock drills, community confidence building programs, familiarization exercises should be done. Like in UP, before a disaster, before a floods, we always pre-position our team. It should be done. Intelligence collection is a very important point. There are various types of training in disaster which can be given, which has to be given to a team so that they become an expert. I'm not going in deep into it. And various types of organization I already told. IMD is there, CWC is there, BARC, Health Department, Electricity Department, SDMAs, NDMA, various armed forces are there. So during disaster, we have to take care of the law and order, cordon the area, make a crowd control, and media management should be there, videography to be done, and traffic plan should be there. And then we have to start the response and evacuate the various victims from the disaster sites, and their safety and physical protection should be done. CCTV cameras, drones can be utilized. And moreover, crime investigation teams can be reaching to the site if it is a sabotage is suspected there. Identification of dead, injured humans or animals can be done. And liaison with the civil administration experts also, whether they are forensic experts, disaster experts, chemical experts, is also done by the police. So security is to be given, and counseling of the victims and their families can be done. Family liaison officer can be there at the site. And after emergency, debriefing can be done. It should be done every time. Psychosocial counseling of the victims as well as the rescuers, because post-traumatic stress disorder is an emerging thing which was not known earlier, should be done. Selection of beneficiaries with the help of the police verification is always done. And person with special needs are assisted, given assistance by the police. Relief distribution assistance is given by the police. Even transportation is done by the police. And restoration of critical infrastructure, security is given to the forces which are there. Safe exit of people, feedback and assessment is taken. Contingency planning is done by the various forces. Preparing the case studies, a very important thing. After each and every disaster, we should prepare a case study, and then we should publish it. Then ensuring law and order, and then accommodation to the needy ones can be helped. So I can just in a brief, I'll tell you whenever we receive an information, then activation of the team is done, control room receives the information, officers at the battalion headquarters are intimated, and then the nearest team mobilizes to the incident site, gives search and rescue, and then there is deactivation, demobilization, decontamination in case of CBRN disasters is done. So we face many challenges, like communication breakdown may be there. Sometimes there may be limited resources. Public panic and disorder can be there sometimes. Exposure to dangers, like it is an occupational hazard of all the disaster response forces. So then economic crisis, displacement of people, possible threat to police. Sometimes they lack a clear idea of the disaster. Proper technical assistance and backup may not be there. Absence of proper guidelines can be a major challenge. So best practices, which I just suggest that integration of fire and emergency services in a state should be done. Risk allowance should be given, like NDRF is getting deputation allowance 10%, Uttarakhand is getting 15% risk allowance, and Madhya Pradesh is getting 10% risk allowance. So integrated response training with all the civilian as well as police team should be done. Community policing is emerging area. Technology of latest technology of drones, surveillance drones, underwater drones, or aerial drones can be used for surveillance and disaster monitoring and GIS mapping and real-time communication and real-time feedback from the area of disaster to the control room or to any other higher officials. Post-disaster debriefing and evaluation. So I will just finish my slide. This is my last slide. So training all the police personals in disaster management is mandatory in today's time. And for 14 days, it should be done like the Abda Mitra are given training by the NDMA, developing regional response centers of each and every agency in small clusters, which will be hub and spoke model covering an area of responsibility, which will be very important. Then keeping a vehicle, like forensic vehicle is there in each and every, you can say, district. So we can keep a vehicle with basic disaster response equipments in a district to respond immediately to a disaster. And we have to integrate our disaster response training and research and development with universities, research and technological centers. In community-based disaster management, Abda Mitra, Panchayat, school safety programs, and such Nehru Yuva Ken Sangathan, NCC people, everybody has to be taken in our fold with our training, awareness, and coordination exercises. And moreover, we should encourage more IPS officers and state service officers to pursue disaster management courses with various scholarships of Japan Next or Shivning Fulbright, or maybe in India, RRU and NFSU or any other Mumbai universities there. So, moreover, more of the officers, police officers should be represented in SDMA, NDMA and UNDRR, and we should use efficient use of technology. Latest technology is coming, so we can use them. And last and foremost, and out of the box innovative idea from my side is that National Disaster Management University can be established in our country to cater to all these disaster response. Thank you very much.
So I thank all my friends who are there on the dais. The house is open. We'll welcome all the suggestions, all the feedback which might be forthcoming our way. And my request is that please identify yourself and please keep the interventions to the point so that we can take more questions. Please, gentlemen at the back. And I'll request, can you give one mic on the stage so the panelists can also respond from where they're sitting? Is it possible to give one mic on the stage? Yeah, please carry on. Can you use the mic? एक पीछे दे दीजिए माइक वहां तो.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Vikramjeet Singh. I'm Joint Commissioner of Police, Special Branch in Delhi. Sir, I totally agree with what you said about mass casualty incidents and the recent incident of landslide in Kerala. During MCTP Phase 3 in 2017, which I had attended, there was one lecture on the same topic, that is disaster victim identification and mass casualty incidents. They had given a case study on the tsunami of 2004, in which there were 10,000 dead bodies to be identified, and they did it in Thailand in a period of 1 year, which calculates to approximately about 30 cases per day. And they did all of them very successfully, only on the basis of DNA. So the gold standard for victim identification is DNA. In a recent newspaper article that I was reading a couple of days back, there was a story of one person who had gone missing in Gujarat, and he was identified by his relatives and cremated, and after 2 weeks during the prayer meet, the same fellow walks in because the dead body had been identified wrongly. Now, 20 years ago, if Thailand can do victim identification of 10,000 dead bodies from across the globe, all those people were tourists who died in the tsunami, and DNA samples were flown in from Australia, from Brazil, from North America. They could manage that 20 years ago. Till date, we have not been able to ramp up our capabilities of DNA profiling to the extent that even today, after so many months, we have not been able to identify 200 body parts in Kerala. And another point that I wanted as part of the brainstorming input is that why can't we somehow impress upon Aadhaar authorities, UIDAI, to allow access for the fingerprint database that they have for victim identification. I believe a PIL had been filed in the High Court of Delhi, but that didn't result in any fruitful outcome. But maybe through this forum, if we can impress upon the powers that be, that this change should be done so that we can use the database of Aadhaar. Thank you, sir.
I think that's a very brilliant idea, because I was given a task by the organizers that I should, as a part of the group, we should give 2 recommendations. So you have given one of them. I think if the House agrees, we can strongly recommend that Aadhaar access, in fact, what you say, I'll take it further. In UP Police, we had sent a proposal to Aadhaar that we have, all of us in policing find a lot of unidentified dead bodies. So there again, the process was still on. We were told that they need some legal, they have to make some changes in the law because of various court judgments. But I think I fully agree with what you say, that there should be a provision in Aadhaar Act that victim identification, whether it is a victim of disaster or whether a victim of accident or whether it is an identified dead body, it can be easily done. So that's a great idea. Secondly, I'd just like to respond to what you said about the Kerala. I was just giving you a snapshot on 3rd or 4th day of the disaster. So obviously Kerala police is taking the DNA route. So it's not that they have not been able to do it. I was just telling you that is an issue. Right now what happened, how many bodies have been identified? I don't have the data, so I'll not be able to factually correct you. But they are doing it, that much I can assure you. But I think the second point is terrific.
Hello? Hello?
Personally, I fully agree with you. I can again tell you from my UP police example and from experience that DNA sampling pendency is more than 1 year. We have some of the colleagues from forensic labs, so maybe they can vouch for it. So that again, but I think that we'll be out of our mandate if I recommend that DNA forensic capacity for the country has to go up maybe 10 times.
Yeah, I want to say in this regard something. So I'm Dr. Devinder Kumar from Port Blair Forensic Science Laboratory. So actually during 2013, I was sent from CDFD, Hyderabad, to Shri Kedarnath for the project of identification of victims of Shri Kedarnath. And we have collected around 800 bone samples from there, teeth samples or femur bones. But the problem is, and we have identified around 30 people, okay? But the problem is the claimant samples, reference samples. Nobody was coming to submit the reference samples for comparison of those samples with the bone samples. So this was the problem. So, and keeping in this view, he was saying about why we are not able to extend or upgrade our facilities in DNA profiling. CFSL Chandigarh, they have opened inaugurated a national advanced DNA center where the facilities are enormous and they be able to, I think, cater any disaster, I think. So this will be done.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a... So Mr. Goyal is mentioning that CFS Tripura is also doing it. Maybe
Hello.
you can pass on the mic. Yeah, you have a mic, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Saurav Srivastava, and I'm currently posted as JS Superintendent Sonbad. So, sir, in my humble opinion, I have this suggestion that we haven't covered the aspect of tourism. Like the tourists that come to a place, they already create so much pressure on that place. And if, along with community policing, we also create awareness among the tourists and keep a proper track record of the incoming and outgoing tourists, that would also help us in disaster victim identification. That's my suggestion.
May I add to this?
Please.
So actually what I spoke about Himachal Pradesh SDMP, State Disaster Management Plan, the basic purpose or the flavor of the SDMP is tourism, that is one, and forestry second, of the geographical position of Himachal Pradesh. But the DMP of the police department and other plans of the other departments add up to the structure of tourism to know about their vulnerability and to assess the vulnerability and respond accordingly. This is how they have done. You can see that it is on their website. Very good document. You can read that. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I, sir?
Please.
Sir, my query, in fact, it is little deviated from what the High Table has spoken or the other members have put a question. My name is Brajesh Kumar Singh. I am second in command from the Border Security Force. And my query is sort of an apprehension and at the same time it's a suggestion as well. 10 people came through sea route. We gave it a name 2611. And there is more than 10,000 kilometers of land border which is being guarded. We can well imagine, if this is left open or if there's a chunk which is left open, what proposition it can cause. Now this is related to, it can't be a better opportunity having DG NDRF out over here. We have been talking about only the disasters which are, natural. Now this drones coming in and the only ones which are being brought down, we have a record of it. Those who are getting inside, we don't know where they're going and what are they carrying, in fact. My apprehension is that even as per the drone forensics which are shot down now, you don't get to know from where they are operating, where they are going once they are brought down. So no record is found. And once it comes inside, causes some damage in an extent. I am talking from CBRNE emergencies. And that's the best way because nobody is going to own it up. So there is no question of who has put it or waging a war or something of that kind. And border guarding forces and the border population cannot be left to think that they cannot be, victimized through this new threat which we are seeing in Manipur, which we are seeing world over these days. So I think there's a requirement of an ecosystem from the perspective of national disaster to have some sort of, initiative for all the border areas and the border guarding forces to think over it, to develop some protocols for it, and to create wide awareness on this. So that is it from my side, sir.
थैंक यू ब्रजेश जी. मतलब मैं पूरी बात आपकी समझा नहीं. एक चीज़ तो मैं थोड़ा ये बताना चाहूँगा पूरे हाउस को. हम जब डिजास्टर की बात करते हैं तो इट इज़ नॉट नेचुरल डिजास्टर. दिस इंक्लूड्स एनी डिजास्टर दैट इज़ नेचुरल और मैन मेड. जो सेकेंड इशू हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट ने बताया भी था, CBRN वाली बात है, चाहे वो केमिकल हो, बायोलॉजिकल हो, रेडियोलॉजिकल हो, न्यूक्लियर हो, तो उसमें ज़्यादा चांसेस वो मैन मेड हैं या कुछ आदमी की लापरवाही से हैं. आपने इशू फ्लैग किया ड्रोन का, ड्रोन जो आप लोग पकड़ते हैं, ड्रोन की फोरेंसिक्स का, तो दैट पॉइंट इज़ वेल टेकन. बट व्हाट यू वांट टू सजेस्ट एज फार एज द डिजास्टर्स आर कंसर्न, वो थोड़ा प्लीज अगर आप रिपीट करना चाहेंगे क्वेश्चन.
Hello. So the drones which are coming these days, they have capacity of carrying a lot of payloads. And these payloads can be in terms of biological weapons or chemical weapons. And as I said, I connected 2611. There was a gap and somebody came inside and the rest is a history. Similarly, this kind of arrangement, we cannot, we cannot ignore this threat. So from that perspective, protocols has to be there for all the border guarding forces, and also, if not the security forces, it is creating a sort of, menace or some emergency in the bordering areas wherein all these force members are engaged, and then you create a sort of a gap and do whatever you feel like. That is my concern.
I think you have a very good point, because ये issue हमेशा आएगा कि using drone as a carrier to launch a CBRN device to whether it's border area, whether it's a city area, whether it's a big city or a small city, it can be used to launch some CBRN activity which can lead to a disaster. So I think you have a point. maybe we can also include this in a resolution that there should be some capacity building as far as drone supervision, drone control. I think already BSF is doing a lot of work in detecting a drone and to kill a drone. But I think a lot of capacity is needed in that side also. But वो इससे disaster से ज़्यादा जुड़ा हुआ नहीं है, तो I am slightly hesitant to whether it is included in the resolution or not. But I think that's a very valid point which you have made. Thank you. I think this may be the last question before I think we are already running out of time.
So this is not a question. So I'm Mayank Vats from IIT Jodhpur, professor at IIT Jodhpur in computer science. This is about the comment given about using UIDI or Aadhaar for disaster detection of victims in disaster. So UIDI data is not with respect to like doing the identification. So there are twofold issues there. One is Aadhaar data is actually not 1:n. You only do deduplication 1:n once. But disaster, in the scenario of disaster, you have to do 1:n multiple times. So technically it's very time consuming, that's one. Second, the Aadhaar data is very controlled, whereas victim data is highly uncontrolled. So in my presentation, in the next session, you will see if I have to match with an Aadhaar data, it's not a straightforward road. And it will be exceptionally challenging for Aadhaar to do that. Thank you.
You are a professor in IIT, so that I'll request you to sort out the challenge. When we have a problem, we have to find a solution.
I'll show you how we did in Balasore. I'll show you that results. But Aadhaar is not specifically meant for this kind of application.
Thank you. Thank you. So, friends, we come to an end to this. I'll just sum up. Disaster के बारे में अभी आप लोगों को 3 अलग-अलग पैनलिस्ट से एक ओवरव्यू मिला. मैं कुछ चीज़ें दोबारा रिट्रेट करना चाहूँगा. डिजास्टर ऐसी चीज़ है जिसमें हम सारे लोग कभी भी खुद फंस सकते हैं. तो वी हैव ऑल टू बी वेरी सेंसिटिव टू व्हाट इज अ डिजास्टर, हाउ वी कैन ऑल कंट्रीब्यूट. द टॉपिक वाज हाउ द पुलिस कैन एक्ट एज अ फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्सर. तो एज वी मेंशन्ड मेनी टाइम्स दैट पुलिस इज द विजिबल आर्म ऑफ द स्टेट. हर जगह दिखता है, हर चीज एक्सपेक्ट की जाती है कि पुलिस वाला सबसे पहले पहुंचेगा और कुछ ना कुछ करेगा. तो इसमें जो पुलिस ऑफिसर्स हैं और जो लोग उससे जुड़े हुए हैं, दे हैव टू थिंक अबाउट इट कि जब ये रोल मिला हुआ है, हम चाहें या ना चाहें, तो हमें कुछ करना है. एक चीज जो हम लोग कर सकते हैं, कई जगह हमारे एसडीआरएफ के कंपोनेंट्स हैं, कई जगह फायर सर्विस उसके लिए ट्रेंड है, उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पे हम लोग ध्यान दे सकते हैं. एक चीज जो एनडीआरएफ बहुत फोकस करती है और जो हम लोग अपने लोगों को ब्रीफ भी करते हैं, दैट इज एटीट्यूड. बिकॉज नॉर्मली पुलिस का एटीट्यूड होता है किसी आदमी को कोई काम करने के लिए रोकना, कि आप ये नहीं कर सकते, आप इस रास्ते पे नहीं जा सकते, आप बिना हेलमेट के स्कूटर नहीं चला सकते, आप ये नहीं कर सकते. तो वो एक नेगेटिव एटीट्यूड है. और डिजास्टर में जब आप रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं तो यू हैव टू हैव अ पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड कि आपको पता है कि एक ड्राउनिंग हुआ है किसी नदी में, आपको पता है कि 2 दिन पहले ड्राउनिंग हुआ है या 2 घंटे पहले ड्राउनिंग हुआ है. आपकी पुरानी सारी हिस्ट्री, आपकी पुरानी नॉलेज ये कहती है कि यार कुछ बचा नहीं होगा, बट स्टिल यू कैन नॉट लूज होप. आपको फिर भी अपनी टीम भेजनी पड़ेगी, लॉन्च करनी पड़ेगी, वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा, इस उम्मीद में कि शायद मिल जाए बॉडी और कम से कम एक क्लोजर हो जाए. तो वो जो एटीट्यूड की चेंज है, वो हम लोग को अपने जो टीम डिजास्टर के लिए हम लोग बना रहे हैं, उसको ये देना पड़ेगा. दूसरी चीज आती है ट्रेनिंग की. इट्स नॉट कि ये कोई भी पुलिस वाला जो है कल उसको आप इक्विपमेंट दे दीजिए कि साहब ठीक है ये रोप है या ये बोट है, और आप भाई पिक्चर के हीरो वाला काम नहीं है कि वो हीरो जो है सब कुछ हर समय कर लेगा. यूजिंग दीज इक्विपमेंट रिक्वायर्स स्पेशलाइज्ड ट्रेनिंग. एंड ये ट्रेनिंग जिंदगी में एक बार देने के बाद काम नहीं चलेगा. यू हैव टू कीप ऑन डूइंग द रिफ्रेशर ट्रेनिंग. तो वो हम लोगों को सोचना पड़ेगा कि हमारी जो स्पेशलाइज्ड यूनिट्स हैं उनको हमें रीट्रेन करना पड़ेगा. और लास्ट चीज आ जाती है टेक्नोलॉजी का. इक्विपमेंट जितने अच्छे होंगे उतना ही वो फोर्स मल्टीप्लायर होंगे, उतना ही वो हमारे बंदों को किसी भी डिजास्टर को रिस्पॉन्ड करने में मदद करेंगे. नहीं तो कोई भी आदमी जब जाएगा, सो देयर इज नो डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ रिस्पॉन्डर एंड अ सिविल पर्सन. मतलब आप जाके वहां हाथ अकेले से तो कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. तो थोड़ा हम लोगों को अपने जो फोर्सेज में जो भी हमारे स्पेशलाइज आर्म है उस पर फोकस करने की जरूरत है. और दूसरी जो एक चीज जहां पे हम लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं जो डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन में है, जैसा मैंने शुरू में भी कहा, बहुत सारे काम जो है और डिपार्टमेंट्स को करने हैं, सीपीडब्ल्यूडी को करने हैं, लोकल आर्किटेक्ट को करने हैं, जो भी वहाँ बिल्डिंग प्लान सैंक्शन कर रहा है उसको करने हैं, जो सड़क बना रहा है, जो नाली बना रहा है उसको करने हैं. बट हम जो कर सकते हैं वो ये कर सकते हैं कि पब्लिक को इस बारे में अवेयर कराने के लिए, हम सब लोग जानते हैं कि सारे स्कूल्स के करिकुलम में डिजास्टर के बारे में कुछ चैप्टर्स हैं। अब आप किसी बुजुर्ग आदमी को, किसी बड़े आदमी को बुला के उसको कुछ पढ़ाएंगे तो वो कहेगा यार क्या मुझे तुम ज्ञान दे रहे हो, मैं जानता हूं तुम कौन हो। बट कई जगह आप लोग देखते हैं कि स्कूल में जब हम लोग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं, हम एनडीआरएफ में करते हैं, हमें लगता है कि वो कामयाब है। इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग, आई नो आप लोग हार्ड प्रेस रहते हैं पुलिस में, बट स्टिल थोड़ा बहुत टाइम निकाल के स्कूल में डिजास्टर अवेयरनेस की अगर हम लोग प्रोग्राम कुछ ऑर्गेनाइज कर पाएं। एक ऐड मुझे बहुत ध्यान आता है, कई बार कहीं बीच में पेट्रोलियम कंजर्वेशन अथॉरिटी वालों ने ऐड टीवी पे मैंने देखा था कि एक पिताजी एक बच्चे के साथ गाड़ी में जा रहे हैं, लाल बत्ती पे गाड़ी रुकती है और गाड़ी उनकी ऑन रहती है, तो उसका बच्चा कहता है कि आप तो मेरा फ्यूचर खत्म कर दोगे। वो बोला कैसे, कि आप जो है अभी गाड़ी ऑफ नहीं कर रहे हो और यहाँ अभी भी सारा तेल आप इसी से खर्च कर दोगे। तो दैट गिव्स एन इम्पैक्ट। तो बेबी हम लोग उस पर थोड़ा और फोकस कर सकते हैं ताकि जो हमारा डिजास्टर रिस्क में कंट्रीब्यूशन है, ये वो चीजें हैं जो कि पुलिस के एक्चुअली साल के एंड में आप एपीआर जब लिखते हैं तो आपने कितने प्रोग्राम किए, कितने ये किए, ये कहीं काउंट नहीं होगा। वहां काउंट आपका इतना ही होगा कि ये क्राइम वर्कआउट हुआ, इतनी जगह आपने इंस्पेक्शन किया। बट दिस इज समथिंग विच वी कैन ऑल डू एज गिविंग बैक टू द सोसाइटी। तो आई थिंक ये हम लोगों के लिए एक मॉरल ड्यूटी बनती है कि हम लोग थोड़ा इस बारे में सोचें एंड वी कैन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट। और जो आप में से साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी के लोग बैठे हैं उनसे मैं ये रिक्वेस्ट कर सकता हूं, क्योंकि ये चीज हम लोग अगेन एनडीआरएफ में महसूस करते हैं। हमारा ज़्यादातर इक्विपमेंट, हमारे सारे इक्विपमेंट के स्पेक्स ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल हैं, इसलिए जब चाहें आप जाके हमारी वेबसाइट पे देख सकते हैं। वो सारे इंपोर्टेड इक्विपमेंट हैं। तो इंपोर्टेड इक्विपमेंट का मतलब ये है कि वो अगर $10,000 का इक्विपमेंट उसने बनाया है तो हमें $1 लाख में बेच रहा है। प्लस उसको प्रोक्योर करने में गवर्नमेंट जो गाइडलाइंस हैं वो थोड़े स्ट्रिंजेंट हैं। तो आप जैसे प्रोफेसर, आप हैं फ्रॉम आईटी जोधपुर, मे बी यू कैन हैव अ लुक, मे बी योर फ्रेंड्स कैन हैव अ लुक। ऑलरेडी इस बारे में डीआरडीओ से हम लोग इंटरेक्ट करते हैं। पहले एनसीटीएस बनाई था आईटी बॉम्बे में, तो मे बी यू गाइस कैन हैव अ लुक एट दोज इक्विपमेंट एंड सी उनमें से कौन सी इक्विपमेंट को आप इंजीनियराइज कर सकते हैं, which will be a great contribution not only to NDRF for the country. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
With this, we conclude this technical session. I would now request Shri Rajiv Kumar Sharma, IPS DG, BPR&D, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Shri Piyush Anand, IPS Director General, NDRF. I request, sir, to also felicitate our first speaker, Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, Joint Advisor, International Cooperation, NDMM. Our second speaker, Shri Hitesh Goyal, Assistant Professor, Police Administration, RRU, Gandhinagar. Our third speaker, Dr. Satish Kumar, Commandant, SDRF, UP. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries and participants. I would now request all to kindly proceed towards Police Technology Exhibition Pandal for tea break. I request you all to kindly assemble as soon as possible, as our next session will commence by 5:15 p.m. Thank you. Jai Hind.
कंफ्यूज मत होना रहता है, तो जब बोलते टाइम सोचे यार इन्होंने तो ये बोला था, जो आपको ठीक लगे।
पोडियम वाला फोटो खींचना यहाँ पे।
નીચે એક વખત આખો રાઉન્ડ પડી જાય જે નીચે બોટલો પડી છે ને એ ઉઠાઈ લે જલ્દી જવાય.
ग्राउंड में देख लीजिए, मुझे बता दीजिए. दीदी चले जाते हैं तो टोपी वाले वो चले जाते हैं.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are beginning with the next technical session shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a very small announcement, and that is that in accordance with the directions of Honorable Union Home Minister, it has been decided that there will be a brainstorming on redesigning of the format of the All India Police Science Congress. And in that connection, the sheets have already been circulated to all the participants. And some of the volunteers who have volunteered to hold the discussion, they are requested to gather on the first floor conference hall right after this session concludes for a discussion regarding that topic. And Honorable DG BPR&D, ADG, and myself, we will be there for discussion on the redesigning of the format of All India Police Science Congress. Thank you.
Good evening. Our theme for the technical session is using AI as force multiplier in criminal justice system. With great enthusiasm and honor, I welcome our highly esteemed guest, our moderator, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal, IPS, Joint CP, Technology and Licensing, Delhi Police. Our first speaker, Shri Joseph Joshi, CJ, Chief Technology Officer, International Financial Services Centers Authority. Our second speaker, Professor Dr. Mayank Vats, IIT Jodhpur. Our third speaker, Shri Devesh Rajyadhyaksha, CEO, Cere Labs. I would now request our esteemed guests to kindly come to the dais. I would now take the privilege of handing over the dais to our moderator, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Let's go ahead with the session, third session of today. And the topic is using AI as force multiplier in criminal justice system. So I don't want to give much background about AI because everybody is aware of AI and Gen AI and then artificial general intelligence, and so many terms have suddenly come up in the last 1 or 2 years. ASI, people are saying, then finally super intelligence. So I don't want to go into that. So quickly with some brief background, the format of this session is, first I'll give a brief background of AI, Gen AI, and then what kind of AI. There are two distinct streams of AI. One is discriminative AI and second is Gen AI. Both have got so many use cases. So I'll talk what the difference with these two and what are the different streams, different pathways which can be helpful for law enforcement community. We have got excellent panel today. We have Professor Mayank Vats. I'll give introduction soon after I go through the presentation. He is a professor of computer science department, IIT Jodhpur, and he's an expert in deepfake technology, anti-deepfake detection technology, and also he has done a lot of work in detection of content related to obscene and generative AI-based content, deepfake-based content, and also obscene content. And there are so many other areas he has explored, but I'll go towards that when his presentation comes up. And we have another speaker, Mr. Devesh Rajyadhyaksha. He's an expert in LLM, large language model. He runs a company, and he has done many innovations, many software products he has developed. And finally, we have another expert who specializes in ethical AI. This is very important for us. And his expertise lies in how to ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency. We call it FAT. And how to reduce bias in model, bias in data, and how to ensure privacy, because that's very important. We have got Digital Personal Data Protection Act. So let's go ahead with the presentation. And my contribution in this session would be, I have published 2 papers as part of my MS research in IT Delhi, and that is on predictive analytics, predictive policing. Basically, I have developed 2 models which can help us in adaptive deployment of our resources, our mobile resources, our patrolling resources. So I'll talk about in details. This is not working. Yeah. So quickly, we are at the inflection point of history, because in technological history, it has never happened that the many streams of technology has suddenly converged, and so much so that people have started talking about super intelligence and disembodied AI, disembodied intelligence, without giving much details. But with quantum computing also on the horizon, I think things are going much accelerated in this pathway. And there's something called technological singularity, which Ray Kurzweil has predicted that 2029 we are going to see that technological singularity. Technological singularity is defined as a term when the human brain can be surpassed by a machine. And after 10 years, perhaps the entire humanity, the intelligence worth of entire humanity will be surpassed by a machine. So these are 4 streams of recent AI revolutionary ideas, which has certainly gone beyond human level. And that's why we are in a very exciting time when AI has really become so commonplace that there's absolutely no doubt that this AI is unlike the previous AI winters. This would also be a winter. This is the AI summer, and this has come to stay. So discriminative AI and Gen AI, why I'm talking about this? Because nowadays, suddenly in last 1 year, there's a lot of talk about generative AI. So where has discriminative AI gone? That is still there. In fact, my research falls in discriminative AI category. I'll show through examples what is the difference with these 2. Gen AI basically creates content out of the distribution of data, whereas discriminative AI helps you discriminate between different classes. Given an image, it can tell you whether it's an image of cat or dog, and after million images can tell you which particular image it is, which particular class it is. So discriminative AI is like this: 2 different kind of data. It will draw a boundary, imaginary boundary, and multi-dimensional data, and it can draw imaginary boundary surface, and it can tell you which class data belongs to. This is discriminative AI. My research falls in this category. Given a time and place, whether crime of particular type will happen or not happen, yes or no. So this is very clear-cut discriminative AI. So I'll be presenting 2 papers. And generative AI is where you create a new data altogether, whether it's a fingerprint or face, a huge amount of text, image, video, anything, audio, which doesn't exist in real life. And that's what we are witnessing these days. So this is discriminative AI, and the very early stage algorithm, generative adversarial network. Professor Mayank Bas would be talking about that. And the transformer model, large language model. These are 2 revolutionary, papers and ideas which have completely revolutionized this space. So coming to my area, predictive policing. So predictive policing has become very commonplace, because when I went to Kent Police, there I found people have started using it. In US, many states are using it. So it's not, everybody is aware of it, but how to implement on ground, perhaps I'll share my thoughts, my experience in Delhi Police also. Predictive policing is basically, any AI is basically a kind of predictor. How AI is different from database management system? We know IT system, database management system, but when we talk about AI, it means you are predicting something. You are predicting next word, you are filling the next word, or you are predicting whether crime at a particular place will happen or not happen. So based on data of last so many years, we can really learn everything and anything related to that data. Anything, any concept, any idea which is hidden in that data can be learned, and based on that we can make prediction. So why this is a time we should use predictive policing? Because humongous amount of data we have, we are generating transactional data, and lot many smart algorithms using latest deep learning algorithms, and we have got a huge computing resources, particularly GPU. So all these three streams have converged together in last couple of years, and that's why we are seeing the fruits of AI. So, and why we want to do it? Because we have to surmount the problem of huge number of crimes, and our resources are very limited. So with minimum resources, we have to do lot many works. Only way we can do it by making good prediction and deploying our resources. So these are the use cases: crime prediction, predictive deployment, which is an outcome of crime prediction, terrorist event prediction. Even small data also can be very helpful in prediction, modus operandi prediction, repeat offenders prediction. Even when we can predict about the behavior of criminals who, after completing the sentence from jail, whether they will commit the repeat offense or not, that can also be predicted. And it has been tested by Cambridge University, and in UK, this is being implemented. In border management also we can do, we are aware of BOps, but we can go for very smart algorithms for making all kinds of prediction in border area and border management. Similarly, in online supervision support system can also be developed, and jail and bail release and gang activity. So coming to the tools of predictive policing. Why, if you go to criminology, in 2015, Professor Weisbert gave this law. He says that crimes in cities, they are concentrated. And so much so that 30% crimes are limited to just 1% of city area. He has tested across the world, all the medium and big cities. And he has found this law valid. And that's why the basis of predictive policing is this very concept. So these are the two papers we published along with my collaborators and my supervisors. And first one was based on a mathematical model, and second was based on deep learning. So first one, geodome algorithm. This was a paper which I published in 2020. And the concept is very simple. On historical data, you train a model. Historical data can be of minimum 3 years. If it has 5 years data, nothing like that. Only requirement in that, the data should have geocodes, latitude and longitude. If we don't have latitude, longitude, we can't make very smart, granular prediction. But because computers need some numerical values, and that's why we need data of that kind. Second, once you train the model, you run on any new data. I mean, suppose I have trained a model for, let's say, on the data of 20 onward up to 2024. Starting 2025, from 1st January onward, I'll be making prediction. And that prediction will hold. And periodically, we have to retrain the model so that we are up to date, capturing the recent trends. So this kind of red dots can be predicted for each shift or each day for each type of crimes, where limited resources can be mobilized, and that has been found very valid on grounds. People have tested, randomized control trial has been done in US. There it was found that in Los Angeles, 17% reduction in burglary was noticed. So why this is happening? Because previously, a decade back, we used to do something called hotspot policing. We used to create heat maps, and based on that, we were using all kinds of deployment. But problem is that heat maps are not very granular. So you are clueless where exactly my mobile will be stationed. Here, it will be making very granular prediction, exactly 150 meter by 150 area where your mobile is supposed to be placed. And the prediction power goes manifold. And the idea is that in Delhi, city like Delhi, we would be making prediction for 800, 700, 800 grid locations. One location is 150 meter by 150 meter. So you see the prediction power goes up as you go in terms of number of grid cells, but we can't handle more than 1,000 grid cells, so we have to stop there. And so if you increase number of grid cells, you are not gaining much, because after some time it becomes a very straight line. So you have to capture 750 or 1,000 grid cells. Beyond that, the marginal benefits are not much. When you train a model, what exactly you get? You get some parameters, which is learned through data of 3 to 5 years. That parameters you use in your test model, and that gives you prediction. So compared with the baseline, which was of 2014, this algorithm gave better results and improvement by 17.9%. And the pioneer in this area is Dr. Moeller. He's a mathematician, and he used this model for the first time in crime prediction in 2014. Los Angeles noticed 17% detection in burglary using this model. So the second algorithm is deep point algorithm. In first algorithm, I only use crime data, that is place in terms of latitude, longitude, type of crime, and time of crime. These are only 3 data I use. In fact, Dr. Moeller also used three data, which is highly anonymized. You are not required to have any names, any address. So this can be even shared with researcher. And by sharing with researcher, perhaps we can aim for better and better predictive models. Second algorithm is deep point, where I have hybridized the previous algorithm with the deep learning methods, which is convolutional neural network. And here I use, apart from crime data, I also use census data, because census data has got a lot of bearing on occurrence of crime, because there are certain data, for example, income level, education level, even what is the cost of rent. Rent value itself gives a lot of prediction, which I have found in my research. So those data can be used, and based on that, ideally spatial and temporal data, and spatio-temporal, both. These 3 classes of data, and the list is very long. I mean, practically anything and everything has some bearing on crime, but we have to list out which are important ones. So, out of census data, I got so many, but some of them I found very, powerful in terms of discrimination, whether crime will happen or not happen. So this I use convolutional neural net data, and this is the data which I have used, and I use New York and Chicago because of simple reason they are maintaining their data in a beautiful format for last more than 20 years. And this is something we have to aim for in India. And this is totally risk-free, because what they have done, they have reduced all grid cells occurrence of data, whatever lat long is available, they have mapped that to the center of the grid. So nobody can find which house is linked to that crime. So that way they have anonymized. If US government has allowed this kind of data in public domain, and I am using that, so this is a high time we should also start thinking on that line. Because only by sharing data with researcher, perhaps we can aim for better and better model. Otherwise, nobody is coming to us and will do work for our purpose. So this is something which I want to drive down today. And I tested same model in Bengaluru police, because Bengaluru police shared data with me. It was not 100% ready with lat long, so I had to manage some lat long from something address to lat long converter, which are available, but that's not very accurate. So anyway, I used one Bengaluru and found very good results. So my point is, in each state and UT, we should try doing this, and only by doing we'll learn a lot of things. In Delhi police, we have started using it with for betting and for gambling, and that data we have already mapped on GIS map. We have also mapped all the 25,000 CCTV cameras. We are trying to see whether, apart from patrolling, we can also do some kind of surveillance through CCTV cameras. So this is the crime data of New York sample, and this is the algorithm which I use, CNN algorithm, convolutional neural network, and this is this architecture of the model. The idea is that this is the convolutional neural network, this is the schematics, how exactly it works. And this is the architecture of my model, and then this is exact methods. I don't want to go into this. The third algorithm which I developed, that uses traditional data mining. The data mining, the 2 very important algorithm of data mining is, one is clustering, which gives you hotspots, and second is association rule mining. I'm just sharing this because this is something which anyone can do. Our IT people in police organization, they can very well do, because all is based on some libraries. You don't have to write the codes for that, just use the library. And you can run the show. In fact, by doing that, we'll be learning a lot of things rather than asking some vendor to come and implement for us. We have tried through bid management also, we could not get a very good solution through vendor. And finally, we have started doing ourselves. So association rule mining is just connecting different variables of crime. So which place and which time a particular crime might happen. So there is some association, and this association is very similar to, in a market basket. When you go to market, you purchase bread and butter together. So they place bread and butter together in shop so that people can buy both the things. The same algorithms is used in policing, can be used in policing also. I tried doing that on Bangalore police data. So, and I tried to find out what are the vulnerable areas, what are the linkages between different attributes of crime, time, place, etc., and addresses also. Some clustering I did. And some important recommendation for Bangalore police, which particular area at which particular time has a particular kind of crime. And that's very accurate. So for the future direction, I don't want to go much into this because I'm sure my co-panelists, they have a lot to talk about on this. So I will stop here. And if during the question answer, perhaps I can take care. These aspects, related to ethical AI aspect, would be taken care of by Mr. Joshi. So that's all. Thank you so much. I'll take question if there's any towards the end. So after this, I would like to request Professor Mayank Bas. He's an expert, I said, but a few words about him. Professor Mayank Bas is an expert in biometrics, behavior, and identity science. He has been associated with UIDAI, e-governance projects of Government of India, Digi Yatra, and he's also an expert in responsible AI. And when I was in BPR&D, in Modernization Division, there were 7 projects of CCPWC under Nirvaya Fund. And one of the projects was given to IIT Jodhpur, and there he developed an algorithm for detection of deep fake and obscene content. And that was, I was going through that, monitoring that project, so it's a great learning experience for me as well. And he is a PhD from West Virginia University and over 400 research papers. So without taking much time, over to Professor Mayank Bas. Thank you so much.
इतनी अच्छी ऑडियंस को देखकर
Thank you, and I really appreciate BPR&D team for inviting me over here. And I hope I'll do justice with respect to the topic, talking about generative AI for law enforcement applications. As Jaiswalji has already highlighted, we are actually stepping into the world of foundation models, discriminative models and generative models combined. There are multiple modalities which actually are right now explored as we speak, including language models, vision models, multimodal, as well as audio models. And I'll be focusing mostly on the generative models, though some of my work that I'll show also cut across as both generative and discriminative models. And given the title of my talk, focusing on sights and sound, I'll be touching the base on vision, multimodal, and audio model. That's my bread and butter. So, but before actually I go into the details, can someone tell me the story of the last image? That's a generated image. Have you seen this image before? This image is actually the winner of 2023 Sony Best Picture Award. So when this photograph was actually submitted for this award category, and this is a highly prestigious award which is given every year, the evaluators, the judges didn't know that this is a synthetic image. They selected the image as the best photograph. The creator then came forward and withdrew that he did not want to take the award from the photographers, right? Take away the genuine award, essentially. So he declared that he submitted this to be evaluated by the judges, the human judges, whether they are able to figure out this is a generated image or this is a actual photograph, right? And if you see the definition of generative AI is created by ChatGPT. I created for the sake of this particular presentation, and I'll also, at least some of the BPR&D colleagues may have heard this particular audio clip, but we also created an audio clip for the demo purposes. Can I have the sound, please?
इतनी अच्छी ऑडियंस को देखकर मैं तो इतना ही कह सकता हूँ कि मोगेम्बो खुश हुआ.
And believe me, my students can actually generate, just give us 2 minutes of your audio clip, and we can generate whatever you want us to put the words in anyone's mouth. We just need barely 2 minutes of audio clip of a person. So we are actually in that kind of, while it is very positive in sense of how actually the technology is taking us forward, but this has a lot of misuses, and that's where the law enforcement agencies come into the picture about detecting the misuses and preventing the misuses, as we talk about, right? So in the past, I have worked a lot with different agencies on different projects, including designing the standards of Aadhaar, and even the DigiYatra platform evaluation happened in our lab. But today, actually, I'm going to focus on 3 different applications on which we worked with different agencies, the police agencies in the country. And these are actually the very fantastic example, at least in my belief, where generative AI and discriminative AI can actually help the law enforcement agencies in a big way. The very first example that I'm going to show is about sketch-to-photo generation. This is a very famous case. Many of you would already know about this. In NEET, multiple eyewitnesses were apprehended. And from the eyewitnesses, a sketch was actually multiple sketches, and then a combined sketch was generated. I was approached that from this sketch and the description given over there, like based on the eyewitness testimonies, and a skin sample. Like the witness told that the skin sample looks like this. Aisa dikhta hai, aisa color dikhta hai, and all that. Right? So we were given actually some of these inputs, and we were asked that can we generate a photograph from this particular sketch. So we followed the iterative process in which we generated multiple samples, gave it to the CBI then again evaluated it, and the eyewitnesses were shown those samples. Eyewitnesses selected some samples, and we kept on refining it in 2-3 iterations. Our plan was like we can go up to 5 iterations. So this was what we did. From this input sketch, we generated 40 plus sketches, photographs, and we gave it to CBI. CBI came back to us and said, 1 photograph, 95% match. Can you further fine-tune it with respect to more attributes? We were given more attributes, and we kept on fine-tuning, like 1 more iteration we fine-tuned, and that was our refined generative output, which we gave, and then within few days, actually less than a couple of days, we were told that based on this photograph, they could actually figure out who is the culprit, and then later on was also caught from one of the states, like I think Bihar, from Bihar, right? So this was the actual photograph, and then when we ran the face recognition algorithm, it was more than 95% match. So, and this is a fantastic example, in my opinion, of using generative AI to help the law enforcement officials to expedite the search process. The second example, I think in the previous session we talked about disaster and injuries. We have worked with Department of Telecommunication and Ministry of Railways in one of the applications of injuries. And India is, by the way, since we all know this, and in fact we have heard in the last meeting also, and the last event also, that we are probably the capital of road injuries, right? The world's capital of road injuries. And many a times we get actually an injured person without any identity proofs. How do we actually ensure that we are able to match the identities with respect to the actual mapping? So we have been working on this problem actually since very long, and one of my student, PhD student, she wanted to work on domestic abuse, like detecting if a female person is undergoing domestic abuse or not, if the injuries are related to domestic abuse or not, and that actually triggered us the thought chain of can we use face recognition with respect to injury variations or not, right? So we created the very first data set by crawling the web and we could actually obtain a data set of 150 individuals before and after injuries. Remember, in order to train a face recognition system, we needed uninjured face and a corresponding injured face. So before the generative AI era, we were actually crawling the web and downloading the samples. What we realized is that most of the face recognition algorithms were kind of useless. Literally, means they were not doing up to the mark at all. While for the baseline benchmark results, or benchmark data sets where no injuries were there, the accuracies were in the range of 95-99%. But the moment actually injury comes in, the accuracy dropped significantly, like to the level of even less than 10%. And the reason actually we realize is that this is a very classical machine learning problem. When injury happens, you have like swollen faces, swollen eyes, like different facial parts are not exhibiting the properties of a regular face. Under those circumstances, that photograph of same person can look very differently. And it may so happen that the algorithm may start mistaking an injured person with someone else. So that's what we call as intra-class variations and inter-class variations. These are machine learning terms in terms of defining these variations. And the machine learning models, they are confused because of this particular phenomenon. So we again actually now in 2023, 2024, we actually went into the mode of generative AI. Because the lack of data, means, as I said, we could only find 150 subjects before and after injuries. So what we did is we actually created synthetic data. We created face images and the synthetic counterpart which was injured. And then we trained the model heavily. And the performance on the synthetic data improved to a level where we can very confidently say, yes, at least we are now confident in making our decisions. While we were doing this research, we were actually approached to do the evaluation for one of the disasters. I would say unfortunate disaster in Balasore train accident. One of the most challenging scenario in my career specifically, when we had to look at more than 250 injured bodies and figure out like who belongs to who, right? And these bodies are injured, burned, charred, right? And it's not easy to actually do face recognition. Eyes are closed, fingerprints are gone. So you can't do iris recognition, you can't do fingerprint recognition, right? Even face detection was not working. And we were given, and bodies were decomposing. So we were given like less than 12 hours that can we do face recognition in 12 hours and figure out what happens. So we used our approach of generative AI, like training the model on synthetic data first, and then performing face recognition. This is a place where actually Department of Telecom collaborated with us in first figuring out who all were there based on the mobile data and the train tickets, who all were there, probable people around in that region of train accident. They pulled up that information and pulled up the face images from their KYC data. So we were given KYC face images and the photographs of the dead bodies. And we actually did 1:1 match in that scenario. And this is what actually we did. We actually found top 10 matches for every dead body. And the first row actually shows that these are the input images of dead bodies. And then the subsequent matches that we could, from our algorithm, we could find. And the impact of this work was that more than 120 bodies, to be precise, 126 bodies, we could actually match. And within 12 hours, we could actually say that these are this, and the family members were given the bodies within that time frame. But unfortunately, we could not do the face recognition for the remaining 30 bodies. Even DNA could not help for those remaining 30 bodies. But this actually opens up a new research thread. When I heard about disaster management, this can be extended. Generative AI application can be extended for multiple different kinds of disaster. Burn was one example, but if someone is drowned, then the faces would actually swell, right? So a dead body which is few days old, how actually we can take care of those applications. So that's a new area of research for many of us. And the third application is about deepfake detection, which was initially supported through BPR&D, and then we have taken it to a much bigger level right now with respect to introducing multilingual deepfake detection right now. So being a professor, I have a habit of asking questions to my class, right? And I'm going to treat all of you in my class. So these are 3 videos, no audios, but these 3 videos. I would like you to tell me which one of them are real, which of them are fake. Any takers? You can name it 1, 2, and 3, so you can tell 1, 2, 3 which one. All are fake, 2 is fake, 3 is fake. So, by the way, all are fake, and they all are coming from Instagram. So, Instagram, if you go and talk to someone and someone suddenly befriends you, be aware. And this is happening not only on Instagram and Telegram, even portals like Shadi.com and others, and matrimony and all. So enhanced images are, I'm going to use the word generatively enhanced images are being used in a big way. And this is becoming a headache for probably all of you, right? And having this kind of inputs on social media platform, by the way, all 3 samples have more than 500,000 likes. मेरे पोस्ट को 500 भी नहीं आएगा, right? All these 3 fakes would have more than 500,000 likes, right? So we worked with actually one of the journalists to do a story on Instagram and Telegram fakes. And in the Indian election, we worked with many agencies as well as journalists to debunk the deepfakes. And it's very easy. Means you can do it on your phone. What you have to do is you have to have a source image, a source video. You have to have your own photograph, which is that photograph, and just few clicks and you can generate your deepfake. And this is one very simple example highlighting that a very beautiful deepfake can be generated within 5 minutes on your mobile phone. But the challenging part is that how do we detect that deepfake, whether it is real or not, when you disseminate this information, right? And the story does not stop there also. You can actually create deepfakes of deepfakes. So suppose I have a photograph. Someone says that, hey, let me create a deepfake from my photograph. I create a first deepfake. Now someone likes on my LinkedIn profile, suppose this photograph is on the LinkedIn. Someone takes this photograph, assuming it's real, creates a deepfake of their own. So it's a phylogeny or it's a tree of deepfakes. That's another level of challenge which we started seeing in 2023, mid-2023. And it was unimaginable. People actually were very clever in just removing one person, adding another person in a crowd like this. So how do you detect deepfakes in this scenario? So we also actually realized of another interesting problem statement for us, local context. In India, we are, officially we are speaking about 22 languages. Even Meri Hindi or Gujarat mein Hindi bahut alag hogi, right? And like my advisor from IIT Kanpur days is Bengali, and his Hindi is very different. बहुत बार मुझे ही नहीं समझ में आती थी, right? So how do you actually, when you talk about dialect, how do you do audio defect detection in that scenario? And in order to actually show you the complexity of the problem, I'm going to run 5 audio clips, and this is a pop-up quiz again, and you have to tell which one of them are real and which of them are fake, okay?
I have come to clear away the dishes.
Although they live in their natural environment, they are anthropomorphized, possessing their own culture, language, proverbs, poetry, and mythology.
Please call Stella, ask her to bring these things with her from the store.
It is a big and beautiful world. Most of us live and die in the same corner where we're born in, never get to see any of it. I don't want to be most of us. Gingers are beautiful. We've been kissed by fire.
In like this wave of like being evolved and not being evolved at the same time, like technologically, spectacularly evolved to the point where we can bend matter and create new.
Yeah, so takers, these are number 1 to 5. Which one of them are real, which one are fake? 3rd and 5th real, 3rd fake. All are fake. 3rd is real. See, this is human intelligence, right? We are not agreeing which one is real, which one is fake, and we are expecting the algorithms to predict, right? By the way, all of them are real. मैं एक ही क्वेश्चन दो बार रिपीट नहीं करूंगा, right? So and we tried multiple models. All the models that are available, which probably BPR&D also has access to many models, and all of you have, and FSU also has. If you give these 5 samples to any model in the world trained on English language, 1, 2, and 3, first one is actually Indian accent, right? From the Northeast. The models are predicting fake. So when just before election, we realized we got so the Pakistan election was happening, and Imran Khan's audio clip came in Urdu. All the models were saying this is real, ulta, right? And then we were approached that, this is Imran Khan is saying don't go and vote for election. What my model is saying. Fortunately, we trained our model in Hindi, for Hindi language also, at that point of time. हमारे model ने बोला this is fake, and with a very high confidence, 0.99. Then a disclaimer, like the journalist did a report and all, and then the next day the disclaimer came from his party that audio clip was fake. And after that, actually, we started getting flooded with a lot of requests from Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam, Bengali and all. So quickly we worked with 15 different languages, and we started evaluating. If you look at English accent, models are doing fantastically good. But if I actually look at our Indian accent, Rajasthan, Kerala, Punjab, Goa, West Bengal, the performance was very poor. So we worked with our students and created a huge corpus of 4.8 million synthetic samples generated in 15 different Indian languages. We trained our model for that particular, and this is what all we did before election, like within 15 days, because we knew that we are going to get a lot of samples. During election, we got more than 1,000 samples to detect in all sorts of languages. And so at least all the agencies were very satisfied with our output, and we could solve almost all the cases. Even very many popular cases, including the real samples that came from UK, or synthetic samples, or even the President nominee Kamala Harris sample came in. All the experts were saying that was a fake sample. We said it's a real sample. But it was AI-enhanced sample. The models were getting actually offloaded because the AI algorithm was used to enhance the photograph, and that's why all the algorithms started saying it's fake. But actually it was a real sample. So with these examples, I'm just trying to highlight and some of the cases that we actually
Hello,
did.
everyone. My name is Mukesh Ambani. I find that many people don't know how to pick stocks and just follow the trend. But investment is not gambling, and it is...
भारत की क्रिकेट टीम के प्रसिद्ध कप्तान विराट कोहली ने आज अपने ऑनलाइन कैसीनो के निर्माण की
And you must be getting these kinds of samples on a WhatsApp day in, day out. Right? So we did actually many of these applications. In fact, BPR&D also used our tool to do help in one of the villages where a deep pond was created, and the villagers actually labeled the girl that the girl should actually leave the village, and BPR&D officials used our tool to detect and help the victim that no, this is a deep pond, not actually a deep fake, essentially, not actual person involved. However, while this is all exciting, however, I should actually also put a note of caution. The existing models that are there on your fingertips, like ChatGPT and DALL-E and other models, they are not very Indian specific, right? If I give a prompt of imagine 3 young Indians in Starbucks coffee shop, this is the output I get from DALL-E and Midjourney. We are always viewed as poor, and even our Starbucks would not look like this, right? Other than regular Starbucks, even the Starbucks in India should look like this, according to DALL-E and ChatGPT. DALL-E always think that we live in houses like huts, right? That's where, like, when we gave the prompt as "Ghar ki ek shavi banaye," and that's the house actually we got from DALL-E. So bias is a huge problem when we use these generative models So when we are using generative AI for our applications in law enforcement applications, we have to also take care of some of these issues of bias, privacy, and responsibly. Another major problem which we have observed and which we have highlighted to the world now with our paper that we are going to present next year is generative models don't understand no. So if you have to create a crime scene using generative AI algorithm, that reimagine the crime scene using this input and this, if you say that there is no tabletop or there is no table in the room, it will create a table in the room. For instance, if I say a car without tires, it will add one extra tire. If I say a dog with no ears, it will add bigger ears. So the models don't understand negation, and there are, by the way, 15 different kinds of negations, and they are also language specific. No in Punjabi and no in Telugu and no in Hindi, they may have different meanings or different altogether understanding. So the models don't understand that very well, and therefore more research is required, more caution is required when we use generative models. And for that, we have established a Center for Excellence on Generative AI. We are calling it as Srijan. And we are going to work on different horizontals, the technology horizontals and application verticals. And we are open to collaboration with different agencies, including law enforcement agencies. And with that, I acknowledge my sponsors, supporters, and students with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mayank. Such an excellent exposition on Gen AI from the perspective of computer vision. I'm sure there are many use cases. You talked about how to do 3D crime scene reconstruction. You also mentioned how to detect deep fake obscene content and deepfake, how difficult it is. And also generating multiple millions of images can be so helpful in multiple use cases. Thank you so much. Now I move to Professor Devesh. Mr. Devesh, a few words about him. He runs a company called Sere Lab. He has been founder and CEO. He is doing R&D in large language models. And because this is another stream of Gen AI. One stream is computer vision and, of course, audio.
Yeah, yes,
and second stream is large language model, text-based generation. And his expertise lies in LLM and from the perspective of various use cases. And he has published a book called Decoding GPT. And he also publishes a science magazine, Yours Sincerely. That's the name of the magazine. And he is a well-known science communicator. And he has done his master's from VJIT, very prestigious institution, VJIT Mumbai. And I don't want to take much time. He has about 25 years of experience in this area and in IT world, and particularly LLM from last couple of years. So over to Mr. Devesh, and he will talk about LLM, its use cases in policing. And particularly, I would request him to talk about public interface of policing using chatbot, and how similar kind of LLM-based model can be developed for internal working of policing. So over to Mr. Devesh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. We are towards the end of sessions today, so I request you to bear with me. And this is not a long presentation, just a few slides. I don't want to get into any technical details. Just want to talk about a few use cases. I have been part of the industry, and we have been helping different companies to use AI for the last 10 years. So I just want to share some of those experiences, and because I think that there are a lot of parallels in what we have done and what can be used in law enforcement. I'm going to restrict myself to language models. Professor Vats has spoken elegantly on the imaging side of AI and generative AI. I'm going to focus more on the text part. So these are the three things I want to cover. What are language models and how they can be used in LE, law enforcement. And then, a little bit on how to adopt. And I'll also address what, sir, you suggested on public and internal interfaces. But the bit on adoption, because we have seen AI spoken about a lot, but not used much. Right? Even ChatGPT, it impresses everybody. All of you have seen it, but there are very, very few people who actually use it on a regular basis. Right? So So that's why this is very important. So, very, very simple. Language models are part of AI, right? ChatGPT runs on a language model. It's called GPT. Your WhatsApp has what they call as Meta AI, right? So Meta AI runs on a language model. It's called Llama. Version is 3.2. You can read that on WhatsApp when you open Meta AI, right? So language models are basically very, very good at language processing. They take text, language, and they give out language. Okay, so like you go on ChatGPT and you ask, give me 300 words about something, right? So that's the input, that's the text which is giving in. That's the text that is going in. And what you get, those 300 words about your subject, that's the text which is coming out. It's that simple. This is the only thing that language models are able to do, nothing more. However, with that, they do some fascinating things. Okay. So, four examples I want to give what language models can do. Okay. First thing, you're all familiar with question answer. You go to a chatbot and you ask a question like, what is the capital of Paris? How far is moon from us? And all that, and they are able to answer. Okay. The reason for this is that models have been trained on a lot of data. They have been trained on everything that is there on the internet, in the books, and so on. And from that knowledge, they are answering your question. But it's not just the answer, it's the way they are answering your question. You can ask, for example, help me to plan a holiday, in Kashmir. 1 week holiday, right? So there is one thing is that there is a knowledge about Kashmir, but also the way it is creating the text and telling you in an engaging way, right? Something that you can read. The second thing, and which is more important in our context today, is comprehension. Right? What's comprehension? It's basically the ability to look at a piece of text, maybe a few pages, and then answer questions based on that. So this is much more useful in the context that we are talking today. The third one, very, very powerful, is summarization. This is the age of TLDR. You know what that is? TLDR is something that the young people use, right? Too long, did not read. That's what it is. So you give more than half a page to a young person, they're not going to read it. It's a TLDR. So summarization becomes a very important ability also for busy people like you, because you might have the habit of reading, but you may not have the time. So like most of your time may be spent in going from one place to other. So you might want a short glimpse, summary of things, so that then you can decide whether to get into the details. And last thing, of course, is generation. So generation, of course, is creating text, whatever you want, but more importantly, and again very important in the context of use cases that we are going to talk about, is that it is able to create text in the style that you want. The style that you want for a young person, like the students of RRU, is different than the style that you want if they are going to be read by some of your PhD students, Dr. Watts. So, that's the other capabilities of language model. There are many capabilities, but I think this is basically the crux. Okay, so now we are getting into the real part where we say language model to bahut ho gaya, but how they are useful? Are they useful to law enforcement? Okay, so here I am going to draw on my experience in other fields, what we are already doing, what companies are already using, and then see, I think you will be able to make the connection that it is pretty useful. The first I want to take up is compiling. So, for example, take an insurance company. Okay. when they process an insurance claim of, say, for example, something that happened on a ship, there are scores of documents which come along with that. There will be like 50 documents, 100 documents, dating from many years, and so on. Another example, medical. When doctors treat a patient and the patient has a history, like something like cancer and also, it goes over years, and every hospital visit create tons of papers, PDF, whatever, but basically text material. Right? Now, what is required for the person who is doing this, going to do the task, is that he or she gets a compilation, the important parts, and in a predictable way. By predictable, what I mean is something like Wikipedia. You are all used to reading Wikipedia, right? So one thing it does is that on every type of entry, it has a predictable format. So if you are reading about a person, then you know that there will be introduction, early life and career, professional career, and so on. So if it's about artist, then accordingly. So similar kind of compilations where imagine your cases and so on, where you get a few pages to read with all the predictable sections in it, can be very useful in a lot of. So I don't have any access to any police material. So what I did here, I am a crime fiction reader. So I took an example of a novel called The ABC Murders. Has anybody read it? Agatha Christie novel. So if you're not read it, then it's a very interesting story where it looks like a serial murder, a serial killer, right? But actually it is not. So I won't tell you the story. Don't want to spoil it. But what I did, as you can see the prompt, that this is what I'm using here, is just Microsoft Copilot, which is there in all your Windows desktop. You can just click on that sign. And I give the reference of this novel and I say, give me these things. So I'm just playing here. This is just a toy example. But you can imagine this happening, in something like, you can imagine something like this, where the various reports that get produced during a crime investigation, the statements, the diaries that you submit, the memos. I'm sure, I am a novice, but you know better, there are tons of material. And then it goes through some kind of a model. I'm not saying that it is Copilot. It can be any model. It can be your own model. But it's able to give you a compilation of things, so which the format, how it is going to give. That all the important things are going to be there. So this is something you can draw parallel with what other industries are already doing. Okay. Second thing is quick help, and this is where I'll address your point. So again, we come back to the thing about not being able to read a lot. Okay. And here I draw on my experience in pharmaceutical companies. Pharmaceutical companies are audited by various agencies. Okay. And so they have to have a very high focus on quality. One of the part of that is that they have a SOP for everything. And since morning I've been listening that there are a lot of SOPs in policing as well. But SOPs are long and difficult to read. So here's an example. This is the product that we sell, but generally you can do this on so many different platforms. So on the right hand side, what you see is a SOP. As you can see, it is like some 15 pages, which is one of the smaller ones. Okay. And I ask, what is the procedure to clean the machine? So imagine that this is being read by the actual operator who is going to clean it, and I am putting it in English, but this can come out in any language. Generally, the people who will be working on the shop floor would prefer the regional languages, so it can come out in any language, even though the original SOP may be in English. So it is a quick help, and this can be integrated with WhatsApp, right? So they don't have to have a computer, they can just ask the same question like they're asking to a friend. So again, some of the things that come to my mind is like the police manuals, which I'm sure are very thick. I have never seen one, but I'm sure they are very, very long and and you need them. The person on the in the station must be needing them all the time. That what should I do? What is the right procedure to follow? Or what is the act? What is the section which I should refer to, and so on. So you have all the material. All you need to do is give it to put it in one place, give it to AI, and then you ask queries. Now this is where we talk about whether this can be also made available to the public at large. Not manuals, of course, but a lot of information that the police departments, different law enforcement departments, they want to make public for public good, so that people are aware and they can do a lot of these things themselves. Nowadays, community policing, that is here that is an important subject. It can be a part of that. So even that can be done, and that a lot of companies now have a chatbot on their site. You go there and you ask things and it tells you. However, there are certain risks involved with that, and that is something we must keep in mind. Number one is AI sometimes has this tendency to give inaccurate answers. Okay, it is called as hallucinations. Okay, where it lies convincingly. Okay. If you read that, I'll give my example. Our company, it's a technology company, right? Software company. So if you go to ChatGPT and ask, tell me about Seri Labs, then it will say it is headquartered in Bangalore. That we are headquartered in Mumbai, not in Bangalore. But why is it saying so? Because the model is a statistical thing. Statistically, most technology companies in India are found in Bangalore. So, so these are the kind of things it sometimes does. Internally, if you are using it, your own force is using it, it is fine, because as I showed you in the previous slide, you are also showing the source side by side. So they are always going to get the answer, but also going to cross-check it with the original source. And you can train them to do that. But if your audience is the public at large, then you cannot expect them to, refer to the source and verify. And so wrong information can cause a problem. So to that extent, our system has to be much, much harder. Second thing is that there is this thing called jailbreak. Okay, there are people who keep on asking the model questions in such a way that model says something embarrassing. And then these people, once the model says so, they will put it onto Twitter, and so I'm sure you have come across these examples. So, there a British or American journalist in the early days of ChatGPT put an example where he did it on Bing, I think, which is the same model, where the model started saying that you divorce your wife and marry me. Okay, so those are, but it's not easy, but they know how to do and get into the system and do it, not get into the system unethically, just by asking questions. So there is this thing. So, as a responsible government agency, that can be a, not only that, see, it causes a minor maybe a embarrassment, but the problem is these are the incidences which stop the progress. If something like that happens, then the programs are shut down, will not do AI, and those kind of things happen. So these are a few things that need to be kept in mind if you are planning to use large language models for external use. Okay. This is something that I'm sure everybody is going to like, that language models are being used to write reports. Right? So one of the things that we are doing, for example, is to draft contracts. So take a lot of information from the user, and human beings are very bad when it comes to a blank page. I give you a blank page, write something, then most of us will flounder. But being given some kind of a starting point, layout, और आपको बोला आप इसको correct करो, then many of us are pretty good with that. Okay, sees what someone else has done and correct parts of it. It's something human beings are good at. So this process is called hybrid intelligence, where you have the language model generate something for you, and then you check the veracity, check everything is all right, and as a second iteration, suggest something to the model, make these changes. This is a good way to create reports. the police officials have to create a lot of reports. I have been listening from the morning, and now I believe with the new laws, they are asking you to write even more reports. So I think it's a capability that can come in handy. So those are the 2-3 things that I wanted to talk about as use cases. Of course, there are a whole lot of applications, and I'll quickly talk about 2 more briefly. One is training. Language models are being used to create training everywhere now. So because AI can create personalized training, it is possible to create training manually, but to create training differently for everyone is not possible through human efforts. Right? So models can take the training that you have already created and personalize it for probably a constable, an inspector, and whatever senior people differently, which is which comes very handy. The same thing happens in a company also. Different kind of trainings are created for new people, experienced people, and so on. And the second thing is strategic application, where I heard the Honorable Union Home Minister talking in the morning that we should get all the data together. You should use AI to get the data together. So that once good quality data in large quantity comes together, that becomes the foundation of some fantastic things that you can do. I'm talking about strategic applications which have to be used by only the senior leadership, which are basically kind of recommendations. Okay. Then about new things which can be adapted, possibilities, risk assessment on a higher level. So these are the kind of strategic things which are useful to the people at the top. But those are possible only if data is coming from everywhere. Strategy cannot be based on a few pilots. And it has to be a high quality data, which means somebody must have used that data already and found it useful. That's the one notion of quality that we can always adopt. If you are using something, then it must be good. So those are a few more things. And then I just add, before I stop, that we can talk a lot. You can see a number of demos, right? But to use is never easy. Right? Adoption is the hardest challenge in any technology anywhere. Okay, so I have one method to suggest here, which is being used by large enterprises as well as armed forces around the world. It's called the DIKW pyramid: data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. So these are the steps through which you can build the applications. If you want to build everything together, then that doesn't happen. Okay, so if I apply it to the situation here, then you are looking at something like this. So in the data layer, you are first going to collect all the data, and I see that there is a lot of things happening, which means a lot of data is already going to be, but the past data is not going to be digital, right? And past data is going to be needed because in law everything is connected. I mean, criminal has not become criminal today. He must be having a record for last so many years. So we need a lot of data to be converted and stored and whatever. The second layer is information, where typically the technology becomes useful to one person or one team. For example, identifying faces, and DNA and all these technologies, or even writing reports, whatever we discuss, can be very useful to one person. So that's the information layer, where it's no longer data. It has actually become something that is actionable. You can use it. And we call it knowledge when things get connected to each other, right? So for example, what I randomly thought of cold cases. You have a lot of cold cases which could not be solved. So new information comes up in new cases, and nobody has the time to go back and see whether this can be useful in solving any of the cold case as well. But if such a system, an AI system, starts connecting the new data with the one which is lying there, or data from two different, judiciaries or different parts, and start suggesting things, then that would be called as knowledge. Connecting, how we do, no? We suddenly get up and realize that these two things are connected. And the last bit is wisdom. I already spoke about this. This is typically for leadership teams where they can. So essentially, wisdom somewhere connects to decision making. And senior people keep on taking very important decisions, and how the applications can help them in taking decisions in terms of, their priorities, where to put more funds, more resources, what we should do next, what we should stop. All those kind of things are essentially strategic decisions. That's the wisdom layer. So, strategy for adoption of language models and AI in general: get the data first, then make the information kind of applications so that, in every station, in every branch, people start using it. Okay. Then start putting it together so that it starts getting useful in doing things which never happened before because, of lack of connections. And then finally use it for strategy. Strategy is long term, right? It doesn't have impact over the next year or something. It will have impact over 5 years, 10 years. So there is no hurry. So, this is something that I would like to suggest. I just want to end with a quote which has to do with adoption. A technology will be used only when people don't feel that it is technology. Right? We make it so well that, like, you use WhatsApp and all that, it's very high level of technology. We never feel that. So, if we can do that, then adoption shouldn't be a challenge. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Devesh. Really, you get such a nice exposition on different use cases of LLM, how this can be used internally within department and how we can use for web interface. In particular, you also talked about DIKW framework, how LLM can progress from data to information, to knowledge, to finally wisdom. Thank you so much. So now I move to the last speaker, Shri Joseph. Shri Joseph is an expert in responsible AI or ethical AI. Why we are talking about this? Because so far with three speakers, we understood different models of AI and or data also. But what are the flip sides? The flip sides is that if data is poisoned, if the model is poisoned, it can create a lot of problems. And particularly when we have a DPDP Act also, we have a privacy issues also. The bias in model can be very disastrous. I mean, because we will be guided by the models. So that's why I request Professor Mr. Joseph to talk about explainable AI. This is a new framework where AI is not a black box. We know what exactly it is doing. And that is all what we need, because we are a law enforcement agency. Our work is very precise. We are rule-based organizations. So we need to know what exactly models are doing. So that's why I request you to kindly talk about models, the overfitting of models, how to avoid overfitting of models, and also to talk about different dimensions of fairness, accountability, and transparency. Over to Mr. Joseph.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries, co-chair, co-panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, good evening. For a change, I don't have a PPT. I can give you some relaxation on ice. It's the last session. You know why I came this side instead of that? Because an AI algorithm should have said I should go there, shortest distance, mic is already working. Why do you want to come here? That is probably human ingenuity, probably stupidity as well. I don't know. Only time will tell. But friends, AI is not a new term. It's been around for quite some time, right? 1950s Alan Turing test, and it's going on. And AI became machine learning and deep learning, and now Gen AI. We don't know what's going to come tomorrow, because European Union made a law on AI, and then they realized that, hey, they forgot to include Gen AI because it came after that. So I do not know what more will come. So that's the speed at which it moves, this entire thing. And I've been given a tall order, but given that it's the last session, I'll try to compress and do whatever justice I could do, because the topics which we are talking, each is a one-day workshop. So probably I'll try to wrap it up so that it makes sense in this context with this crowd. Now, this entire AI, it has reached till here primarily because of compute breaking the Moore's law. You all know that. And also data, right? We had, of late, I do not know how many of you have worked on big data lake, and all those stuff. Because 30 years back, I wrote code on machine learning. And to train a data was a nightmare. Today, it's like a breeze. We have a lot of data. Now, how many of you have used Google Lens in this audience? Google Lens? Great. No wonder the Google official was right. She told that 50% and more data comes from India, because they are only using Google Lens very, very frequently. Now, guess what? India is rich with data. India is data rich. They say data is the new oil, whatever that story is. But we need to treat it like a natural resource. It's a strategic resource today for us. And the whole world wants it. Because we have a demographic dividend which is helping produce that data. We have a mobile internet connection which is the cheapest. Everything is in favor of India. So that's why we need to be very guarded here. And why I'm talking these two things, compute and data, is sometimes we forget that these are the fundamentals and we forget the first principles. Now, I come from an organization called AIPSC. I do not know how many of you know it, but I'm sure some of you would have heard about GIFT City, which is like about an hour from here, 15 minutes. So there is something called AIPSC, International Financial Service Center, and we are the authority for it, a unified regulator with the powers of RBI, SEBI, IRD, and PFRDA, 4-in-1 regulator for that zone. Now, what's a regulator doing here in this forum? Complete misfit. But you know what? You and I have one thing in common. We look at the risks. Right? When the perpetrators of the crime try 99 times and fail, and the 100th time they succeed, that one time is enough for them to get their job done. And as regulators or as law enforcement officers or whatever we are doing, 99 times we save. 100th time we let it go. That one time is enough to undo all of our effort. That is the difference, which we all share. So which means we look from the risks perspective. What can go wrong? Because we cannot afford to miss even that one time. Because reputation is our oxygen. Now, we had wonderful sessions. And if you're going to use these tools, and you miss that one time, what will happen? So I am now going to be the bad guy here, trying to say, hey, AI is not everything. There are risks also. Because that is what we as a regulator do. To give an example in the financial world, Klarna, I don't know how many of you know, it's kind of a unicorn now, come from German. They have very interesting lending model, buy now, pay later, BNPL as they call. They just take your email ID and PIN code and they just decide your credit worthiness. So fast. Online, real time, by the time you check out, you have the credits ready for you, the loan. Now my fear is, what happens if that PIN code is Dharavi? Will you give the same credit? Or will there be a bias? Will you create any financial inclusion problem for me? So this is how I think as a regulator, financial sector regulator. Now, for a law enforcement, and when we say AI is a force multiplier in criminal justice, that's a very powerful word, right? So we all are looking at that. So now, if you do, Sir did a wonderful session on predictive policing. Go to ChatGPT and say, give me examples of predictive policing. I'm sure you won't see Delhi or Bangalore. You will see Chicago, you will see LAPD, you will see New York, probably UK, right? So that's how the whole model is built. So we need to realize that first. I'm not saying it's evil, we should not use it, but we need to be fully aware of what we are using in our hands, because the responsibility in our hands are far greater than what we can imagine. We all know that. Now, this AI is a very peculiar animal, right? It's like if you do a 100-meter race in the Olympics, you have a gold, silver, bronze finish. People are separated by seconds, milliseconds, nanoseconds, whatever it is. But AI is not like that. It's a winner takes all. The example was there in the search engines. Yahoo came, Bing came, Google came. Google took the market so much that people say, instead of search, they say, let's Google it. That's the kind of difference. Now, ChatGPT, Valley, Claude, Sonnet 3.5, Gemini. I mean, they are going to fight for the data. They're going to fight for the compute. They're going to make it. So we need to be aware of all of these things, because this is all very fundamental in our AI equation. Now, why I'm saying all of these things? Because as very responsible organizations like regulators or law enforcement, we need to understand the volume of data is important, the quality of data is important, and the training of data is important, which is very fundamental here. Now, I said about bias. Let's try to poke holes into some of these examples which we saw. I'm not going to create a session. I am not a professor, with all due respect. So, but let's take some fundamental biases. data bias. So now, if in policing we are collecting data from one particular community and we are going to feed into the model, or we are going to take it from one segment of people, naturally your model is going to be biased because of the data which you collected. The historical data, you can say, I have it for 10 years, 3 years, but is it diverse enough? That's an important question to ask, right? And you never know the algorithms. Who wrote the algorithm? The algorithm itself might have a bias inside it. Do we have a handle on it? How did they train? The weights in it. Is it biased against India, against our community? We never know unless it is indigenous, right? Other thing could be a label bias. Fine. A police constable is taking data at a police station, which is probably the microcosm of your entire investigation. Now, is he labeling it correct? Did we do that check? And is that the way it's happening all these years? Is there a different way we need to do it? Because all these are going into your data, which is again getting fed into these models, which are going to give you predictions and decision making on which you're going to act. So I want you to think from this bias angle, because these are very critical for us, because the job we are doing is like that, right? And one more bias, very interesting bias, is the selection bias itself. I can consciously avoid data from some point. We know that. The more complaints we get, we know the crime is there. But if there are no FIRs, how will I know about the crime? So it's all fundamentally data. So this bias is a very, very important point which I want to drive home here. At least that could be the first thing which I want to drive. And this is something which we all of us have to be very conscious. But then help is at hand. There are different aspects. Like, for example, we call it as bias audits. How do I see if there is a bias in this algorithm or data, right? There are fairness metrics which you can define. All these are interesting topics. Probably you could research on your own. But what I'm trying to say is there is help. But we get carried away by using only the tool and not at the other aspects of it, which is very important for the kind of role we are playing. Now, I'm not sure if you have heard this. Elon Musk asked a query to Gemini AI. I think it was, if you could misgender Kathleen Jenner to prevent a global nuclear apocalypse. That is a question he asked. Kathleen Jenner is a media personality, sports. So he was wanting to misgender her or to prevent a global nuclear apocalypse. The Gen AI said, I will not misgender, but I'll go ahead with the nuclear apocalypse. So point he was trying to drive is, Gen AI sometimes try to be politically correct, but it need not be the most truthful or logical way it should be. And that's where the human intelligence comes. So today as we stand, human and AI has to coexist. The human oversight is absolutely must. I know we started with singularity, a slide, very important slide, very interesting slide, but we have not reached there, thank God. Right? So that is a very important thing. The next topic I want to talk is on, I'm going a little fast, please bear with me. I know I might be standing between a session for brainstorming and then dinner or whatever it is, the plan, but explainable AI. And this is something, if you have not used it, you have to try to use it. It's about trying to tell the algorithm, please explain what you're thinking in simple words. Explain to me as a kid. Now, if it said it has matched the facial recognition of that culprit or the person who was dead in the accident, you can ask it to explain what were those features which made you say that it is a match. You can focus on the features. Now, if there is a camera action which is caught and said there is a crime happening, you should ask it to explain what sound you heard there, what action you saw in that video, explain it to me to tell me that this is a crime and he is a criminal. So that explainable AI is a very, very important concept which we as regulators will have to use, and I'm sure because of the reputation risks involved, the law enforcement also should explore. So there are various ways. So some ways are like, the techniques, like for example, I'm sure Compass, some of you would have heard about Compass, which US uses. It's an algorithm. They ask some questionnaires, and then the judges and the law enforcement officers use that to predict whether the repeat offenders will come in. Should I give this guy parole? Right? Things like that. They take a decision like that using that algorithm. Now, the problem is it is very efficient compared to a human, and the number is about 70 to 80%. So they are very happy that it is 70 to 80% efficient. But the catch is there is a 20 to 30% error margin where you are convicting somebody who should not be, or denying somebody a parole who deserves it, and justice is not just. It becomes unequal there. Right? So that's the fallback of that. So they're trying to see what we can do with explainable AI and things like that. So there are systems today in the world, but then they all have drawbacks. It's like the India story, right? The whole world was going with wired telephone, and suddenly India came and we all went wireless. We just leapfrogged. I think that is the opportunity we have today here. We need not reinvent the wheel like the West has done. We can really leapfrog by understanding the risks and putting all these things in place. And this all leads to, we know, data privacy, DPDP Act. I'm not going to the depth, kindly excuse me because of the time constraints, but I want you to understand how much of that is a concern for us, because I said data is very key when I started. Data privacy, do we take care of it? Now, we said, okay, crime novel, I can get Agatha Christie stuff generated like that. Is there any IP involved there which we are violating? The algorithm might or might not take care of it, right? So data privacy, data security, IPR, these are the other angles which also need to be considered. So that's the third part which I want to touch upon. So I touched upon biases, I touched upon explainable AI, I touched upon this triad which is coming in. And today, Europe has gone GDPR. I'm sure you'd all heard about it. US is trying to push global CPPR. Again, that's another feature. India is going to come up with DPDP. The ministry is going to roll it out. So the whole world is talking about all of these things. And again, as regulators or law enforcement officials, our hands will be tied if we don't touch upon all these things. Because as I said, that one mistake is what is going to undo all of the 99 which we did right. Now, I do not know how many of you know this. On the board of OpenAI, on which your ChatGPT and all the stuff is there, you have a gentleman who is the former head of NSA. Right? So now, I do not know where it is going. I do not know if ChatGPT has a CIA arm or some intelligence arm. So the way people are even weaponizing these systems is something we all need to be aware of, right? Because you saw what happened in the financial world with SWIFT and sanctions and stuff like that. Now the next level can really come up in these ways in which we are getting hooked. Each time we are using a ChatGPT, we are training somebody's algorithms to be super fast, super good, right? So that is the message which overall I want to drive. I think I don't want to keep more delays. Already I've taken 17 minutes since I came here, but I want to end it with a simple thing. Like we talked about quantum, the first slide, the singularity. I'm very interested with that. And let me put it this way. We're talking about AI, and suddenly we are talking about quantum. There is a World Economic Forum research which says that industry is pumping in money into AI, and state actors are pumping money into quantum. Now, these are two different activities, right? But are we seeing a scenario where it can converge? AI coming as an horizontal, quantum is like raise it to 10 to the power 5, 10 to the 6. And if that marriage happens, then probably the singularity which Sir was putting on the first slide might come in true. What happens? I'm pretty scared. As a financial sector regulator, all my algorithms, cryptographic algorithms, go for a toss. Mobile banking, internet banking, gone. unless I have a quantum resilient algorithm. And now I have the power of AI, generating stuff, all the biases coming in. So the odds are really stacked. But at the end of the day, as I said, there is a human ingenuity which we all have. And as Indians, we can all be proud of that. And I'm sure we will exercise that to ensure we take this in our stride and use this technology, understanding the biases, using the explainable part of it, taking into cognizance the privacy, cybersecurity, and the data security and the IP part to make it work for us and be the shining star in the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. In fact, I forgot to tell everyone that he is a Chief Technology Officer and Chief General Manager and Head of FinTech and IT at International Financial Services Centers Authority, AIPSC, which has been established by Government of India. Basically, he looks after FinTech regulation and AI governance. And no, we can talk on and on. This is such an important, interesting topic. I think we just forget how time has passed. So I will not go more on this topic. What I'll do, I have discussed with my co-panelists, and in fact, we just try to summarize the takeaways. I think that will be better, because when we go back, at least we should have a couple of points in our mind. So on your behalf also, I have summarized one point, and I'll take liberty because we don't have much time. So the takeaways are, just 2-3 minutes I'll just summarize. We should try to do, experimenting with collaborators, with industries and academia, and try to improve models in-house rather than going for some foreign models, because in data-driven model, perhaps we can do ourselves. Second is quality of data is very important, and sharing of data with research community in an anonymized form. This is something we should start doing now. Otherwise, without creating that ecosystem and critical mass, we cannot go ahead. Third is throwing challenges for improving accuracy of models. So this is a worldwide phenomena. In image recognition, only because of ImageNet challenge, we could get to 99.8% accuracy. So throwing challenges is the best way to improve the model. And for that, we have to share data. And that is not difficult. Fourth point is identification of use cases suitable for law enforcement, training of personnel on the use and risk of AI, dependable and responsible AI that combines bias, privacy, robustness, and explainability. And finally, in data-driven world, the gap between Western world and Indian setting in our research ecosystem is not much, unlike the previous regime, when there were a lot of difference in terms of learning from the nuts and bolts. So here this gap is so small, we can train and create data and train models in-house, and we can try indigenize all the AI-based system, and then only we can go to next level in AI world. And this is something which is really bringing fruits, and we should go ahead with that. So that's all we have to share as a whole together. And in the team, we have a lot of discussion before coming here. And I'm sure we have made some good points, and perhaps we can follow it up later on. Thank you so much.
With this, we conclude our third technical session for the day. I would now request Vice Chancellor, RRU, Dr. Bimal N. Patel, to kindly felicitate the moderator, Shri B. Shankar Jaiswal, IPS, Joint CP Technology and Licensing, Delhi Police. I would also request, sir, to felicitate our speakers for the session. Our first speaker, Shri Joseph Joshi, CJ, Chief Technology Officer, AIPSC. Our second speaker, Professor Dr. Mayank Vats, IIT Jodhpur. Our third speaker, Shri Devesh Rajyadaksh, CEO, Sere Labs. Thank you so much, sir. Before we conclude, we have a list of announcements to be made. First, I request the BPR&D team and volunteers to kindly proceed towards the second floor admin block for a brainstorming session. Also, we cordially invite all for a cultural event organized by our students near Annapurna from 7 p.m. onwards, followed by a dinner at the same place. Please note, tomorrow we begin with the 4th technical session at 9 a.m. sharp. We look forward for your presence. Thank you. Jai Hind.